just keep it how it is. Just keep it in this way. Just when you feeling it. But you want to get all of it. Wanna see them what they did. Wanna see them how they made. Wanna give it in our face. They wanna see you to the know. Probably gonna go get that bit back. Hello, Linvera. Hello, Pip. Now, where is that nice white chocolate-eated boy? Where's that extended mix? There we go. That's not what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for, but I wanted no giant loop. But why? I don't want it slow and reverbed. There you go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's been a minute. We're not officially ready to start yet because I'm missing one particular white boy who needs to get in here. But I will check on him presently. Hi, hello, how you doing? How's your mother's? Mine's fine. Most of you've been told that already. Should have thrown that in. I believe I have him with me now. Yes, he is. Here he is. Hello, hello, hello.
How do I sound? Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound fine.
Sweet. It's been a minute since we last spoke.
Yes. I've been importantly doing and handling serious shit. Medical things, things that pertain to my home life and my job. Everything's fine. Everything's good. I've just been doing my own thing since our last collaboration, in which people have decided that, excuse me, as a black man, how is it your job to tell another black man that he's being a fucking retard? We haven't officially started yet, but if you feel up to it, just spread the word amongst your own audience. Let them know what's going on here today, because we got lots to talk about.
Yes, we do. I made a community post, but I'll just let everyone in my Discord know that you're streaming real quick. Alright, there we go.
Yes.
Yeah, today's my day off, so I finally found the time to stream with you.
See, all the other times before was literally the schedule being set off right, because I used to not be a fan of the government, despite being an ex-Fed. Now I have a healthy hatred of the medical system. Just multiple setbacks, multiple delays, people who have chosen to go into a medical profession for the money and not for the care.
Right.
They found the right one this time. Oh yes, bless the Lord. I might look like this complexion, but put my mother in a fucking stringer and then blindside her, and I will turn as white as alabaster snow. Be like Undercover Brother, and not the fucking sequel. Anywho, last time on Single Player Call, at least to the relevance of people and possibly your audience, assuming they've not been keeping up with what I've been doing. There has been a serious myriad of things that have happened socially, on the internet, in general, across YouTube as a whole, And you were directly related and involved in one of those things.
Indeed, I was.
We are going to be covering at least 3 out of, like, those 10 particular things. And then I'm going to have you along as color commentator to go across some of the other things that happened. Before we get to them, we're going to have to eat our vegetables, and we're going to have to cover some shit involving Marathon. But before we get there, I want to follow up with you. How are you feeling right now? How are you doing? What's going on in your life?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. The Noah drama, which we're going to get to, it didn't really affect me negatively in any way. Like, I wasn't even the main victim. It was my buddy Callisto, and he's doing great right now. It completely backfired on Noah, and because Callisto has all these new people following him, all these new eyes on him, and meanwhile, I'm just working on content. Same old.
Somehow, you were able to not only directly affect, now he calls himself Noah the Otter, to avoid this SEO pipeline around Otterly Noah, but you single-handedly, by being involved and doing one particular thing that we're going to mention when we get there, directly touched Noah, directly touched Anthrigamulia, and somehow made the big old Birdman come out of his cave to denounce both of them.
Mm-hmm.
A 3-for-1, baby. A 3-for-1. Immaculate. I saw everything happen. I was busy in my own world, but I watched this happen. We've got it documented inside of Printing Press Express between, I think, 2 separate particular posts. For those that are playing the home game of single player Carl, those should be under EFAP hunts Otterly Noah for being a lying plagiarist, is how it started.
Mm-hmm.
Right around the time where June the King dropped his 2-hour and something documentary on the quartering, and the Quarter Pounders started getting roasted and felted by the entire wide open internet. But from you being responsible for backing up Callisto, and being responsible for putting one of the individuals specifically to go on air with a particular streamer we're going to discuss as we go through it, you single-handedly got him to basically openly admit what he had been lying about the entire time, and claimed was not the case. Which then, just like it was with Hassan Piker, led to the man of the long shadow to come down from on top of the mountain and dig into it himself, and immediately, after you had a discussion with Anthony Gramuccia, he went from trying to cape for him to saying, I didn't understand. Now that I've seen the evidence, adjusting my glasses, now that I've seen how fucked he is, now I can see how actually Noah is wrong. You see, he came to me for notes, but I said specifically, the parts that are good are mine, the ones that are shit are his, so I'm clean. Despicable levels of ball washing. Despicable levels of ball washing. And then the final mwah on top of it, as he's getting clusterfucked, because now it broke containment. And it's not just internet Twitch drama. It's not internet Twitter drama. It got into EFAP's hands. Suddenly, Anthony Edward West comes from out of his creator cave, after sending a friend request to him, to then denounce everything that he had been told, because he said, "No, you're lying. And not only were you lying, you lied to me directly. I don't get involved in these kinds of things, but I denounce Otterly Noah and have no forward contact with him," before retreating back into the cave so that his audience could continue to harass creators like myself for doing the crime of being myself while black. All that and more, we're going to get into a second. But first, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is 4:06 p.m. on Sunday, May 17th, in this glorious year of our Lord. And this is episode 40... One second. Returning. You will remember both myself and KinoFlex being directly involved in the contraflix that was the channel known as the Birdman 15, operated by one Anthony Edward West, who decided to antagonize Kinoflex by saying, "You took me out of context, you plagiarized my words." And so, he threatened him with legal action, where he threatened to put him in the poorhouse, because he did the crime of paraphrasing something that when we then went into it, when he asked and came to me to put him and provide him the opportunity to speak, that we did, and on his platform with his co-host. They're already attacking my internet, guys, as he chose to speak of his own volition on the same things that he has already now posted in part 1, part 2, or is it just part 1 right now, of your response to the Birdman?
Yeah, just the first part is out, partly because the motivation to respond to him has kind of died down, but I can still work on it when I have the right motivation.
But ever since that fateful morn right before the shit happened, the Birdman decided to come at Kinoflex and threaten him that he better delete his name out of his mouth, delete the comments, delete his channel, and basically become persona non grata on the internet. Otherwise, he would be antagonized and pushed into the poorhouse by Anthony Edward West, proper legal name, because he should dox himself and be antagonized and harassed with other people choosing to attack you over some past drama that I now know is settled between you and the individual that it was referring to. During that time period, in the course of a 3-part coverage of him first getting called out and doing the lawsuit, and then being criticized by Admin Gold, who then made him into a lolcow instantaneously on the spot with how he behaves and acts and has been acting. Now to the 3rd part, which was us going over the content live on air, and then summarizing that content. The Birdman watchers decided, how dare you antagonize this black man as a black man, and how dare you, Jay Longbone, friend of the channel, antagonize him as a black woman? What do you know? You're not black! And since then, we had gone our separate ways, simply just focusing on our own thing. Which then brings us back here again today, because you are one of the catalysts that led to the breakdown and the exposure of Otterly Noah. So, before we get into that, we do have to do our ritual before we can get into hard topics, which is what we have to eat our vegetables. We gotta get into the lame, cringe, culture war slop fest. So, ladies and gentlemen, my time is not cheap, neither is Kinoflex's. If you'd like to support the content that you got here, please consider dropping a humble donation, drop your kids off in my pool, and support the content that you support. I'm gonna start your super chat goal. It's gonna be for like 15. Let's do $5 and up. And this money goes towards supporting not only me, but I'm going to kick some of this back to Kinoflex's audience in the form of something that I can buy for him that he can then give away to them.
Thank you. That's really nice. Thank you.
I already had it in the works that I was doing it, but I needed to set the money aside. But the way that my job works, they cannot pay me while they also have her in the hospital. She had to go in for a regular scheduled knee replacement, but I'm between paychecks right now, basically. But this is something I intended on doing myself already, just to give back kickbacks and say thanks and tell people the Negro sends them regards. So, while I take this in, let's just go through the brief habits of it. You tell me from your position how it happened for you.
Well, to start off, I think the best way to begin the Noah drama would be several months ago, where he originally got caught for plagiarism. We had some run-ins with each other before then. I made a response to him over his response to Critical Drinker over Predator Badlands, but EFAP already covered him by that time too, so he was pretty much on everyone's radar as kind of a anti-woke lolcow. But he kind of ruined his own reputation even in his own sphere at around that time, because he was caught plagiarizing from several other content creators, smaller content creators I should add, where he was stealing not only scripts, like their points, and rewording them in an attempt to try and make it seem as though it's his own work, but he was also stealing their clips that they went out of their way to edit themselves, which is work. A lot of people who aren't content creators may think that, oh, we just do React content all the time, like it's an easy job. Well, behind the scenes, when you're editing, that can take up to hours of work. So when you're stealing that, like those edits, and you're reworking them into your own video with no acknowledgement or credit while reaping all the benefits, that's a really scummy thing to do on this platform. And everyone called Noah out for it on a live stream hosted not only by Noah himself, but also Dickers, where he and a number of other people, he released an apology or taking accountability video where he said that he was going to improve and get better down the line. But as we're going to see later, he did not improve at all. Friend Callisto, who is another smaller content creator who makes video essays and response videos, he already had a response to Noah in the works, where he was going to address several of his response videos and why, as a critic, other content creators, he's very loud. And this was all before the plagiarism controversy. So when he found out about this, he had to work on his video even more. So this has taken him several months at this point to work on. And he asked me to get some information, or to ask Noah some questions during the plagiarism live stream fallout. And he included his questions and those clips in his final video. And eventually, when it did drop, Noah took notice of it, and he tried to downplay it and smear it immediately by reacting to it. But if he had just done that, I don't think anyone would have cared. But what he decided to do was contact his personal artist, his personal PFP artist, the one who made PR for his Prawn Noah avatar. He misled her and told her to try to false flag it for a copyright, for abuse of YouTube's copyright system, because Callisto used the profile of the avatar she made for Noah in his thumbnail. Mm-hmm. And if he didn't replace the thumbnail within a given amount of days, he would receive a strike and the video would be gone. And Callisto was really was really stressing out about this because he's never experienced something like this before. And when Noah shared the email with Callisto shared it with me, and it said that Deus, the artist Noah is associated with, she was the one who sent it. So I was just like, this is messed up, this needs to be called out. So at around this time, EFAP had actually taken Callisto's video too, so they were live reacting to it, because essentially around this time everyone had forgotten about Noah's plagiarism controversy, and they were they said to themselves, yeah, that's not right. We actually need, this is actually really egregious, and we need to make sure that people don't forget about this and call him out even more, because this should ruin his reputation. And I saw that as an opportunity to raise more awareness of Callisto getting screwed over. So I contacted a friend of the channel, Dark Hour, who's been on a couple live streams with Mahler before, also Critical Drinker. So I had him so I sent him the screenshot of the email Callisto received. And I sent it over to Dark Hour so he could send it over to Mahler, and they actually showed it on stream. They showed it on EFAP and said that this is crazy. This is I think Rags was the one who said that this is like early YouTube. like garbage. This is something that has been resolved. Like everyone understands that this is not an appropriate way of using of like sending a report. So then Noah started stressing out, and he requested to both Callisto and myself to start to deny that he was the one involved, because he was telling us that Deus, his artist, was acting on behalf of herself. And we didn't really question it at all, though in hindsight we should have, because Noah was being more friendly towards me, even though he was like being very antagonistic. And he offered to have me on. He invited me onto a stream with another smaller content creator named Wendy Ho. And at the time, I was also asking questions, because I thought Wendy Ho, from what I've seen of their content, they also disliked Arlie Noah based on another past incident that coincidentally also had something to do with copyright claims. So I asked them, what happened? Like, why are they friends with Noah now? And they said that they talked with Noah after that copyright drama and said, I don't know anything about this, but how about I offer you, how about we put our beef aside and become friends? And they agreed to that. And during that live stream, I was just like, something's not adding up. And then on that same day, Deus and Noah invited me into a Discord call where Deus essentially had Noah confess that he was the one who told Deus to send the false copyright strike or copyright claim to Callisto. So hearing this, I was just like, man, I was misled. I was taken advantage of. So I called in Callisto and Jan, who was also on your stream before, regarding when we were covering the Birdman drama.
Yeah.
And he, we all came to the conclusion that, hey, Noah, you can't just like pretend that this isn't happening and just quietly throw it under the rug, because originally he wanted to just address this through a community post. And I told him that he needs to come on to Dicker's stream, who has been covering this ongoing drama, because to clear this up so that Deus gets people off her back and that he takes accountability.
Masterful move. And
he agreed to it, but then when he got onto Dicker's stream, he started he pretended as though he was an amnesiac or something, because we had to really press him on the live stream to confess to what he did, even though he said that he would confess by himself. So it was really frustrating, and that took around an hour or two of us constantly pressing him, pointing out his lies, and that live stream ended up blowing up. So EFAP made another stream that minimized his involvement. But Noah at that time, he was pissed off at Ant for backstabbing him, throwing him under the bus, saying actually holding him accountable. So he leaked his DMs with Gramulia, and it revealed that Ant was actually knew more than he was letting on with Noah, and that he actually knew that he was guilty of everything he was being accused of, and he actually wasn't improving. So the best advice he was giving him is to just not feed the trolls, to not engage with negative actors, or to essentially be better at hiding his tracks. And now Anthony Gramulia is he's just been quiet about the situation ever since, from my perspective. And that's and that brings us to now, where Noah is currently trying to rebrand. It's not going well. He tried making an autism related video, but he's been accused of plagiarizing again, and he tried unlisting his apology video, only to relist it after pushback, and He changed his name from Noah the Otter to back to Otterly Noah. So yeah, he's just going all over the place at this point.
He's spurging out.
Yeah, he's spurging out. That's a good way of putting it.
He did the quintessential crime that, as you'd mentioned, was handled business in the world of YouTube. Because you can fuck all that Twitter shit and all that Twitch shit. We have rules here on YouTube. He essentially tried to trick someone in his employ into not just committing the social faux pas of, when I get criticized, strike the person, act like an AIDS pig, and then pretend to be retarded when I get caught. I don't know what they're talking about. No. He did 3 things that were wrong. Number 1, he tried to send somebody to go strike someone's channel. That's a crime. If I haven't done anything illegal or wrong, and you know for a fact that I haven't, you can talk to me directly to my face. There's no reason for you to send your thumbnail artist to strike his channel. Number 2, strikes are much like lawsuits. And lawsuits, much like the one that the Birdman tried to do to you, is ridiculously fake, gay, cringe in the way that we use the word to mean lame, not homosexual. And is the kind of crime that was settled news because of EFAP when they handled this with Hassan Piker, around the era of the React Gate, the React Harder meta. And that was settled science then. React harder, make it your own, stop stealing. That's it. That's all that was decided. Because Hassan Piker wouldn't stop trying to take people's content, just like many people on Twitch do, and freebooted, siphoning views, something that Ethan Klein is currently suing the Hassanite Spear for, it was decided from that action, that if you're going to take somebody's content, you have to react harder. You cannot fleece someone's entire content stream on air, live on camera, put in no fucking effort, and then re-upload the VOD of the content like, well, my chats, we react to it like a watch party by watching along. There's nothing stopping you from putting a link in the low bar. There's nothing stopping you from pinning in the comment section of the thing the description for the video that it's coming from. There is an understanding amongst creators that when you show up on a guest panel of something, you have just as much right to your appearance on that as anything else. And even if they claim that you don't, you better take a copy anyways, and you better press that record button on your OBS studio. Because when you allow people like Noah to have opportunity to decide and set the narrative, he will do what he tried to do. Which is the same advice that he's gotten from Anthony Gramuccia, that Gramuccia has used to try and stem his career, where they are what we call protectorate accounts. They are people that are viewed as safe, and because they are viewed as safe, they are viewed as the right kind of content creator, air quotes, that you should put your weight behind. They would never do anything wrong. They deal with the grifters. They deal with the chuds. You know that fucking refrain. They teach us how to expose the grift. So here's the problem. For all of that bluster that Anthony Edward West chose to have about you, and then his audience tried to project about me, saying that they can smell the dirtiness of my bedroom, despite the fact that I have no much a dirtier bedroom than any other creator. It just happens to be that my studio is also where I sleep. They forgot the key critical thing about an echo chamber. The more time you spend your finger pointing at other people, the less you're paying attention to who's doing what behind your back. In exposing the grift of what they considered to be bad figures, they failed to expose the grift of Otterly Noah. And much like it was before, and probably will be forevermore, it took the entire collective unified network, both as friends, as a business, and as an industry of every flame of pause, to be the ones that brought it live to camera and made it into reaction content, where they had to bring in people from that side of the spear to speak on the matter directly. Because it's the same problem that the Birdman tried to do to me and tried to do to you. Big fish, little fish. Big bank takes little bank. Big fish in the koi pond completely suffocate the view and the reach of somebody else and say, this person who's reacting, they're being a retard spurg. By elevating Callisto's problem to the highest echelon, they no longer, 1, get to get away with it, 2, get held accountable by creators that they can't say, well, they're just a lol cow. Oh, really? oh, Mahler's just a lol cow, he's just a grifter? That's crazy. Why is it that so many people agree with his takes versus yours? Why is it there are so many people who are agreeing with the other takes versus yours? Why is it that Rags is agreeing with the take versus yours? Why is it that fucking Nicholas DeOrio is agreeing with the take versus yours? Is he a right-wing grifter? Could have swore that he's somebody that more or less shits on everyone, both left and right and dead center, and apolitically. Really? Everybody here is a grifter? Or is it that you just can't see the grift because you've been told there's a certain cadence it's supposed to have? And then, number 3 and number 4, by bringing him on to Digger's stream and having to press him live on air, you were able to bring him away from a place where he can have a structured response. It is my opinion, and it continues to be a belief that I have, that some of these people specialize in only being in this kind of area because the process of being a reaction Andy, being somebody who speaks on matters in a more curated, more refined way, makes them appear as though they have the air of being correct and right. When in reality, they are taking advantage of the fact that they have the ability to speak on things in a way where they can structure their response to hide their tracks. That is what Noah does. It's the same thing somebody like any of the fucking reaction lefties can do. So during this drama, there was another user who made a really shit video right before the big sweep started coming in from people like Papa Cunt and all of the regular fucking people that were trying to protect elderly Noah. It came from a user called Sensitive Society with a 3 in the end not Sensitive Society, wrong person, from Crimes New Roman, about the drama slop to school shooter pipeline. People like this, people like the dirtbag leftists, such as people like Noah Samson and iDubbbz, they specialize in saying things in a bubble and then acting like, well, if you disagree with it, that means that there's truth to it. Because it's a Kafka trap. They want you to have a more emotional reaction than you actually do to the content when you're just like, bro, this is shit. This is not very well made. You're being hypocritical. I know that you're wrong on these things, so that personal experience. I don't believe the way that you're doing it. I don't believe the framing. And I would like to see where you got the fucking proof to make this the case. Because how are you going to put somebody like Caleb Hammer in the thumbnail next to somebody like Hassan Piker, next to somebody like Sensitive Society, next to somebody like fucking Wall Street WestJet, next to somebody like even Moist Critical, and say, oh, you guys are the reason why there's school shooters. All right, cool, base. What about the political shooters? What about the trans shooters that happen? Oh, that doesn't matter. Oh, you guys are doing your thing. Oh, you're just nitpicking. Oh, you're just agonizing over every word people say. The shit is more accepted because it appears to be more refined and more intellectual. So they get to hide in the word salad a lot more. And that's a fucking problem. It was definitely a problem when it was being done by people like the Birdman. Because Anthony, Tony the Tiger, he chose to use big words and phrases and statements to claim things that we then were able to use as the example of why he was on that bullshit. So when he said the thing of, I don't believe in being a person that should have the right on how you should be completely removed and extricated from society. I don't believe that we should do damage and we should kill you, but I do believe in stating justice. He said at the point that he doesn't have the right to do things like eliminate you with a weapon, but he will take you to court and he will put you in the poorhouse, which was then where I made the argument that he's just using tools that benefit him for what he believes is his best optics and morals. Oh, I would never kill the man, but I will tell people that he's a horrible person, that he doesn't deserve to be platformed, that he deserves to be kicked off of media, that he deserves to be blacklisted from the website, and that I'll be willing to use my weight and willing to use my audience to do it. And it's like, nigga, what the fuck? It's the same fucking thing. You make my name mud and I can't make money because you decided to lie about me, but nobody's able to figure it out because, oh, I don't want to attack the big creator. It's a big channel that's pushing down on my neck. Just like the quartering trying to fuck with Casino and using his weight as a YouTuber to do it and doing it successfully to a point. They can't get their original channels back, but they can now reapply. Good news! That's that kind of shit that makes people get antsy in their fucking pants the first time they ever take a YouTube strike that they know they didn't fucking do. That's number 4, by the way. That's the things we don't fuck with. Don't fuck with the channels. Don't lie on the channels. Don't lie on the creators. Don't try to lie about them saying that they're doing something they're not. If fair use is fair use for a reason. These are settled matters for a reason. These are the rules that bind us from not making this place into a hellhole. How is it that YouTube is better than Twitch? Because this is the shit we don't fuck with. None of us are trying to be legal precedent. None of us are trying to set an example of H3H3 versus Big Guy Haas. None of us are trying to set H3H3 versus Snarkers. None of us are trying to set Sargon of Akkad versus Aquila Hughes versus slash Aquila, obviously. We're not trying to become precedent for them to shit down our necks. Because YouTube will do it. As shit as the Susan Wojcicki timeline was, at least the website wasn't so broken that AI bots will strike your channel as being fake when you're real, and real when a channel is definitively ran by AI content, or repetitive, real slop content. Slop is a word that gets used overly too much. And this entire drama is the correlation of why we have that opinion. Why is it that people would listen to every frame of pause and would then not only castigate Noah, but also castigate Anthony, and also castigate Anthony? It's because all 3 of them did the crime. And that's that shit we don't fucking accept. We make sure to smother that kind of behavior where we find it, where it lies, because if a person was to get away with that, it makes the website 1% more bad. All the people that have been lost, it is definitively the reason why we are here to discuss it. Now, with that being said, before we can dig into that, we gotta eat our fucking vegetables. So let me ask you this. What do you know about Marathon?
Not a whole lot, to be honest.
Have you played the video game since it's released, since March 6th?
No, I haven't. The only game I'm planning on playing, tape, funnily enough, because my audience wants me to play it, to experience it firsthand before, just to see what all the hubbub is about.
Mm-hmm. My audience challenged me, technically my moderator, challenged me to a very similar thing. We were calling it the Band for Band Challenge. 60 days of playing Marathon, 60 days of playing Path of Exile Mirage Season inside of it, PoE 1. But that did not last very long, because after about day 10, it became very obvious to me what Marathon is. Now, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the episodes that I've done since your original show up, because there's been a lot of shit in the news with video games. There's been brouhaha over Anita Sarkeesian being involved with Slay the Spire 2. I have opinions about that. We can talk about that as well. There's been news about Annapurna and the multi-millionaire daughter that is now in more direct control over the company, that was responsible for most of that studio quitting outright before the release of Mixtape. Mixtape as a video game and all the slop that goes along with it being a literal shill factory, or more specifically, the important part, it being basically a actual, real, propped up shill AstroTurf. Because there's no way that you can secure in perpetuity rights of music for a $20 standard price video game and be recouping your losses. No, no, no. There's no fucking way. There's no way that you do that as an indie, because indies do not get that kind of power. That is the money that comes from that person's father, who is involved with Israel. You guys get one. Okay, chat, I'll do it with you. Okay, I'll say it with you. Being in bed with the Jews! There's no fucking way that you can have video games like that enter into the zeitgeist the same way that Highguard did with Wild Studios without a group like Tencent or some comparative group like Embracer or Guillemot for Ubisoft standing behind them. And just like in those 45 days of that game's runtime, where they finally pulled the record and they pulled the money because it became clear to them they could not retain player numbers, and the player numbers dropped 95%. Very similar situation with Marathon. So, I will summarize to you what Marathon is. Much like how Helldivers is a tabletop RPG that is disguised as an action movie, that is packaged and sold as an extraction shooter, Marathon, from the studio, but not the people, who developed Halo and developed Destiny and Destiny 2, is a reinterpretation and a new slot repackaging of the original Marathon video game, franchise, and series and lore. It is effectively taking the lore that is involved in the series franchise known as Marathon and repackaging it into a PvP experience that is sold as an extraction shooter, but in reality, as I described it before on the broadcast, is wannabe washed-out PvP players from other video games turning it into a ball-kicking factory. And the game loop is very similar to old-school RuneScape in the Deep Wilderness, where you must risk everything that you come in with to the game with, including your life. So, the game loop is infill into a map to extract loot, exfil with the map with the loot to retain it and increase your vault value. Kill other teams, take their loot for yourself, parse over it, try to get out and survive. Loot an entire zone, try not to fight anybody, loot an entire zone and murder everybody, make things for yourself, take things for yourself. That kind of gameplay flow. It's a little bit PvP, well actually a lot of it PvP, with a little bit PvE. I have been documenting everything that has been wrong with Marathon since the Ban for Ban challenge, because it became very obvious the kind of people who play this video game are the individuals that are the issue with the game. Pip, that's exactly what I just said. It is the issue with the game. It's not very appetizing, I can tell you that much. The problem is that where a person could have fun with a PvP game, such as Helldivers, that's PvE, you're not trying to fight other people, usually. Verbally, maybe, but you're not supposed to kill other people that are in your team. You're supposed to work together on a collective goal. They tried to take, basically, the gameplay loop of Fortnite, and they tried to turn it into something that it's not. Because the adventure part of Fortnite is that you start with nothing, everybody starts with nothing, and you build up your power during the match. And if you get knocked out, it is what it is. You didn't literally lose anything. It's about trying to place as high as you can and become the number one victor, right? Very simple concept. You follow me? Did I lose you?
No, I'm following you.
Okay.
You didn't lose me.
So, Marathon flips this on its head. Because the players start with nothing, they go through a tutorial, and then they're thrown into what effectively are fight clubs. Every map, perimeter, Dire Marsh, outpost, only on the weekends, Cryo Archive, which is the actual Marathon ship itself, and a ranked playlist that has an entire system that is involved with the core loop of the game, as it has been explained by Ziegler, the Marathon game director, is meant to train you in the game's actual game loop, which is you learn when to take risks, you learn how to be risk adverse, you learn when you can up your ante, you learn when you can take fights, you learn when you need to play defensive and when you can play aggressive and when you can push the issue, and then you reassess after you take fights and you take opportunities and you recover, and then either solo or as a crew of 3 with infill choices and pre-party options, you try to become better at the game by slowly gaining more knowledge with experience. To compare it to the most violent kind of example that I can think of, it is like the era of Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3, where players used to use LMGs to wallbang into the enemy spawn point in a way where the person basically was spawn trapped. Have you ever done or been spawn trapped or seen videos of somebody being spawn trapped?
Yes, many times. Be it in like a PvP or just like an awkward like quick save, like where someone's just stuck dying over and over again. It can suck. Yeah. Yes.
The thing that usually makes it okay is that just like in a game of League of Legends or any other fucking thing that's structured, or for those of you that play in-house and would like to have a chance to be able to claim things like these 2 gift cards in my hand, the ER tournament that we run indoors known as the Running of the Hands, you are expected to go into an environment where even if you lose, you at least didn't physically lose anything. You know? There's rank points to be lost if you play ranked, certainly, but The only thing that you lost was the game and your time. In Marathon, because you have to risk your loot, you lose 4 times. First, you get knocked out of the match. Then, you lose your loot. Then, your time is wasted because it's all or nothing. It's a zero-sum game. Either you win or you die. And fourth, while you're on the ground, somebody comes over in proc chat and says, "Oh my God, bro, look at you! You're at the axiomatic, perfect dick sucking height. Oh, you don't like that shit? Oh, look at you! Oh, your mouth is open, so that means you must love sucking cock. Yeah, zip it up when you're done, bitch." And they eliminate you on the spot. Now, shit talking's not new to video games, but you gotta understand, when we're talking about shit talking, we're not talking about shit talking where, oh, it was a hard fought battle, back and forth, both teams trading blows, and just one team was better than the other. I'm talking about new players jump into perimeter. They see another team. They are fully loaded. They have everything from cryo. They pull out a funny little goo gun, and all of a sudden you're getting bombarded by grenades halfway across the map. And they are now bragging at you for how they have used you as target practice to use the new gun. I'm talking about you're in a corridor, and this person on the other side of the corridor is just spamming grenades. We call it a Phoenix corridor. They're spamming grenades behind a bubble shield. Your bullets don't go past the shield. Grenades do go past the shield. And the particular grenade that they like to throw are Fletch. Homing Fletch. Can't run from them. Can't blow them up before they kill you. They throw them at you, spam you, and then walk around and say, "You nigga, you're washed! You're trash!" And you don't have anything except greens. They've got 5-line gold shields, 5-line pink shields. You've got, at most, 2 green shields, if not gray shields. Maybe you're even just running the AR Overrun, one of the starter weapons and one of the technically the worst weapons in the game, or you're running a free kit. How the fuck do you fight back? And more importantly, where's the fun? It's not a role-playing game. You're not supposed to be cosplaying as the victim. But that's what it is. It is a game that is designed to reward and... Disconnection. Reconnection. You can clock into Arc Raiders, and you can play a 2 4-hour shift of the game with your friends or by yourself. See, they're already coming at me, chat. They're already coming at me. They're attacking my internet as I speak. I swear to God. I swear to God. But, you can go into Arc Raiders, and you can have a fun session with the people that you come across. Maybe, every now and again, there are people that try to assassinate you. Because, you know, they see you, they shoot first, they ask questions never. But you're more than likely, 7 times out of 10, going to have a semi-quasi-positive experience. And maybe 3 out of 10, you're going to get the little shitter that was hiding in the corner as a rat. You saw him, you blasted him, and out comes the slurs. Right? It's going to happen. I'm not saying that it's perfect. I'm not saying you need to be a Girl Scout or a Boy Scout. But what I am saying is, it's a marketed difference between a regular session in a first-person shooter, whether it be an extraction shooter or not, with a, quote, community feel, versus this fucking shit. So, just to give you a roundup of some of the things that we've done, I'm going to show you some of the shit that we've covered in the past before we show you the new shit. And we get to the nitty-gritty. Let me put this up here for you. And for those in Callisto's audience, I'm going to put it on screen for you as well. Screen safe. I'm not looking at porn. Keva. Okay, so, in the past, we have covered several different types of stories on these things that are relevant. I'm going to show this, I'm going to cut the screen real quick to go into the bookmarks, because I can't remember if I bookmarked porn. You've had some stories that we've covered in the past be some of the most ridiculous level of bullshit. And I'm talking about how are you letting this happen levels of bullshit. So, at the same time that you had replaced Pragmata and Winrose getting coverage on the news cycle, we covered things that were happening dramatically in the game, featuring individuals and users that wanted to antagonize players for playing in a way that they consider to not be fair. So, an example is you're playing in a game and you're walking around inside of the game as a rook, which is a single player loot mode where you have to rebuild your loot vault value by taking up the scraps that have been left behind by all of the caches that have been left on the map with other teams. And you're trying to be friendly with a 3 stack that you found. You know, you agreed not to fight back. And then all of a sudden, for content, they turn around and they dome your ass. Just randomly, no reason, laughing, tee-hee, hawing, mocking you. What do you think this was? You thought this was Orc Raiders, brother? Yes, of course I bookmark porn. I'm an efficient pornographer. Anyways, focus. They dome you. They end your run. They say, bro, I don't trust this guy. Why should I trust this person? And the fun of the game is completely ruined for you. Because, what the fuck? I thought we were going friendly. I thought we were not trying to fight back. I'm trying to help y'all get through. Okay, fuck me then. Normal, right? Some normal level of shit. Not something that you're necessarily going to be all too weirded out happening. That is comparatively different to examples that come from the week before, where you've got users complaining about a still not fixed problem, where the hit register is so bad that this user's trying to dumpster an entire mag, both guns, into the person. None of the bullets register. That person gets to the top of the ladder, domes him, dead, run over. What the fuck? Bungie! Hello? AAA game? Hello? How does this get out of the goddamn laboratory? No explanation. No answer. There are other examples. Some a little bit more egregious than others. You start getting to the examples where you've got users actively bullying players because they can. So, this was the example that I was talking about right here. They enter into the corridor. They're fighting another team on the other side. In comes the flesh grenades. Even while they're trying to do what they can to get away, they can't. And the team comes around the corner, mocking them, then takes their money. And of course, because it was a content creator who was streaming at the time, and is a marathon creator, people have opinions about it. Does this sound like a fun game that you want to play? Does this sound fun to you, Kino?
Not really, no.
No, I didn't
Sounds
think
really
it did.
annoying. It sounds like the kind of game I'd break my keyboard or controller playing.
Now, as I went through the content, I got used to explaining this by saying that these are what I call wannabe Laughing Coffin members. I don't take it you watched a lot of Sword Art Online, did you?
I caught some episodes of it on Adult Swim when I was like in middle school, but that was about it.
So, the term Laughing Coffin describes the fictional guild inside of the world of SAO within Season 1. They're basically a murder guild. They specialize in player killing. And the Laughing Coffin members, because it's one of those VR MMO video game stories that are basically isekais, I'm stuck in their game because it's now real life. So we're going to become a murder guild, and we prey on people who have been weakened and that we can take advantage of. And that's what these players are. But unlike actual PvP players, like myself, unlike actual real hard R gamers, these are not people that engage in PvP with intention. And I'm not talking about, yeah, come on, put your dukes up, we're gonna have an honor duel. Let's fight, come on. Put them up, put them up, put them up. No. These are players that will hack, cheat, mod, steal, lie, exploit for fun and money. Pay headhunter contracts, like what they were doing to Kingsman. Do you remember Kingsman's story from February to March, where he was getting harassed in a tournament for the $4,000 cash prize? I need this. I'm a lowly, healthy student. And both CC and his teammates basically labeled him a pseudo-predator because he wouldn't take no for an answer, saying, we're vibing, we play for vibes, and then try to get him kicked off his team. Them. People like them. And the washouts that come from places like EVE Online that can't handle the shit-talking and the other shit that happens to them. No. They come here to a newer video game and they bring a culture of something else along with them, and they try to make it into that. So moving into the shit that is actually relevant, I have for you 2 examples of 2 news stories. Because what basically has been happening to the entirety of Marathon is there's been a very specific type of person and a very specific type of player that has basically ruined the fun of the game entirely. So, the example that I'm showing you here, this is footage of a user called NA Painter. NA Painter is one of these wannabe Laughing Coffin members that I'm describing. This is footage of NA Painter successfully accomplishing a goal that he announced and was working towards, which was to exploit the out-of-bounds system of how to get into the inside of a loot vault room that leads to the final boss of the Cryo Archive, known as the Compiler. It's effectively a 3-man raid that you have to successfully get a key from other maps running content daily for to have access to this fight. Something that is the equivalent of going into a raid inside of Destiny 2, made by the same company, like the Final Shape, or any of its other DLC. Something that is special. He devised a way, learned a way, to get into Out of Bounds, to Compiler. Bragged about it, and then gloviated over doing this to these people. The way it works is that when you go into this room, the door is locked behind you. There is no way for people to come attack you once you've gotten to this section of the raid. He devised a way to go out of bounds and exploit the game, not only so that he could use the exploit to basically, on runs where he doesn't get the value that he wants, he gets to basically get his loot refunded. He devised a way to use it to get out of bounds in the map, to get into this compiler room, so that he could hit what African Americans in the hood call a devious lick. Stealing from them, effectively. But he used this and did this against a group of people that basically, it was their first time having done it the hard way. They learned the game, they played the game well, their name wasn't Smash JT, they didn't shit up the fucking ability to play the game appropriately, they did everything right. They successfully achieved what they were doing, and then out of nowhere, here comes this fucking cheater who invalidates their effort and then mocks them on the way out. Now, I ask you this. If you were a moderator, if you were a game master executive inside of Bungie for this game, and you witnessed a person brag about and then detail and demonstrate the exploit and then perform it live on Twitch for content and money, would you excuse that player or would you permanently ban that player? Hardware ban from the game.
I mean, like, that sounds like a bannable offense to me, especially if I'm a dev and I see someone just exploiting my game. That would just lessen the experience of everyone else. Like, now, what else would be a bannable offense? Like, besides just like unsportsmanlike conduct? Yeah,
because stream sniping is not. There's other things that have happened, like stream sniping, and that's something that I'm not going to harper too much on. I've already covered it before. Anybody who's really interested, you can go on the last broadcasts and go listen to it. But there have been examples of, say, female content creators and males. They do it to both. At least they're egalitarian in that, harassing men and women aggressively with lewd comments and suggestions while live on camera, and stream sniping them as they do it, so they know where to hunt them to do it. But, you know, at least on the level of, like, sportsmanship, where even though there are games that will explicitly say in the terms of service, if you stream snipe somebody to get out-of-game information in order to change the outcome of the match, you should be banned for it. There's a level where it's like, okay, listen, you were doing some shit, they stream sniped you, but at least they didn't cheat, right? What do you think the reaction from the mods actually was?
Just, I would imagine from the way you're describing it, it would be like they just laughed it off.
About 80%. Yes, there is some buffering loss, Cody. So, what happened is, as you can see, an around-the-clock description and rebuff of almost every single person in the supposed community, basically denouncing NA Painter for doing this. Now, I don't know if you were aware, but maybe you would have heard of it offhanded, but you remember, or rather, did you know that Smash JT attempted to try to cover Marathon, and his gameplay from the server slime was so dog shit that he was just basically a laughingstock for a month and a half because of it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, they tried to do this to people like Dark, and I'm going to say to you here, as well as for your audience, JT was justified. Dark and anybody else that has been mocked was not. And the key difference was, Smash JT, Jeffrey Tarzia, did not put in the effort to play the game. I reviewed his content, I reviewed his gaming. He is a boomer. Yes, he is a boomer, he is a dad, but that is no excuse to play the game so poorly that you intentionally try to make it seem like it's shittier than it is. Because, mind you, there is a good game inside of Marathon, but the people playing it make it bad. There is a good game inside of Marathon, but the people who play this game make it shit. Their attitude, their mindset, the way that they try to make up rules for themselves, the way that players inside of a game like Dead by Daylight try to make up rules that they think that you should follow, and if you don't follow it, you're a bad person. They do the same thing here in Marathon. Basically, anything's okay as long as the company says it's okay, which sounds like it's what should happen. But I'm talking about NA Painter, as he was doing this, said, actually, I asked Bungie, and Bungie said I can't get banned for it, so you can't do anything about it. Why are you guys so mad? Why are you so pressed? This isn't even that bad, bro. So, the entire community, they denounce it. High off their fumes, after doing the same shit about Smash JT. Kind of similar to what I was saying earlier about people trying to expose the grift, right? Spending so much time on Twitter complaining about the grifters that they don't notice what's going on. They now realize why people kept posting the Steam charts. Why Marathon was losing 20% of the player base every week after week. In the case of Marathon, to access Cryo Archive, you can only play it on the weekends. But the way that they create it, it's like, it starts on the weekend, but from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's open for about 5 to 6 days. So you can't just do it whenever you want. You have to wait for it to be opened for you. And this is a game that has wipes. So, much like how Tarkov does wipes, which is bad, people wouldn't necessarily want to get into this because, you know, it's kind of invalidating their time. What's the point of playing a game if you're just going to take my content away? Or somebody like me that plays wipe-based games and wipe-based content, it's just something that you learn to live with. You know, if you're good, you're going to get the loot back again. But that would push most people off. But the other thing that would push them off was this nature of, oh, well, I have to be good to play the game. Naturally, you just do that. Very similar to Dark Souls. And these users kept bragging about that non-stop. Oh, you grifters are too shit to play the game. Look at your plays. Look at how bad you are. And the entire time, he was doing shit like this and more. The word we use is true and shine, but movement glitches, movement speed exploits, the Thief class, who has a grapple hook for movement, cooldown exploits to try and refund the use of the hook, making it so that if you're not using the Thief, and thus not using the shotgun that uses MIPS bullets, one of the highest DPS skills in the game, and a certain particular loadout, you couldn't be competitively viable against these people, ruining the entire field of what you could actually have in the game, period. Then, this shit happening in the background, leading to them finally outing, oh, the reason people are leaving our game is because there's fucking edicts like this. I'm trying not to use slurs. But I want to call him the slurs, because this is the appropriate time to. Because of fucking assholes like this, they have made this into a meta. And this user, right here, is the definition of those types of people, of those types of players, of those types of individuals that ruin the fun for video games because it's not enough to win the match. It's not enough to win the match and get bragging rights. It's not enough to win the match and get bragging rights and be able to demonstrate what's going on and what you're doing and how you're trying to do what you're doing. Even as he's caught and says, oh guys, look, this is the good ending. I'm just showing you how I did it. Don't use this to unfairly attack people. I'm just showing you how it's possible. He doesn't take accountability. Not one single bit of an iota. Plenty of people calling him out. And then, the response. It's a tacked-on response. They wrote a thread. That was the original first response. They wrote a thread. Over the weekend, a player posted a video of themselves taking advantage of a map issue and going out of bounds to gain access into the compiler room to ambush a team after they already finished completing the encounter. First off, we will have this issue fixed before Cryo Archive becomes available again. In the past, we have not taken action against players going out of bounds, but due to this case heavily affecting other players negatively, we'll be reviewing our policies and sharing more details soon. While we don't want to punish players for bugs that they run into by accident, we will communicate more clearly across the line that players should not cross when it comes to using these sorts of bugs that could be griefing others. We will be reaching out to the affected players to grant them compensation for their successful run being interrupted by this issue. Okay, now how does that response read to you on a corporate level? What are they actually saying?
Stop worrying about this. Stop complaining. After an internal review, we've cleared ourselves of any wrongdoing.
You'd think, but not quite. At first, that's what people thought they were saying. But let's read it again. Let's go slow, line by line. Over the weekend, a player posted themselves taking advantage of a map issue and going out of bounds to gain access doing this thing. The first sentence is, "We have been made aware of the drama." Second line, "First off, we will have this issue fixed before Cryo Archive becomes available again. We've heard what's been talked about. This isn't going to happen anymore. We're fixing it right now." The next sentence, "In the past, we have not taken action against players going out of bounds, comma." What does that actually say? That line there says, "We know that you've been using exploits. We know you've been using exploits. We know you've been using exploits to get your loot back. We know you've been using exploits in order to hoard content. We know you've been using exploits to hide out of bounds and then pop back into safety. We know you've been using exploits to kill people. But due to this person making it so heavily noticed, we're now going to be reviewing our policies," air quote, "and sharing more details soon." Because this person made themselves an issue, now we're going to start punishing you. Mind you, there are examples and evidence of people cheating. Actual wall hacks, actual map hacks, actual laser beaming through the wall hacks. In ranked of people doing this frequently. Those players, to our knowledge, they have not appropriately banned. Some of the hack teams, they have. The players, they have not. Not if they were exploiting. Now, because it's become such an issue, they will be doing so soon. The next sentence, "While we don't want to punish players for bugs that they run into by accident, comma, we will communicate more clearly when the line that players should not cross has been crossed." They wanted to leave, quote, technology available to the players. And because they didn't punish them, people like NA Painter took their coverage and their response as, "I can do what I want and they won't stop me." And he kept getting worse, and kept getting worse, and kept getting worse, and kept getting worse, until he did something that should be an automatic ban and denial of refund of the game. If I was the game developer, I would have permanently banned that person, I would have made an example of them, and I would have said, "We're going to now go be reviewing every single person who asked for the exploit. And if we find evidence of you doing it, even for fun, ban you too. And if you complain about it, we're going to ban you too." That's what I would have done. They did not do that. Guess what actual punishment they gave him?
I imagine a slap on the wrist because he has an audience and play their game.
You'd be right. Where's the goddamn post? I know I saved it. You'd be right. You would be right. NA Painter. With permission from Cosmo, I am now posting about this. I received a 1-month suspension from Marathon. A 1-month suspension. Just one. Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 6. Not a 1-month suspension plus probation. The equivalent of a slap on the wrist for a content creator. They could just pivot to another video game and then come back in a month. I received a 1-month suspension from Marathon a couple of days ago for he air quotes this, deliberately ruining the online experience of others, either by cheating, exploiting a game glitch, or being disruptive. Let me make this clear. I am more than okay with this outcome. Yeah, I imagine you fucking are, because you didn't get permanently banned from the video game, you asshat. I made a mistake. Mind you, let's take a roll down his timeline. I got DC'd right there in a second. So close, but so far. I'm telling you, one day I'll out of bound in the compiler loot room. Just believe in me. Snapshot to, May 9th. So about that, devil horns, grinning face. Yeah, that don't look like a mistake to me, nigga. That don't look like a mistake to me. That looks like intention. I'm more than okay. I made it a mistake and I did something fucked up. I'm willing to take this. No questions asked, no complaints given. I've reached out to both Fired and Icy and done what I can to make amends and properly apologize. Mind you, cut the music real quick. Mind you, the actual clip needs to be heard. Go backwards. So, keep in mind, this is a mistake.
Three, two, one, go. Hey there, buddies! How are you? Oh my god, we're so evil!
That is so cool what we just did!
Kinoflex, does that sound like a mistake and owning up for something that you did? Does that sound like apologia in the moment?
No, it sounds as though they're relishing in the fact. I mean, one guy literally said, oh my god, we're so evil.
Yeah, that was N.A. Penter. That was N.A. Penter sitting up in his chair in the gamer position saying, bro, we're so evil. And his teammate saying, I can't believe we just did that. Yeah, That's the person that I'm supposed to believe the words of in that instance, in that situation. Totally believe, bro. Bro, I totally believe. Promise. Total trust. Properly apologize. Doesn't make up for what I did, but I would say that I am now on neutral terms with them for the most part. If anyone knows how I can properly reach out to Astro, please do let me know. In the meantime, I am compiling a large list of every exploit I know that exists or theorized to be possible within the game, and I'll be handing it over to Bungie. It may not be much, but it's my first step in making amends to Bungie. To the greater Marathon community, I apologize for how my actions affected the perception of the game as a whole. I love Marathon a lot, and the fact that I gave haters more ammunition isn't something I'm proud of. If you would like to hear more regarding the situation of my thoughts, I did an interview with Geek Saws, and I think it accurately depicts them. One of my teammates, Ivan, no mate Stoodle, was also in there, and I fully agree with a lot of what he said. I will link the article below. This will be my last point regarding the situation outside of answering questions people ask. For now, the road to redemption is long. I'll see you on June 11th, when I take the first step. P.S. Yes, I bought Twitter Premium just for this post. I'm not proud of this either, but I didn't want this to be a giant thread instead of one easy-to-read post. I'm canceling the subscription after this post. They still have the check mark, by the way. And then they post the interview. I'ma tell you what this actually is, okay? I have hosted and I've ran some official games and some private servers and hosted private servers. I'm gonna tell you what this is. This is what people call in commentary trolls remorse. This is what we call griefers remorse. This is not real criticism. This is not real apologia. This is not real apologia. This is an act. This post right here This is what you write when you're not sorry about what you did. You're sorry you got caught, and you're sorry that the narrative is against you so much that the only play you have is to throw yourself at the feet of everybody involved, and then say exactly the shit that both myself and Exo Crusher, but especially Exo Crusher, because he called this shit about 2 episodes back, was going to be the case. He did the shit that he did. He got caught. Granted, he was filming himself doing the crime. He's been filming himself doing the crime. He got caught. He got a temp ban, not a permanent ban, a temp ban, and like fucking Morgue Pie, choosing to go live on air doing BDSM content, having people in fetish gear dress up as Gemp dogs for attention, is doing this in a way to get sympathy and to be able to say, well, I apologize. I genuflected. I'm really gonna change this time, guys. Scout's honor. This is what a person does when they want to be able to make sure they're on the right side of the narrative. Because it looks like they're doing everything they're supposed to, right? Very, very close to what you think is what should happen on the internet. Would you agree or disagree?
No, I agree with your analysis. He comes across as though he's a failed theater kid.
Yeah, this
apology.
This shit is there's no need for him to post all this shit. Like, certainly yes, you could have been able to post all this, but you could have also posted it as a chain thread. You didn't have to buy Twitter Premium to do that. You did this for attention, and actually, he's using this place as a way to promote himself. If you'd like to hear more about the situation and my thoughts, I did an interview with somebody that accurately depicts my thoughts. And one of my teammates, and then he starts self-snitching and looping people in, being like, I wasn't the only one there, it was the other guy too. But it was your broadcast stream that it came from. One of my other mates was there, but he also had things to say. He's very sorry. He's very sorry too. Oh, he's so sorry. So sorry. Doing the entire bit of rubbing his nipples in a circle. Just open up the nipple flaps, just like South Park. Just, oh, I'm so sorry for what I did. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's the kind of shit that is really gay and really fucking lame. It's really fucking gay and it's really fucking lame. Any other video game, any other ecosystem, any other creator space, especially a place like Marvel Rivals, this is what you put on Quad's no-fly list for content creators. Quad is a player that is Eternus / one above all. He is one of the really good people inside of Marvel Rivals that are very good at the video game. Quintessentially can play a lot of characters. He's disabled and he plays a lot of characters and ground to get that good. And it's the case that he has a little list that basically is full of all the creators that he's cool with and all the creators that he's not cool with. And basically he keeps a dossier on them so that if they do something that's some fuck shit like this, he can say, oh no, don't platform them in a tournament. Now, I'm not agreeing with this behavior. I think that shit's gay too. But as we've clearly seen with Kingsman and with Flat's OW, there's a reason for that kind of thing to exist amongst people. Hell, we as creators talk amongst each other and they say, hey, have you ever talked to this one guy? Here's something that they did. Oh, I remember that guy. He did some shit like that. Did some shit like this to me too. Hell, me and Kinoflex on the Birdman 15. Hell, myself, Kinoflex, and Jay on the Birdman 15. He tries to say, oh, these fucking people, the fucking sister of Gorlock, and this fucking guy. And immediately, we're supposed to be persona non grata. Well, that shit goes both ways. We don't have to cover your content. We can talk about what you did, but we're not going to give you any free views for it. And now he's found himself on the other side of that dimensional space. The same way as Utterly Noah, the same way as Anthony Gramuccia, and the same way as Birdman himself. Having to basically take fights against everybody on the internet, because now that shit that he does is backfiring on him. Where, I don't know if you noticed, did you happen to see that community post? Where he was being called out by a trans creator about how he was not addressing something to their liking. And he basically
highlighted it.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. This little fucking post where he's like, "Don't fucking talk to me. You're wrong. I don't want to hear what you have to say." And it's like, "Oh wait a minute. I thought we hold people accountable here. I thought you're supposed to hear people no matter what the fuck what it's about. Because wrong is wrong, right?"
You were an ally, Bird Brain. What happened?
Yeah.
Aren't you going to listen to a trans creator when they bring up a gripe of you supporting noted transphobe J.K. Rowling?
Yeah.
While as you chill for her HBO show,
Yeah.
what's happening?
Yeah. What happened? I thought you were supposed to be down with the cause, nigga. Damn. I didn't realize you were on the side of the chuds. and it starts blowing up in your face, right? Because it's rules for thee, not for me. Rules for thee, not for me. You need to do what I say you should do. But the second this shit comes to me, no. We do different rules around here, bro. This is a cult, bro. We don't run a religion. This is a cult. You praise my cock. Now open up. Open wide. You gotta be ready for this cock meat surprise. Nah. You can suck my dick now. How funny the tables have turned. And much like here, it is the same thing there. This kind of shit is the kind of thing that will demotivate a person from buying the game. So that's why we have done the homework of doing this. Because you see, the other side of this, alongside all the other dramas that have been blowing up, is that all these people have noted for a fact that in the history of Bungie, they've almost never permanently or even temporarily suspended people for doing things. It took the entire community and Sony breathing down their neck to possibly broach this ban. It wouldn't have happened without them complaining. So at the same time, I would mock them. I feel bad for them, right? I went on to a call-in on a show called Wick TV because I have a mutual of mine that is inside of Dev's audience called Madrybread. He is a creator in his own right. He's a very big creator in his own right who does Let's Plays and playthroughs. And in his LPs and in his challenges that he does, we had a discussion basically about the nature of gaming. And I talked about the nature of gaming has been ruined a lot by people making it into a culture war. Marathon is one of those victims of the culture war. You can say the same thing about all the games that have basically failed and completely been broken out of their ass on their faces in the first fiscal quarter this year. Fucking Concord, Highguard, Horizon Gathering, which I don't even think is out yet. Relooted. Mixtape. There's one slipping my mind, and I can't remember what its name is right now. But all of these kinds of games, and the reaction the industry has put into them, while they chase the nature of AAA recognition from titles from companies that are basically the ship of Theseus, or individual companies that are supposed to be indie, but they're not indie. They went the way of the dodo because we didn't respond to the product, right? But given what it actually has, Marathon actually does have a diehard fan base. They will play this game until the wheels fall off, and that's good for them. I'm not stopping them from playing this game, okay? For all of the fucking culture war, I want people to play things that they have fun playing. But that means you have to actually be playing the video game. You can't go onto Twitter and complain about the game and never fucking log in, okay? I did my time. I did my severance. I did my due diligence. I played the game, and I gave my opinion about how I felt about it afterwards. That was not enough for some of these people. Some of them still are bitching and moaning and whining and complaining. And it is funny because what has come to pass is that this event and the fact that the game is just very high in turnover, because this is not a fun experience to go through, has required them to potentially open up the game to having a audience potentially injected in by making a PvE mode and a different experimental mode. So, experimental modes. Inside of the game, occasionally, you can have a design. Marathon experiment. Marathon experiment. You can have a game mode that is time selected. There are a couple of them that have been introduced. The first one was duos. Another one was the access to experimental queues, where the game mode is changed to provide extra challenge. One of those queues that have been added was a way for players to experience the game differently with opportunity for a sponsored kit. So, the way that they introduced this was that the first experiment was trying out perimeter duo queues, bringing the number down from 2-on-2 from 3-on-3 to 2-on-2. They did the experiment to provide the opportunity to basically make the game slower. Because the problem is, 3-on-3 in these maps are not like the giant fucking mess that Highguard was. They're appropriately sized. There's points and venues of interest that have certain kinds of loot that will always spawn there. But you have to go there to get it. And you have to interface with both PvE enemies that are inside the area that can fight you for it, and turrets that are guarding it, and other players that are going to fight you in the venue. So the structure itself basically becomes a battlefield map, or more colloquially, a Call of Duty map. Hangar, airport, for example, or Dust Bowl from Modern Warfare 2 or Modern Warfare 3. You remember what I'm talking about, the airport, and then the quintessential Dust Bowl area that's like an oil rig? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Those kinds of zones of locale, if it's just a shooter game, and it's just team deathmatch, they are the equivalent of these feature zones that have these little areas that you fight in. But because these buildings are the venue becomes the battle map. So you have to learn all of these different zones. And these zones, when you have 3-on-3, it can become very hectic very quick. You can't tell what the fuck's going on in the game, is really the problem. That's the problem from the position of being an audience member, and also being in the position of a casual consumer. If you were to fucking go to the goddamn game right now, let's do this together, chat. Yes, Terminal, thank you. Terminal and Rust. You can do this right now as an example. If you were to go and just look at what the game looks like, if you just fucking look at it passively on Twitch, you cannot make not a hide or a hair on the game. Hi, Carl. If you were to fucking if you go on there and you just look up, let's use the top streamers right now, because right now this category is not healthy. Peep that fucking number, chat. That number says 1.7k viewers. That is a very small number of people to be broadcasting and to also be watching in this category. Waiting for it to load, waiting for it to load, waiting for it to load, waiting for it to load. Refresh the page. Waiting for it to load, waiting for it to load.
Shit or not, so I just want you to be careful.
You go into a map, you go and watch somebody stream. You can't recognize what the fuck's going on. If you're familiar with the game, you'll know where you are. But for the most part, your ability to get access to this content, you can't tell what the fuck's going on. Guy sees a guy, shoots a guy, no fucking clue what's going on. You go to another stream. Most of them are idling inside the menu, looking at their giant wealth of vault value with all the weapons and all the guns they have, because they're all playing together with other streamers and not by themselves, not solo queue. Go to another one, like Staycation. A person who switched over from the finals to this game. Same fucking story. I got a commercial.
Hate that.
I am so not in love with the fact that they have made it so that you basically have to pay for fucking Amazon Prime and Amazon or Twitch Turbo at the same time to not have ads. I ain't trying to eat no Firehouse sub right now, but Prime Rib Steak sandwich actually kind of feels kind of good. But I can just make that in my house. I don't need to buy that shit. But you go to another streamer stream, and it's just unintelligible. Not because I say it is, but because it's rooms and hallways. And the rooms and hallways along these missions and these liaison contracts, you have to do so much work, so much effort to read what's happening in these engagements and fights, to get opportunities for content and loot. And then when you transition this into taking fights, into the zones that you're in, it's no different than if you were playing a survival crafter game. Like a shooter version of Minecraft, but without the crafting. So maybe Terraria. Any other video game could do this better. And there are some that do it. Hell, that fucking Duck video game, Duck from Tarkov, is a perfect example of what it's supposed to be like from a single player perspective. RuneScape Dragon Wilds, better example, from a PvP perspective if you play on a PvP server. Nobody wants to watch this. screens of watching people open up loot, and maybe every now and again you get to see combat? How do you learn the video game doing this? It's the case that right now in the category, based on what Extra Crusher just communicated, the amount of people that are enjoying watching Destiny, in terms of numbers of people playing the game, maybe not watching on Twitch, but playing it is more. Marathon. It's an embarrassing experience to watch. And not only is the game bad, not only is the game boring, but you have horrible, horrible individuals ruining its entire perspective. Ruining its fun for everybody involved. Which then led to them doing these experiments. So, the first experiment was duos. They wanted to slow the map down. Then, they had an experiment of doing what they called sponsored experimental queues. So, the first one was Dire Marsh. The second one was Perimeter. You go in with a free green enhanced tiered sponsor kit. And it will only support crew matchmaking or pre-made matchmake queues. And green sponsor kits will be free and gray tier sponsor. Like, will be free. Gray tier sponsor kits that were shittier were made retired until end of season. The difference being that green was actually a tier up that costed you money, that's like 2.5 credits, and the gray tier was the bottom tier that was considered shittier tier. Didn't really give you a lot of loadout in order to be able to fight back against people. This is just basically Fortnite with extra steps at this point. And it was better! It was better. Because instead of getting shit on by a goo gun, or getting shit on by somebody who is exploiting, technically you still could, but instead of getting shit on by somebody who's exploiting the fire rate of a shotgun to shoot at the speed of an assault rifle, you all start with the same weapons. They don't get to have a magical shield that saves their life. They don't get to have all the stats and all of the recovery and all the feedback in the world to keep themselves alive when they get caught in a bad engagement. It becomes a pure skill-based matchmaking game. So it plays a lot more like Call of Duty in that way, but it's just hardcore, one life. Kind of like Search and Destroy, but with less steps, but also extra steps. I'm trying not to overcomplicate the way I'm describing this, but basically, the video game as they designed it is so toxic to the gameplay loop. They have been experimenting with ways to bring this into the game. And so, upon testing this, where this testing phase has technically concluded, it is the case that Marathon the Game announced an article, I should have that article saved here, that is going to break down everything that will be covered from the game's launch release and what they are going to bring into the next season. Let me bring it up, make sure I can find it, because I know I had it saved. I probably didn't save it in the right place. So, Marathon the Game. Did I save it? Did I save it? Apparently I didn't. Carl, you're a bad content creator. How dare you? And it's in here somewhere. Ah, here we go. Here's the article. I did save this article, but apparently I saved it in a different place. But anyways, so here is the version of this article. We're going to read through this, and then I'm going to show you the examples from the details of the documentation.
Okay.
Short version, TLDR. The first season of Marathon coming to a close, they have created a strong core community. They are embarking on a multi-season journey about growing from the seed of the strong community. We have to solve some pain points for some players. We need to make the game less grindy and more rewarding. We need to make improvements to the UI and the UX, to matchmaking, to endgame meta, playing as a solo or a duo, etc., smoothing out the onboarding process, building more of the core game, adding new and fun-minded content with new updated zones, runner shells, combatants, weapons, loot, and more, building better progression systems to make progression more interesting, building on survival experience to change moods, and the word that struck fear into the hearts of multiple people across the timeline, exploring more pure PvP, PvE, and PvP light experiences. as well as continuing experimental queues would learn more about the experiences, bringing back duels for Season 2 with a rotating duels queue, and another one, testing experiments in Season 2 around PvE and PvP-like modes, expanding the max size of your vault, increasing faction progression rates, and talking Season 2 content such as Nighttime Marsh, new Cradle progression system, the Runner Sentinel Shell, all during the week of May 25th. Basically, the same week in which Path of Exile 2 0.5 will be launching. So they're launching up against the release of a massively expected title. But this line here about the PvP and PvP Lite experience, as well as a mid-season update around PvE and PvP Lite game modes, this completely broke their ass up. So the drama overall has been, our game is designed to be better than your shitty video games. Our real video games have a challenge. They did a reverse Dark Souls. Do you remember the era of Dark Souls with people doing the quest for hate mail, constantly telling people get good, get good, get good, get good, get good?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall when Sekiro Shadows Die Twice had a game journalist cheat using a cheat engine to basically give themselves infinite lives and infinite health, so they could complete the game for the purpose of a review?
Yeah.
And then Fetus Berry Crunch's meme of you cheated not only yourself and the game. So, I know how they got here. I took you through all the details so that we could get here, so we can put a fucking nail in it, because I think I've covered this enough. But here's how they got here, right? Washouts that tried to play things like Elden Ring, and tried to play things like Dark Souls, and tried to play things like Absolver, and tried to play things like Eternal Return, and tried to play things that were basically PvP, and you had to be skilled enough to know how to play it, to be good at it. New upcoming games like Absolem, Naraka Blade Point, they played versions of PvP experiences, and they got fucking ass fucked. And they got mad. They got mad at the world, they got mad at the game. And what they started doing is they basically kept looking for new video games to get into. They treated it like it was culture war. They said, we don't want people like you playing our game. People like you playing our game are really bad at the game. And so they got into this cycle where they told themselves that they're better and that they're going to prove that they're better. And in proving that they are better, it's going to be the case that we're going to involve people in certain ways across the content that we are doing. And that in the content that we are doing, we're going to re-up the responsibility and the interest that it has. Now, there was a player report that came out that Sony, despite this being a massive loss leader, is going to stick with this and Destiny 2. And there was a, at this point, infamous journalist, I don't think you know his name, Paul Tassi, behind the article.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, from some of his greatest hits, such as "This is all the First Descendant is a naked woman wearing a swimsuit skin in a cold frozen mountain era, while he has a level 1 character, which means he didn't play the game at all." Paul Tassi wrote a review of Marathon, and his conclusion is that this is not a game made for him. And they were doing the same rigmarole of, you don't know what the game is, you don't know how to play the game, you don't know how to appreciate it, blase, blase, blase. And after the game report, they were told that Sony would be sticking by the game, and then he wrote an article about the fact that Marathon and Destiny 2 are only so big that there isn't enough room for the two of them together. That they're going to be fighting each other. And they got mad again. And then, this article comes out, after the support of it, about all these things that they're going to be working on that was going to lead them to trying to fix shit. So we're going to read down this, and we're going to go through what they have learned is the result of what brought them here. Right? And then we're going to finish on that and then move to the big actual meat and potatoes topic here. Topics, plural. So, 3 months later, if it were a recording, this is where you'd hear them press play. Synth beats lulling with the playful blah 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 blah. It's been nearly 6 months where we passed you and flown you across the stars and crash landed you on Tau Ceti 4. From all the development team and myself and all the talented people at Bungie and Sony that have been supporting us, it has been quite a wild ride. From launch to now, we have watched you tackle the challenges of the game, learn to navigate the threats, discover new ways to engage with one another, and create infinite, unique stories of survival. And throughout all of them, we've been listening and trying new things in an effort to learn more about all of you. So, before, we took the roots to the game back to the 90s, where you were a lone security officer defending a colony ship above the distant planet of Tau Ceti 4. Your fight for survival began a long journey of discovery in which you learned about alien races, the danger of AI evolution and rampancy, and the collective nature of dimensional reality, among many other themes. When we thought about making a new survival-based experience, the world of Marathon for us was the perfect backdrop. Being on the edge of space where you're alone, separated from the comfort and proximity of Earth and the solar system, and confronted with a new experiment around the rules of physics and reality being challenged, felt like the right environment to create a game that asked you to learn, adapt, and overcome new challenges in new, intriguing, and mind-bending ways. As we moved towards those ideas of life, we brought together a team to provide a social survival experience, built around core themes and concepts. Everything is potentially dangerous. Preparing is important. Every run moves you forward. Big risk, bigger reward. Use your judgment, and survival matters. Building on these concepts, we have constructed the game around high-impact decisions, feeling the push and pull, making a game that felt too complex and confusing and punishing, versus one that felt learnable and punishing enough to keep survival and interest as a central theme. We iterated with expanding groups of players, making our shifts in core gameplay and features that we got back through our tests. In the end, we landed on a game where we feel that we achieved a balance in what we were provoking players to learn, taking risks and feel the glory of successfully surviving, the tragedy of catastrophic failure, all in the pursuit of creating compelling stories traversing the mysterious and dangerous environments on an alien planet. And then we put that game into canon and launched it into the world beyond us. Here's what went well. We launched Cryo Archive and the ranked mode. We launched the experimental queues, including experiments around duos and sponsored kit queues. We tackled a variety of balance patches and hot fixes that we've seen in the live game, and we launched the mid-season carry initiative to focus on winning with and against other players in new ways. That last part there is important. The kind of game that Marathon is, it's much like how people were trying to play Arc Raiders when the Burnt Peanut was being a retarded, I'm going to say the word, chat, faggot the entire time that he was playing that video game, especially during the Streamer Award drama, where he basically is, eat my shit, eat my poop, eat my shit, eat my poop, I'm so good at this game! Where he kills people on purpose just for the sake of saying, you're not going home today, buddy boy. They were doing that a lot inside of Marathon. So they had to create a system to say, listen brother, it's time to go home. No more killing. Stop this. Here's what they learned. Marathon is overwhelming to learn. It's easy to hit a wall if you're not spending lots of time, and you don't have a consistent crew, and you're not super skilled. Still figuring out balance of mixes of things in the endgame. Sometimes you don't want to sweat. And so, here's what they had to say about that. Marathon for new players can be an overwhelming experience. After a short tutorial, you're thrown into the fire to learn a lot of concepts, navigate a lot of screens, filter through tons of loot, and build muscle memory with a lot of mechanics fairly quickly in a hostile environment where other players can bring you down and take your stuff. Matches feel like a death spiral for some players. You get up, you go in, you die to a spawn rush where someone gets to jump on you as you're looting. Faction progression feels like a slog, and you struggle to get mats and credits to upgrade with. You rarely get out of the loop, and the endgame of Cryo is so far away as you inch forward in the precious hours you have to play every week, and doing it solo just makes it all the more harder. Bubble grenade spam and snipers make it feel like every engagement at the endgame, with all the stuff everybody has, is chaotic, fast, and stressful in a bad way. Taking time to make important tactical decisions feels like a luxury. Spawn rushing and lobbing clearing are dominant strategies that pull the facing too far forward and make matches far too predictable, with matchmaking being either a blessing or a curse. And sometimes, you don't want to sweat. Gripping your precious loot every moment as you creep to the exfil while spinning your head like a chicken to make sure another runner doesn't drop in on you with a shotgun is a fun and intense experience, but after a few runs of that, you need to power down and want to frag out and relax and play a different way, making it hard to find a chill moment inside of Marathon. So from this, what they learned was they would introduce sponsored Martian Perimeter to create a more chill environment, especially if you were stomped out and just wanted to focus on getting quests done instead of duking it over loot. Many people have been playing the sponsored kit quick queues, which included me, and were excited to see how it helped the overall loop of the game's economic gain and its progression, which is a lot. These kinds of runs are called Zero to Hero, where you go in with basically little to no loot, and you leave a rich man. They do that all the time on things like OSRS. They do it all the time on things like Eternal Return. They do it all the time on things like Path of Exile. But the problem here is that this is a PvP game. I don't get to decide how I take engagements and fights. So, I at least get the benefit of going in with the same as everybody else, and it makes the experience far more forgiving. Instead of being mad that it's a case of the haves versus the have-nots, it's instead the case that you're having a lot more fun, and you're having a lot better experience. Because now all the other people across the pond are looking down at the game, and they're saying, being like, why would I want to get invested in this? And they have to bring these modes in as a way to help people get up to the floor of the actual power kit that everybody else has. Which is they then brought in the sponsored kits and the new matchmaking system, as well as the mini playlist queues that they were running at the same time. There was too much that there wasn't enough in the game to offer people opportunities and experience. So, some of the things that they'll be doing, period, is that they're bringing in new zones, they're bringing in new enemies, they're bringing in new weapons, and they're creating new ways to exfil that aren't just find an exfil and defend it, and find a guarded exfil, make a lot of noise on the map, and potentially have to fight for your life so you can have the privilege to leave. They're instead going to start doing things like adding new rotating duo queues, the new matchmaking system that makes it so that you can find better high-quality matches, with a flexible end for high-end gameplay, expanding the loot of the map, and extra things from Season 2 and beyond to improve the game's visuals and its game loop. But more especially, the part that had people crying, experimenting with 2 modes in the middle of this, at the beginning of the season and one in the middle and the latter half, that will allow for PvE, but with a light touch of PvP, and another one being a PvE-only mode that focuses on crews being tasked with completing objectives together and making some progress across matchmaking queues. This is the same thing as saying the PvE modes of Team Fortress 2. The PvE modes of Overwatch and Overwatch 2, now known specifically just as Overwatch. This is the PvE mode that was added to Marvel Rivals, which is basically fucking Marvel Zombies. Lots of people have been laughing at this, because a game that courted itself as a big boy game not made for little wimps, they don't like being embarrassed like this. And that's funny, to laugh at them for this, because there was a lot of brouhaha going in. They promised that they'd ban hackers. They promised that they'd ban cheaters. They promised that this would be a game that anybody could enjoy. And they have had the worst PR spear that I think I've seen in the history of online content since fucking forever. This is embarrassing shit. For the people who were very much all about, I want the chuds not playing this, oh, they're crying. They're mad. They're punching the ceiling angry. They're upset that they can even hear the sound of joy in my voice. But I don't say this gleefully and joyful. I say it as like, nigga, we told you. We told you from the beginning this was gonna happen. I hate being right. But that's the shit they deserve. And that's the shit that's sad. Now, I'm not saying this all as a way to tell you not to play the game. I'll tell you explicitly, do not play Marathon. But this is the shit that you deserve to learn. You couldn't live with your failures, and look where it brought you. Back to Fortnite. It's just Fortnite with another skin now. At least that's what people are thinking of it. And it's good for them. It's good that this has happened. It's good that they're experiencing this. Because maybe next time they'll start listening to people. Maybe next time they'll stop being retarded. Maybe next time they'll be more understanding. I don't know what you have to say about it. I'm going to toss it back to you, if you have anything to say before we move forward. What do you think after I've told you everything I've told you thus far, and everything that I've shown you? You don't even know where to start?
Yeah, I don't even know. It's just a lot to take in.
Let me phrase it like this. Would you ever want to spend $40 to pay for Marathon?
No, not even close. If this is like especially if it's such a hassle to actually play the game, like you're communicating.
Mm-hmm. After seeing just a handful of the fucking antics these people have justified, and the antics that they thought were acceptable, until it finally blew their game up in a way where they say, okay, clearly we have to change this because this cannot be our identity. Do you think that they're going to be able to rebrand themselves the same way that, say, Kick rebranded themselves from being the place where the runoff of Twitch goes to being a respectable broadcasting website? Do they have any chance of bringing in the modern audience, or casual players at all? Do you think that they can recover their image? Gotta think about it for a second. He got knocked out somehow.
Yeah, sorry. I crashed for some reason.
That's so cool, I'll rephrase the question, or I'll restate the question. Do you think that after the shit from NA Painter and from all of the embarrassment and setbacks that they've had, that it'll ever be possible for them to rebuild their brand and rebuild their image after what they've experienced at the hand of NA Painter and his toxic bullshit?
No, because it really does feel as though they're trying to downplay it as much as possible because they are insecure over people over not having like a huge player base. Like they're reliant on big streamers bringing people over to their game, and that shows that they can be taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm. Now, it is the case that for a lot of those people that originally were starting to play Marathon in the beginning, Peanut tried it, Shroud tried it, Ninja tried it. In the case of Burnt Peanut, Peanut literally was getting harassed by his audience so much for playing Marathon that he had to start playing it off camera. He couldn't play the game on stream because they hated the fact that he wasn't putting time into Arc. For Shroud originally called Arc a old man's game, a dad game. Then when he switched to Marathon, when he was bored and had nothing left to do inside of Arc, so he went to Marathon, he started talking about it more favorably. I had brought up on one of the broadcasts that his statement, when it was actually covered by Ninja, was like, bro, this game's so boring, there's nothing to do in Arc Raiders. And it's like, bro, you play for fucking 90 hours a week, minimum. There are regular niggas that are coming off of work for 4 to 8 hours that don't put in that much time. Sure, there's maybe 90 hours of content that you could get out of Arc Raiders if you max everything, but how actually frequently are they going to be able to interact and engage in that material? There's a lot of things for them to do. And then he changes his tune when he changes over to Marathon, because now he's like, you know, maybe it wasn't so bad. After getting my run crashed out by the bots being harder than the fucking players, maybe I was too rough on you. Maybe I was too harsh to you in my haste, Arc Raiders. And then Ninja, probably the most honest of all, I don't know, maybe because he put a baby in his wife, he realized how shitty he was after the fucking blue dye was no longer staining his brain cells. But, Ninja, he actually had moments where it was the case that he was doing everything right as a solo player. He was going in, he was managing his risk, he was doing what he could, and it's like he takes an encounter against an enemy, against a player who tries to push him, and then immediately gets fucking wiped by a bot around the corner. An actual NPC killing him. Because the way that the enemy functions, sometimes the fight isn't the thing that kills you, it's what you do in between the recovery phase. Because there's a stat in the game called loot speed. There's a lot of stats in the game that are affected by other things, but loot speed is a stat that they added to Marathon that basically makes it so that there is an arbitrary amount of time based on the stat that dictates how quickly you can loot a curio. So, the normal thing that you do, like say Call of Duty, if you have automatic medkits, you just heal over time. You take a fight, you wait in the corner for a second, you heal up. If you have Scavenger, you pick up the loot pack that dropped off their body. If you're running out of weapon ammunition and you don't have Scavenger, you pick their gun up and you start killing people with their gun. In Battlefield, you'd be looking for a loot pack, you'd be looking for an ammo pack, you'd be calling for a medic, you take a knee, you recover, you rebolster your position, and you keep pushing the edge of that affair on the battlefield. In this game, you can be inside of a container. You could be trying to loot a player's backpack for what they have, and you can't loot fast enough for the next engagement that's coming around the corner. It almost promotes ratting. And it was the case that one of those instances happened live on air. And within a month, every single big streamer stopped playing this game entirely. And then the numbers kept crawling and kept crawling and kept crawling. Because the same thing we had covered earlier. It just was not fun to watch. It was not fun to interpolate on. It was not fun to argue about. It was just not a good experience. Whatsoever. And with all of this shit here, that's just them admitting it finally. For the longest time, they didn't admit it. Now they did. So, ultimately, for people like me, it's like, I gave you 100 hours of my time. That's more than you deserved. For people like you, even though you're hearing about it secondhand, even if you were to assess this after the broadcast, I would press you not to pay the money for this. I was talked into it. I took a bet. I know what I did. I paid for it, and I got it for cheap. I at least saved myself $8 of this depression. I would never want to have a person in your audience buy this just to be like, Carl's kind of hyperbolizing, isn't he? Don't you not believe me? Save your fucking money. I would be more likely to tell you to buy a burger combo with a large fry and drink than for you to even pay $25 of this game on layaway. Not redeemable. Because ultimately they have an identity crisis at Bungie. It's not the same company, it's not the same people. They're coasting on name recognition. They can't serve two masters at the same time. They can't make the Destiny 2 players that have turned Marathon into this fucking laughing coffin simulator happy at the same time as pleasing Destiny 2 players. Did you happen to be a Destiny 2 player, Kino?
Oh, no. No, I've never played Destiny.
Well, I have some people here in the audience that are listening, and people that are in the audience that are also chatting, that they've experienced it, and they've talked about it ad nauseum, and I'll summarize for them so we can move to the next topic, that it was a game that was good, and it had its time, but it got bad, and Marathon are all the bad problems that came from Trials, Tombs of Osiris, and it was catered to the worst shitter you ever know. They deserve to fail. Not because they didn't make a good product, but because the people that they brought in decided to make their house, and now they don't want to lie down with the fleas. Sad to see. Couldn't have happened to a worse game. Rest in piss, though. Now then. We have eaten our peas. We have crossed our T's. We have dotted our I's. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's get into this dick shit. Let me pull up the live stream from my checkpoint, and we're gonna go through them. I have mostly all the ones done by EFAP. The one that I do not have is when you debated Anthony Granuccia. Do you happen to have that on you, lying around somewhere?
Where I debated Anthony Gramuglia?
Yeah, I think you were on his live stream and you were debating him, or was it just through Twitter?
I wasn't debating him on a live stream over Noah. That was someone else.
Okay, that was somebody else.
I can give you that stream.
Okay. Because I've got EFAP 385 and the highlights that came from it and the other broadcasts. Let's see here. We've got the highlight of Lying Rat Anthony Gramuglia abandons ship. Otter Noah exposed for false flagging. Anthony Gramuglia, the ultimate grifter. Otterly Noah's life completely implodes. I have all four of those in clip form. I think it should be worth it to go through two apiece, because these streams are long. They're very, very long.
Yeah.
I believe
I might not stay for all of them, but
yeah.
I'll try to stay for what I can.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to use the clip
like
version.
Context.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to use the clip versions. Because
Sweet.
the highlights are still like an hour and 30 minutes, but it's much easier. So we're going to use Otterly Noah exposed for false flagging, and we're going to use pieces of Anthony Gramuglia, the ultimate grifter, and Lying Rat Anthony Gramuglia abandoned ship from the EFAP highlights channel to try to cover this from your point of view. And then you just simply chime in when you can. So I try to understand this as it was happening.
Of course.
So I tuned into this and picked this story up around the time that it was happening, 419. That's where they did a first stream on number 384 that I believe they unlisted, where they were laughing at the fact that Noah was being a pathetic plagiarist.
Yeah.
That'd be right about around the time from the 19th to the 24th, where this proceeded to him getting exposed on Dickers. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Immediately after the 384 stream, like I would say like 24 hours later, Noah got exposed. Noah confessed.
And that would correspond with 385, Otterly Noah and Anthony Gramuglia, Dishonor Amongst Rats, which is where Callisto and Diorio were present.
Right. It should have been a few days later.
So, we're going to go to here. Because this is...
I still don't know where that thumbnail is from.
A couple of these, I know they are the screen cap. I don't know where this one for Grand Theft Auto, The Fall of Otterly Noah came from.
Yeah.
Let's see, we got this one. And that is 153. And then, like I said, this one. And this one. So, for these broadcasts, they jump around a couple places because this is where you were having your post being reacted to. Let me put this on screen for the people. This is where you had your post being reacted to by Otterly Noah. What video was this that he was reacting to?
That you repeated,
or was this the chat?
Garbage for your Voice of Grifter video?
This was me confronting Noah, like asking him if he plagiarized from another creator known as Pillar of Garbage for his Glass Onion response to Critical Drink, or his response to Critical Drinker over Glass Onion. He never and if you watch the clip, he never says no.
So let me pause the background music. And let's replay that from 00. I'm gonna put this on 2.5 and if not 2 times because there is a lot and we're trying to condense as quickly as we can.
Right.
That you repeated like a point from Pillar of Garbage for your Voice of Grifter video.
What? Well, if you want to make a video on that, Kino, go ahead, buddy.
I never said I'm gonna make a video, but I'm just asking if it's possible.
You can.
Now, I find it funny that while Otterly Noah is saying this, that he's basically smiling and grinning like, okay, buddy, all right, if you want to do that, do it with your time and money. And it's like, you're guilty. No person who knows that they're innocent reacts that way. He would be reacting more with shock, not with gluttonous glee. Because it's like, oh, my tracks are covered. There's no way that it will be proven. This is going to be looked at like you're a fucking schizo.
If you want to make a video on that, go ahead. Or like if that's, I honestly don't know because that video has come out so long ago now. But if I plagiarized him as well,
it was so long ago. I can't remember if I plagiarized somebody's takes as my own or if I was inspired by them.
I am more than happy to own up to that as well.
So the video by this Otterly Noah guy was this person bragging that they had the highest viewed video on Tectone. They were like the one who broke the mold and was calling him out from day one.
So that's in reference to the fact that Tectone, he lost his divorce settlement, I believe. And he's
a civil case, yeah.
Yeah, and he just took a massive L when it came to optics because obviously this bald bragging douchebag is doing content the wrong way. The wrong way being he jumps onto stories, he jumps into news, he gets platformed onto platforms like the Unsubscribed podcast, and he's more focused about trying to bring attention to people like Hassan Biker and talking about how bad he is, while he himself basically is the equivalent of Ian Maya's Chong. He mostly is a reply guy. He just kind of is homeless right now because all of his friends that he would have been friends with basically got deplatformed or non-persona'd because they did fuck shit. Mudahar experienced this, Nux Talk, you experienced this. And just as a regular guy who was a part of, if he still is a part of, One True King, he's just been suffering the consequences of, having to eat shit in the public eye because of his public dramas and public scrutiny.
Shamu comes up and says, highest viewed, and you clearly regurgitated significant portions of my video without taking credit and directly ripped the footage I edited. I asked him for credit in the description of the video, and then he left me a comment like he did me a favor. You didn't, you just plagiarized my work. So now we see the November 5th, 2025 message that Shamu sent to this Otterly Noah person saying, any chance I can get a source in the video description of your Tectone video? I really don't care when people use my stuff. Typically, I just ask for a source in the description. A lot of it is using the direct video I noticed when I watched it. And Otterly Noah said, I'm assuming you saw my video pushing more of your information on Tectone to a bigger audience. LMAO. It was very fun ripping on Templar in that video also. I've known about this guy for a while. So it's like, hey.
So basically, Otterly Noah takes the person's content and he throws them a fucking side comment in the most Hassan Piker way imaginable, where it's like, listen, bro, I mentioned your content, bro. Like, why are you upset? I used your stuff. I made fun of the guy. And it's like, nigga, you stole not just my work and my credit, but you think giving me a post comment on Twitter away from the post on YouTube is the equivalent of giving me my fucking credit? Are you fucking smoking crack? It must be good. Pass the bud. Why? Why would you do that publicly? Hell, some of those things are said in comments, but this is not a good thing to do, Noah. Noah, as you're doing this, as you were saying these things, did you at all possibly think that this would stay where it was? Because if I was in your position, I wouldn't. Of course, if I was in your position, I wouldn't steal people's content. But, you know, not everybody can be a well-educated black man, you know?
Ooh. There all along. So look at this.
So then...
infamous plagiarist and liar, Otterly Noah, caught adding credits into their description on the fly.
First was Shamu, then was Nicandros, and I think 2 more people jumped in before Dickers did. And at this point in time, right now in the future, they're on the hook for a drama scandal that involves them being involved in a lefty doxing Discord. I don't know if you know about it or not. Did you happen to catch any of that news? Oh no, he might have crashed again. No, he's here. I think the microphone might not be picking up.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, yeah, that's the by lefty like doxing server. You mean like the one Shamu was allegedly in?
Yes, Shamu, Nicandros, all these individuals got exposed for being either attached to it or inside of it, alongside creators like JStalk. They recently got felted over this with people like Chud Logic trying to go up against Stardust.
Destiny.
And Destiny, yes. And getting packed in for it because he was wrong on a lot of things that he covered there. I believe today is Sunday. So I believe on Monday on Wick TV, Wick is going to actually be reacting and watching the entire thing again. Because I didn't watch it as it was happening, but I did go back in time to go get the details on it. And oh my god. A server for 2 years full of all of the kind of lefty shit that we all know happens inside of Discord servers. But now it's logged on camera and proven, and Destiny's got his person who's a connect to it. Stardust has her connect to it. Vindicated on all her rights of all of these people who basically made a job and a career out of harassing her on camera, and then acting like, people just called you a little bit of an Indian slur. It's not that big of a deal. While involved with parasocial drama involving people like ex-girlfriends and ex-fiancés and shit. It's a whole fucking scandal and a half. Not surprised that they're caught up in that scandal, since it's the kind of zealous drama celebrity shit that I would expect from the type of people that would be around someone like Otterly Noah. But it's very, very funny that they're all on top of this, in this situation, and they were here trying to get as much as they could out of it before pushing along like it wasn't happening. I find that very curious. Very, very curious. Almost like they knew the shit was happening, and they had experienced it before, and said nothing until now. Very weird. Very, very weird.
Lie and pretending it was there all along. So look at this. Tactical Templar and Andy Pants Gaming talk about when that they're not real gaming critics and discuss what real gaming criticisms look like. Credit goes to Shamu for the information on Tectone's allegations before his Christian grift. See his videos here.
No, Stardust was not in the doxing server. She predicted that there were people that were in the doxing server, and her suspicions were confirmed. And she was the first person to say that she was 100% right about it.
He is credited in the description, as you are, for the Shadman stuff. If you prefer to be shown on screen and credited there, that's completely fine. Just let me know. I'm more than happy to put an on-screen blurb instead. I assume this is what you meant by not citing because you're in description and not on screen. And he literally just added it because they had a screenshot from earlier where that wasn't in there.
Eventually, a few more people were discovered to already have come forward accusing Noah of plagiarism. On the same day, January 27th, a video released by Ryle Kinhouse documented more instances of Noah's plagiarism.
Utterly Noah is a prolific plagiarist.
Vasquez starts the shot as an amorphous blob before the AI starts to put a mouth on her cheek.
In this shot here with Vasquez, it tries to read her face at first as an amorphous blob because it doesn't recognize her face is a face.
In the same Utterly Noah video, they steal more from Norel, taking the graphics and a snippet of the script.
And Tom Arnold, a spectacle to behold in his prime, looks to be in the early stages of Emperor Palpatineism.
This shot here makes Tom Arnold look like he's turning into an amalgamation of Emperor Palpatine and Donald Trump.
When you steal the jokes, it makes it extremely obvious you lifted the content.
You're using the same wording, or there's the joke where it's like a joke about Palpatine.
Yeah, the Emperor Palpatine joke, right? I assume since I, added in my own thing about it looking like Emperor Palpatine and Donald Trump instead of just saying like he's going what did Neryl say, like going through the stages of Emperor Palpatineism. I thought that was different enough to not be plagiarism, but that obviously wasn't the case.
Sure, but I suppose the thing is, it's like in some ways, I don't know if that's better because you're like, okay, cool, well, I like that line, so I need to change it just enough so it'll get past the audience. I mean, that's almost an acknowledgement that there's an issue there, right?
I mean, if it was me and I was doing this kind of thing, and it was the case that I was doing jokes that I did with Jay on camera versus jokes that I wrote on my own, I would just write my own fucking jokes, and I'd rather not copy somebody else's joke structure. Because it's the same thing as retelling somebody else's fucking humor and retelling somebody else's content, but summarizing it worse and poorly. I would be doing a disservice to that creator. It'd be better for them to just watch the content, because then you don't have to take my word for it. You can just listen to how it was said. But it's different if you're somebody who's like, you're quoting what they're saying, versus you're just putting it in your work and then presenting it like it's your own. You could probably get away with this if you showed like a screen cap clip from the video which the joke came from and played it a little bit in context. So like if you were a fan of Dungeon Soup and you're a fan of the chaotic good barbarian and you were to do something like, I swear to lemons, and you did that as a gag before the video ended, playing like a acapella ad-lib synced version of their ending song, you could stick that in there as a homage, and it would be a lot better for you than if you just fucking ripped the shit directly and then put it on screen on paid content. Right? It plays a lot better.
Right.
It plays a lot better. Because if he is in fact stealing so blatantly, not only the formatting and the editing, the sentence structure, the joke structure, retelling it just enough, like you copied a joke from a female comedian that you laughed at the joke of, so now you gotta hide your shame. I can't support you. No. You're guilty! Guilty! It's barely good enough that it would get by the automated AI bot that scans to see if you copied somebody's content, but this has to flag in the system. I don't know if you do a lot, or if you've ever interacted with the back end of signaling and archiving, where it will tell you if somebody's content matches yours, and like you're doing something that very clearly doesn't fall under terms of service as being something you could claim, like you're playing a video game, and then it says, hey, you were playing Path of Exile 2. Here's 55 people who are copying your content, and it's like, clearly different, but they're still offering it to you like you have the right to strike them. Or worse, you have a second channel and it's showing you your own video edit from your own stream. And it's like, hey, single player Carl Live happens to be copying something from your broadcast. Would you like to strike them? It's so bizarre and weird when it happens, but it's like, obviously I'm not going to strike myself. Obviously I'm not going to claim content that doesn't belong to me. It's a lot different where it's like, hey, Jubilee is gonna take your video content and monetize it because the audio portion of their material that they have a copyright on is clearly being infringed here, and you're like, listen, take the monetization. I'll get paid directly from my audience. It's one of those moments, right? I don't know if you've ever experienced it before, but whenever you do reactions like that, I do them, Jay does them, I think you might want to get into doing them because they're a lot of fun to do.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, you're in the background editor, and it's like, okay, I'm not going to get paid on this video, but I have things to say in here that I'm going to leave this stream up, because it's evergreen. This is valuable content for things to say. I have things that I want to say. I have reactions that I want to give. There's no way that I'm trying to just freebase this. I follow the rules of fair use. Versus, you upload like a fucking test video of some content and they're like, hey, would you like to strike Warner Music Group for stealing versions of your song? And you're like, listen, no, I don't want to abuse this tower. No, this doesn't belong to me. But they still give it to you anyways. It's one of those kind of situations. This is one of those other properly written, but technically kind of unwritten rules of YouTube. It goes right alongside with don't freebait the entire fucking broadcast. You kind of have to do some work. Just enough transformation to make it your own work. Not just like not like fucking ad-libs, change the homework and then add words to it. No, not necessary.
That's definitely valid.
You mined all the footage. You mined all the footage of Tectone, including creative editing from Shamu's video on Tectone's abuse allegations, and then spent 30 minutes of your Christian Grifter video covering said allegations. You're collecting ad revenue, membership, Patreon bucks off of Shamu's work, and dared to fucking boast about having the highest viewed video about Tectone. You're a parasite. There's more examples of what I show in the footage, but Noah basically mined Shamu out of his own fucking video and regurgitated all the screenshots and research.
There was almost always some horny or degenerate thing that he would say.
You're not aware of my first podcast with Decky.
So it's literally just Shamu's edits that he ripped and put into the video.
Anything about that? Do it again.
Yeah, Nick Andros fucking annihilates him.
Daddy issues? They all have daddy issues. Well, she has a facial expression.
So he did this shit, then tried to fake that he credited them publicly.
As if to say, hey, sailor, like the little short dress. She looks.
Yeah, that's fucking egregious.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you do edits, I do edits. We know them shits can take a while, especially if we're doing something highly edited. You probably do a lot more than I do. But when I do something like flies in the ointment, and I put my whole badussy, my whole entire badussy into the product. I'm talking, I sit down, I edit, I put in the work, I sit up and I watch 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours of content. And I go behind myself and I put all work to make videos like this. Yeah, where is it? Not that one. Carl can't spell flies. Still didn't come up. Was it Oreos in the ointment or flies in the ointment? I swear it was flies in the ointment. No, it was Oreos. Carl can't remember the name of his own content, Kappa. But I'm talking, I put in all this work. I put in all this effort. And I feel so proud about it. I did a fucking live stream recapping what I had put in my content and talking about it with other people. But when I put in the effort and the work to review the material,
The healthy route.
I do the editing to get the shit done, and I turn out a like 3-hour, 22-minute project. Could I summarize it down if I didn't go all in talking about it? I could, but then it wouldn't be my work. And then on top of that, for the thumbnail, I do original work. I go in and I go into my editor and I slap shit together based on the thumbnails of the people that I'm talking about. So what's the fucking name of that site? YouTube thumbnail? YouTube... Get YouTube thumbnail thing? There we go. GetYouTubeThumbnail.com. I go into my work and I go behind myself and I get really creative. I put in all this effort and I make a thumbnail that looks like not that. Where is this title bar? There it is. Mr. T. I go into the content and I put in this effort and I make something that looks like this. With my beautiful ugly mug on that bitch. I go out of my way to say to you in repugnance to his own content. Because you got to compare it to the original work it came from. So we got to go to Pillboy's channel. And go to Pillboy's content. And I go down his video, essays. And you can see the one that I'm taking it from. Because this particular screen cap comes from Black Women Love Black Nerds. Which was what this video, alongside a couple of other things from FD Signifier, was being criticized. So you know that after oh my god, this fucking glitch that makes it so that the website is constantly buffering because it's trying to resize the fucking video buttons underneath the video. I've been struggling with it. It's a fucking problem. But this fucking screen cap here, you can clearly see exactly where the inspiration from the thumbnail came from. You can see where the energy for the thumbnail came from. You can see all the effort. You can see it translate all across the material. you know this is how I watch this content. You know this is how I watch the material in order to criticize the content. And probably somewhere inside of it, it'll show the version of it that has, like, the tag of his own creator tag in the corner on how he reviews it. But I do all this work, and you tell me somebody steals my shit? They just steal it? They steal it, they allegedly summarize it, and they act like they did all this effort to cover all this bullshit that's being said? Nah, I'm gonna throw hands. No, I'm fighting you. I'm fighting you. Because even the thumbnail of the work, in order to get my thumbnail, I had to study not just the content, but also his thumbnail. Studio Pillboy versus me criticizing him. And now it's instead Studio Pillboy 2024 saying, let go, let it go. And it's me saying, anti-blackness is everywhere, and it's not our problem. Go to therapy. With my face and my name, with Studio Coon 2024 in the bottom corner. No, I'm fighting you. I'm going to fight you. Not online, in the street. I'm coming after you with a rusty railway spike. What the fuck? What in the actual fuck?
Seems like it's over.
What ever told you that you're getting away with that? Where? What world? Show me. I need you to show me. Show me what world that came from. I bet you that world is not fair. Also, I just realized, can you be able to hear this even though it's playing on a separate screen on this screen?
No, I can't see. It's just pitch black.
Okay. I have to change the window screen. There we go. You see this
There
now?
you go. I see it.
Okay.
Yep, I see it.
Has a facial expression.
So he did this shit, then tried to fake that he credited them publicly.
As if to say, hey, sailor, like the little short dress.
See, right there, that's actually grounds for an actual termination violation. That right there is breaking 5 of the standard quality concerns for fair use.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing about this entire drama with the false DMCA. Noah is trying to abuse the copyright system when really, like, he is like the prime target of the copyright system on YouTube. He's playing really close to the sun here because he's hoping really hard that none of the people he stole from will bother filing a copyright claim for his work.
100%. But it's the cockroach method. But look at me being an asshole. Look at me being repugnant. But look at how big I am. I'm gonna make this take so much time. I'm gonna make this agonizing. I'm gonna make it so hard for you to do your job. And even if you strike me, I'm still gonna get away with it. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that tactic works so much because it's like, I don't want to take the time to deal with you. You're a fucking worm to me. You're underneath my heel. But if you don't strike them, they get away with it. And thus they still profit off what you're doing. If you look at it like this guy does the equivalent of bumping into you with an RFID tags reader in his pocket. And he steals your bank account information. He explicitly buys hardcore granny porn. Hypothetical. Pausing.
He's not pulling a Benjamin Franklin. Don't worry.
Pausing to make sure that anybody who takes this out of context has to explain why I'm now holding my hand up. He buys hardcore granny porn. Gammon Granny's number 85 from Wicked Entertainment. And he posts your bank history. It's the only thing he buys. He doesn't buy anything else. $85. Let's say you make thousands and thousands of dollars. You don't, but let's say that you make thousands and dollars on YouTube. And he gets... he decides to give himself a self-tip, and he says, did you guys know that KinoFlex watches granny porn? I've got a copy of his bank records right here. And you think, he's only posted it on Twitter. Lord knows my audience doesn't necessarily keep up with Otterly Noah's audience. He's incriminating my good standing. He's trying to make me into something I'm not. But the more energy I put into fighting him on this, the more this risks more people becoming aware of it, And if I'm this size and he's that size, there's a chance that there are people that are going to ignore what I say and listen to him, because how the fuck did he get my bank statement? Now, of course, the logical thing is like, nigga, you stole my bank statement. I know that you stole my credit card information. I know that it's you. We have you on camera going to a website terminal. We see you on the screen pulling up Wicked Entertainment, pulling up the Gum and Granny series. We see you shopping around doing it. We see you press confirm. I didn't do this. But any amount of fighting online is the equivalent of giving somebody the benefit of the doubt, right? It's a Kafka trap. If I fight you, I'm damned. If I don't fight you, I'm damned. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's very similar to what was happening to you with the Birdman. If I fight the Birdman's going to try and sue me. If I don't fight the Birdman, I'm letting a bully get away with it. This tactic works very often. It's such an easy tactic to do, especially when you're a fucking no-name worm. Because nobody knows who you are. You can say anything you want. And then you say, wait. See, they didn't say anything because they know I got them dead to rights. And maybe it's a meme amongst their audience. No, Pip, I made it up. I made up the joke. I'm going to kill the joke right now. No, Pip. The joke is, I'm going to do something and make an example of something really, really fucking egregious and eye-opening so that you can understand the point. I don't know why you do this, Pip. Anyways. He does all this shit, and you have to decide, is it worth taking the hit, potentially against your reputation, to stand up, to fight against this? So, this was what the Birdman and his audience members, one of those particular fucks who were being annoying, were trying to say about me when I was helping cover your content. Specifically, from my first video covering him. The Birdman goes batshit, threatens channel with defamation lawsuit. I pinned you at the top of it, but there was a user with a name that was here called Destrumramos, and he was being annoying as fuck with a near 24 fucking reply chains response, saying, why are you speeding up the Birdman's videos? Why aren't you covering what the Birdman's saying? Why are you hiding what he's saying? And when I responded to this guy, I told him, okay, you want to talk some shit? Stay tuned, nigga. I got something for that ass. And exactly what I said happened and came to pass. Not only on that broadcast where I addressed the hate watchers, not only on that broadcast where I addressed the material, not only on that broadcast where I addressed the annoyance that they tried to make of you, not only where I addressed how his tactic wasn't working for him, I made it very clear, like, no, you don't get away with this. So sorry. And they still tried to do the Kafka trap, and it's like, you're telling an African-American male that I'm not allowed to talk about another African-American male? I'm pretty sure this is the avenue I'm supposed to go in. Actually, no, that's what I'm supposed to do. So, if I speak on the Birdman, then I'm just a Doxoflex clone. I'm Doxoflex. I'm not a real creator. Who am I to criticize? Anthony Edward West. Because real people use their real names online. But if I don't talk about it, oh, why do you care? Why do you care? What's the point of you talking about it? And the very thing that I said on my third wrap-up video, to put a finish on that topic before we moved forward into other shit, from the Birdman 3 the final, or local nappy dad suplexes the Birdman, while his subreddit cries and hate watches, was, why am I doing it? Why am I protecting him? Why am I covering him? I'll just play the audio real quick for the people at home who possibly might have not seen that video, especially if you're from Kino's audience. Flip it over real quick. I don't know if you've watched that third video, actually, so this might be new to you. Describing political terrorism. Political politics, you're using it no matter how you think that he's still fucked on it, because there's a difference between doing protests and making the
I saw this before.
Like, you think that this was a farce, that it was an intentional joke done by somebody who clearly knows that he's fucking around and wasting people's time. Because, you see, when people say, bro, it's not a good look trying to defend somebody like Kinoflex, do you know why I do it? It's because it's right! Like, the fact of the matter is, you don't let shit like this happen on the platform. That's pretty much cases end of. You don't let people bully people when you know for a fact that they not only did nothing wrong, but the only reason why people are choosing to talk back to them the way that they do is because they perceive that there is no cost. It's a leftist tactic in nature. Any group can do it, but it was a tactic first created by the left. The cockroach method. Talk shit about somebody, address them only as like a fraction of what they're doing. So the Birdman did it by saying, this is what my haters are like. He attacked you. He attacked the other channel that he said was just basically a dick sucker for the Critical Drinker. I'm forgetting the name of the channel, but it's in his criticism. Stoneman something?
Sorry, repeat that.
There was a creator that he was quoting from the content that was basically reposting all of his L's that he had against Friday Night
Sandman
Tights.
Cinema.
Yeah, Sandman Cinema.
That should
Thank
be
you.
him.
Thank you. Yes. You were eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing? Hello, welcome back, Tusky. For 13 months, I don't like stairs. They're always up to something. What a knee slapper. What a fucking black auntie joke. Yeah. Using this tactic against you, using this tactic against me, using this tactic against Jay, and saying, who are you to talk to me? Who are you to speak at all to me? And who are you all to say anything when you guys are just loser dick suckers? Compare us to being some kind of throwaway attitude, and speak in a certain way where you can just simply say, oh, all of my haters act like this. They all act like this influencer. They all act like this creator. They're all just grifters, which gives them the ability to dismiss whatever criticism you say because, hey, you're just a grifter. Any time you're talking when your mouth is open, you're lying. It's a very easy tactic to do. Anybody can do it. But the funny part about it is that the criticism usually reflects back on the creator. Because, oh, anytime a person's talking when their mouth is open, they're a liar. If they talk in a certain way and they use these certain tactics, okay, you do those things. Aren't you a grifter? Oh, I'm not a grifter. How? Well, that's because I showed you how to expose the grift. Really? I don't see Carl grifting. I don't see Jay Longbone grifting. I don't see excuse me, almost said the wrong name. I don't see Sandman Cinema grifting. I don't see Kino Flex grifting. Where's the grift? How are they grifting? Where are they lying? Oh, well, you see, it's not that they're lying, it's the way that they're covering it. How are they covering it? They're only covering the parts that they want to cover. That's weird. It seems like they're covering it to the point of to the point of abuse and to the point of embarrassment. Well, you see, that's what grifters do. Really? Okay. Jeffrey Tarzia? I'll give you that one all day. Ian Miles Chong? Give you that one all day. Mark Kern? Give you that one all day. Dork Torch Gaming? Tactical Templar? Won't fight you on those. Not really. And that's also part of the tactic. Oh, you're not going to defend Adolf Hitler, are you? What, you have Hitler particles? Are you a fascist? Yes! What are you going to do now? Oh, see that? Now I know all I need to know. I can dismiss you out of hand. Nigga, suck my dick! You weren't going to stay here in the first place. Having an ego, aka having confidence in yourself and doing your job right, so you have the experience that comes from knowledge? Oh man, that means that you can't talk. I guess any person who's ever knowledgeable shouldn't talk either. So, Anthony can't talk, Noah can't talk. It's so weird how many of these people are named Anthony and Noah. Noah Sampson, Otterly Noah, Anthony Edward West, Anthony Gramuccia. Stop naming your kids Noah and Tony! Stop it! Stop doing it! Where's the Austins? Where's the Kelseys? I was almost about to say Ethan, but I had to think about that for a second. Anyways, moving forward.
She looks like she works out. First thing he did was he put me into some kind of headset and costume and put me in this AI room. VR chat. Am I moving? Oh my god.
Yeah, so that's chill.
Yeah, but there's going to be times where the same clips show up in the videos, but not in the same order, in the exact same cut, ripped and copy and pasted.
Oh Lord have mercy. And so he's got me that I'm in there and I'm holding them. It's getting bad. Yeah. But I don't know if it's as dressed up as a girl.
Also, it had to be this clip too. This whole clip is creepy as fuck.
Or whether it's you dressed up as a girl.
Probably mostly. Beyond just ripping Shamu's editing, Noah basically mined his video for all footage of Tectone.
He had 14 different documented cases of him assaulting women, including showing them pornography without their consent, and also just straight up sexually harassing them.
Noah covers the same story, mines all of the...
I think the thing that's more important here is that it's very clear that he's doing all the tactics of YouTube fame to basically upsell his video. Oh my god, they are trying to take my shit down something fierce. I'm going to say it again. There's this thing that Madry Brett said from his call-in panel that I called into for my 40-minute segment that went along the lines of people do not watch content creators for polish, they watch content creators for grit. One of the things that we tell people all the time is that you should not worry about being perfect. The stage fright and the fear of being an entertainer and being a orator that covers content on camera, even if it's just playing video games and saying what you're doing and thinking out loud, to talking to people and being able to carry a conversation. If you happen to be doing something like a solo, like a solo presentation show like this, you worry way too much about the little details that do not matter instead of like the big things that are going to be unexcusable. Like, hey, your audio might be fucked up. Occasionally, unless exigent circumstances are the case, your bitrate might be too high or might be too low, and the quality that your stream is coming in at is so bad that it's not watchable or listenable, depending on what it is you're doing. And you should focus first on making it real, and then over time making it better. And as you spend more time learning with experience, you'll learn tips and tricks and things that will help you improve your content. But most especially is the nature that having a refined product does not mean that it is better. It is just shinier. The flash and the pomp and the circus of Otter Nodley's video, you can hear it with how God damn, why is my shit reconnecting like this in the middle of the day? I'm the only person in my house right now. There's nothing else on my internet connection. I gotta fucking call the ASP later. He's upselling the video right there. He's making sure that he's blurting out his curse words. He is trying to make sure he's very nice and loud and audible. He is just, where one guy is like, you know, I'm just talking normally and it's just my voice and this is stuff this is going on with this is the thing and this, and Noah's like, he was making sure to beep and he was doing the beep with the beep. It's just, it's the kind of quality that you would expect of actual YouTuber AI slop that's put together weekly to cover Twitter drama. And many people don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. Because it's very fake to me. I don't know if you agree or you see it that way. But when they do it in a way where it's very clear that it's something that they shouted out. They didn't put in effort. They took shortcuts. And the clear reason why there's shortcuts here is he stole somebody else's content. It makes it very obvious that it's not that it's not genuine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
But isn't refinement one of the factors of quality? Yes, but grit also is. There's a difference between creating a factory line perfect Chinese plastic chair versus a handcrafted whittling bird or a handcrafted jeweler's watch. For all this pristine and clarity and prettiness, the unique touch of grain, metal grain, wood grain, pottery marks. Pottery is actually a good example. Kintsugi, the method of repairing broken pottery with gold flecks and refiring them so that you are making clear the cracks and the marks and the mars and the imperfections rather than trying to hide them and making them part of the beauty. The method of pottery where if you use mud that happens to have a lot of sticks and twigs and little fucking itty-bitty parts of it that are made from pebbles being stuck in the refiring process with the mud that you're slinging as you put together the fire before you stick it in the kiln to then finish the coating of the glaze. All those little things are very necessary. Very, very necessary for the purposes of not just a well-made piece, but a piece that actually is good. In fact, I will go get you one of those examples from the kitchen. One second. I gotta go get my favorite mug. Okay.
Ugh.
I'm about to show you something, so you can see this on the camera, on the stream. What I have in my hands here is a piece of pottery that comes from a local Alabama pottery kiln maker. This product is something that they call an UGG mug. You can buy this online. It comes from, I believe, Seal, Alabama. I bought it in the hipster store before COVID happened. I bought 2 of them, one for myself and another one as a gift. I wish I would have kept it. But this UGG mug, what makes this piece of pottery unique isn't just the picture expression. It's the imperfections. The way that they made this is that they took white and brown clay and glazed it in such a way to make the factor and feel of the teeth rough, like bone. And the lips, they fired it in such a way where the smoothness gives way to the roughness of the lip curvature. Are you seeing this, Kinoflex?
Yeah. He looks like one of the fish from SpongeBob, honestly.
Mm-hmm. And all of the imperfections of this mug is very different from, say, a holiday mug that you can buy for money from Waffle House. I should have thought to go grab that one too, but I'm not breaking my fucking favorite mug. Fuck that shit. While I was at it, I grabbed my teapot that I bought from Aldi. This costs you $5 during the holidays. Simple holiday Waffle House mug. Says yum 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 on it. This is a $20 teapot, country townhouse style teapot, that you can get from places like Aldi. You could probably get a copy of it or something like it from online. Carl, can you remember how to open it? Kappa? I need to oil that. Very simple, very effective piece of marketing material, and quality of a teapot that you could get from like fucking a home garden and furnishing section, right? The differences between these 2 products and my UGG mug is that this is commercial. This is soul. This is corporate branding. This was an idea that somebody thought of, made real, and then you can barely see it, but you can see it if you push it against the edge of the light. They put their name on it and said, this is my idea. I made this. I made this for you to have and to drink out of. And your favorite mug, even if somebody was to say their favorite mug is this mug, it's not the product that makes it your favorite. It's the feel and the touch and the look in your hands and how you drink it and how you have it. That's what makes it your favorite. You cannot love a piece of material, such as content, the same way that you view a tool. Certainly you can say, I love using this tool, but an object that you use, like a pair of scissors, that's the same way that some people will talk about perfection for products. Discussing it that way is not actually really seeing the whole picture. The thing that matters is the emotions and the memories that I had with this cup. technically, this should be a bad memory for me. As should be inside of the place where I keep other memories of shit that I've done. The tickets to the Greater Columbus Fair that I took that girl on a date for and got the Ugg mug for. Those should be bad memories that I should hate and not want to associate with. I should destroy this mug. But why would I destroy something beautiful? Why would I destroy something that means something emotionally to me that makes it my favorite? That doesn't make sense. And very much in the same way with the creator, how each of our videos might as well be like a piece of us, if not a piece of our kids, if not a child entirely. I cannot view somebody stealing my material effort, my baby, and treating it like, oh, this is a really good video that got me a lot of views. It was a very useful kid. Because now you're talking about the thing like it's an object. Like its only purpose is to make you money. And at that point, you're no longer a creator. You're just a thief.
Right.
Very, very specific thing to hit on. Because it's not to say that you're wrong, necessarily. You do want to eventually get better at your job and add polish. But it's the difference between growing up versus trying to put on your mother and father's shoes and pants and clothes, and you very clearly do not fit them. And they do not fit and fill out on you. People will always come back to a content creator to watch how they grow over time. You can see somebody like me. You can go back through the history of my content. Hell, you can probably go back through the history of Kinoflex's content. You can go back through the history of Jay's content. You can go back through the history of Mahler's content. And you can see the development. You can see the growth in real time. No matter how old I get, no matter where I am in my career, you can go back to where I started, back when I was doing Let's Plays in school, and see where I became who I am. You can't erase that. You also can't claim that. It belongs to me. It's mine. When you try to take that, you are effectively fleecing the very essence of what it means to be a creator. Because if you're not bitten by the itch to create, to criticize, to entertain, you can't fake that shit. That's talent. You also can't fake hard work either. So it's a combination of people saying hard work performs when talent fails to show up, or talent or hard work outperforms talent when talent fails to work hard. It's the other side of the thumb, you see. You need to have both. You need to have experience, you need to have knowledge, and you need to have the drive to get better. And that's what makes things into what they become. And when you put your name on something like that, and somebody takes that from you, it feels like somebody took something from you that you can't get back. And intrinsically, you feel broken when it happens. And you start dreading it happening again. Unless you just get back on the fucking horse and you try again and do more shit, you'll never escape that feeling. It's like your soul sunk out of your body. It's like you got put into the dark place, into the sunken place from Get Out.
Noah covers the same story, mines all of the clips from Shamu's video, and we're supposed to believe that he did all of this on his own.
Was actually one of the most notorious in all of U.S. military history. He had 14.
And then there was a whole controversy over that. She basically...
He would actually continue to do this on a Twitch stream later, poisoning the well by talking about Free while not dropping her name at all. And funny enough, when he and Pink...
I didn't pretend it was there all along. After Shamu made the tweet, I DM'd him asking if he would like to be credited in a specific way. He didn't respond, so I added him to the description. I did not see his DM that he apparently sent in November either, although I wish I had now. Maybe it would have been a good idea to credit your source from now on, but it turns out both Nick and Shamu are full of shit here. My videos don't count as plagiarism whatsoever. Honorary Noah is engaged in a defamation campaign, claiming that I doxed him with zero evidence. This is to cover up him plagiarizing me and multiple other creators. His evidence is one random commenter. By contrast, 3 credible creators have accused him, and he's admitted fault privately.
I think in this situation, this is one of those things that I will criticize people like my friend Dev for. I don't know if you have this problem. I know I don't have this problem. But this is something that happens with a lot of creators. DM backlogs. Answer your fucking DMs, guys. I don't know what else to tell you. Answer your DMs. If you're a creator and there isn't a particular thing stopping you from answering your DMs, answer your DMs. If you know for a fact you're stealing from someone and they catch you, don't hide. Don't say, "Oh, I didn't see your comment, bro, so I just pushed forward with the content anyways." Let me phrase it to you like this. Officer, I knew that she was unconscious, but instead of asking her for enthusiastic consent, I just stuck my penis inside and started fucking anyways. Honest mistake, bro. Honest mistake, bro. How was I supposed to know? Just answer your fucking DMs, dude. That's not an excuse. We are online content creators and influencers. Most of us have grown up with, and if it wasn't the case that you grew up, as I did as a child, with this material, you are somebody that comes from an experience where you're expected to be literate with machines enough to understand how to answer your DMs. Twitter DMs, I will give you that, because he fucked Twitter DMs on the website. If you're tweeting at somebody who has a checkmark versus somebody who doesn't have a checkmark in the DMs, you aren't actually allowed to DM that person anymore. Comparative to Dorsey Twitter, where a person could fake your DMs because they're saved on the client side of the server. So you could block a person and they can just not show the part where you aren't receiving any of their correspondence. And they can delete pieces of the things that they say in the DMs and then act like they never sent it. Versus this system where you have to log into your DMs in order to send a response. And then you have to be a certain level of paid influencer on the site with a checkmark to have the ability to do it. If you're not subbed, and if you're not a checkmark, you can DM somebody else who doesn't have one. But on Discord? Right now, I can see a tag on my server, and I can see a tag in my direct messages from somebody who is probably a pending friend request. It's Kinoflex. It pops up on the left-hand sidebar. You can see them when they come up. Why wouldn't you just answer your fucking DMs, dude? It's so weird to me. It's weird to me because I am so accessible and reachable. Maybe it's different for you. I don't know if that'd be the case, Kino. I don't know if it's different for you. You can speak on it if it is. But for bigger creators, email chains, DMs, hate messages, blase, right? You can control that, right? If you want to receive things from people that you have told them, listen, you can send me DMs to my platform and I will respond. If you are a person who I can see as a part of my audience or as another content creator reaching out. Here's my business email. Here's my public. If you want to contact me for business, contact my business email. If you want to contact me for legal shit, contact my agency type shit. There's no excuse. We're all so used to that now. I don't see how the fuck you get away with saying that. Especially not as a commentary creator. We have the most active DMs. If not with other people contacting us saying, hey, I got a scoop. I got something I want you to get in on. If you don't already have your own server, of course. There's people talking between each other. There's people talking to potential influencers who they might be interviewing and or having debates and or conversations with, publicly or privately. No way. No world. No world. Answer your DMs. Answer your DMs.
Both Nick and Shamu have refused to properly speak to me. I have been made aware that Shamu is doxing me, which I'll be discussing today. I honestly feel really bad I made you or Nick Andros feel put off by not directly crediting you guys as sources. I actually respect both of you quite a bit as commentary creators, and I genuinely did not know that you felt this way. This is absolutely my bad. Looks like he wants to dox me. Whoa, Shamu is not happy already. I ain't afraid though, but looking forward to dunking on him and Nick Andros tomorrow. He's a coward. Utterly Noah has 40,000 subscribers.
That's so crazy. 1 minute between these two messages.
Already. I ain't
and then another minute between these three messages, with these messages sent here within the same minute before the next one. Yeah, nigga, you knew that shit. You knew that was going on. He was trying to play both sides of the angle. He was trying to use the advantage of people not being able to confirm or deny as plausible deniability. Ban this nigga now!
Afraid though, but looking forward to dunking on him and Nick Andros tomorrow. He's a coward. Utterly Noah has 40,000 subscribers. Can't even clarify if I've doxed him or want to dox him. He's using his clout to spread a baseless rumor to cover up him stealing my editing, scripting, and directly ripping my video.
100% that's what was happening there. 100%.
Nick basically went ahead and piggybacked off what Shamu initially tweeted, trying to claim that I plagiarized his video, which Shamu only tweeted after finding out about the anti-woke religious gamers video and had a lot of views. This video is also from 3 months ago, mind you.
He only learned about me because he learned about my opinion about grifters, guys. That's the only reason why they're attacking me. The only reason they're attacking me is because I criticize him. Oh, don't these guys woke anti-grift losers? Fucking give me a break, kid.
This is also a lie. I DM'd Otter after I got many DMs about him ripping directly from my video back in November. These videos diving into religion and history or plagiarizing our tiny commentary channels. Well, he waited until the video had over 100,000 views, and Nick too. Well, time to pay up. Time to pay up.
Vincent Pavarel had accused Otter Noah of plagiarizing his video, the worst movie take I've ever seen.
I don't think that's an excuse that can work either. You only waited to call me out when your video started getting traction. You only called me out when your video started getting traction, bro. Bro, you only called me out because you started getting famous off of me. Kano, I'm going to show you something real quick. 1 second. I gotta go to the thread to pull it. Threads. Hate Watcher threads from Birdman subreddit. Scrolling back to the top. From 3 months ago, Minicattle 1546. The Birdman goes batshit, threatens chat from single player Carl with 49 views 1 hour after I posted the video on that date. Right, yeah. And I send you the screen cap into the live broadcast. That is what he's basically claiming, but in reverse. These users that were angry and are still hate watching my channel basically are claiming in reverse the part of, why are you copying this? Why are you seeing this shit? And then they're seeing people comment on my video saying things like, I love watching you and Jay Longbone tear into the Birdman and giving him a new one. He's so rapidly devolving past the point, and then saying all these things claiming, you're taking a Birdman clip out of context to say that Charlie Kirk deserved to die. How can you be able to do that? This guy's got really bad parts of the video. He says that the Birdman, if he thinks the content of people like his other detractors are bad, then you should ignore them completely. When actually what I said in my content was, if you think their content's bad, watch these niggas. Which was me saying, take their money. Do what you claim that you're able to do, and win people to your side to take their cash. But he can't do it. He's making the same claim there, with that same tactic. Which is to say, oh, you only cared because it started getting views. No, I care because it's the principle of the thing. Just like I said on the third video of the content. Like, no, you're stealing from me, so I'm going to hold you accountable. It's kind of like when Target and other businesses like use camera footage to confirm that a person tried to use like a credit card swipe, because you know that most of the vending machines now they all have credit card readers, right?
Yeah.
If you were to try to do something to like steal from the vending machine by like opening it up or breaking it or destroying it, and you started stealing from it the same way that people were shoplifting from Target, you know they charge you for that, right? Every piece of object you take from the machine, if they can visually confirm the row and the aisle that you took it from, they charge you for it. And yeah, Target does the thing where they'll wait until you cross into the point where it's no longer petty larceny and it's now grand theft. But he's basically saying, you didn't want to criticize me when nobody cared. You only came after me when other people were watching. No, it's actually the fact that we cared at both points. I cared that you were stealing from me, and I cared that you stole from me to make a big video, because basically those views are mine. You stole my work. You lifted fizzy lifting drinks, and then you tried to claim that it was your own. Wait, it's both things at the same time. Now pay up. It's so funny. Because it's like, oh, you caught me, but you didn't punish me before it got bad. You only punished me afterwards. Oh, I caught you in the act, and then I waited long enough so that you were in a hole you couldn't dig yourself out of? That's right! Now, this is me taking a hose, and I'm going to fill up your hole now. Drown, nigga, drown! Drown in it! Drown in it! Drown in it!
In 2025, back in December. Thankfully for us, Utterly Noah hasn't taken down his video at the time of editing this. It's called Debunking Jester Bell's Abysmal Anti-Woke Take on 2025 Movies, released 4 weeks after Vincent's video.
Oh my god, Hunting Griftly Bears. Oh, I remember that. I love Jester Bell's content. She's so honest. Oh, she's such a fun breath of fresh ass. That's a reference. She's such a fun person to watch. Because she just says what she's saying on her mind. And despite the fact that people have made non-stop hit pieces about her, she just keeps trucking. Which is all you really ever have to fucking do. Just keep making shit. She certainly has a lot more production speed than I do with making shit. Because I will write down things, and then I'll rewrite things. Not because I want to make it perfect, but like, there's a video that I've been making for a while that was supposed to cover incels and femcells. The first script was a lot more violently charged than it needed to be. So I just reworked it after thinking about and meditating on it for a while. And the version that's going to be coming out soon-ish, within, like, I want to say the next 14 days, but don't hold me to that. It's a lot better now. It's a lot cleaner. It has a more forward-focused message about what I'm communicating and what I'm demonstrating. Because it is the opinion that if a person were to come to me and say, I can't understand what you're saying under all that anger, it's like, no, there's no anger, there's no smite. I'm just saying this matter of fact. Because it's true. It's true. It's true. You can see with your own eyes. It feels better when you make content that way. Because if you have something negative to say, it's not festering inside you, where it explosively bursts out. Because it's like, oh my god, I gotta hold my fucking tongue. I can't say anything negative, otherwise the left wing's gonna cancel me. You get to say whatever you want in your content. And if people like it, they like it. If they don't like it, they don't gotta watch it. But surprisingly, the people who don't want to watch it will also turn around and try and frame you as something that you're not. Because they won't just honestly say, I don't like your opinion because I don't want to agree with you. It could be the case that you're 100% correct, but they don't want to give you the credit because then you're a grifter if you do that. You agreed with single player Carl? You're a grifter now. You're only allowed to have sex with white women who are above the weight class of 250 pounds or more. How strange.
Most of the plagiarism will be Audibly Noah stealing the script from Vincent's video with a slight remix. All clips will be in chronological order. I will provide timestamps in the description to verify yourself.
This year kicked off with Captain America, Brave New World.
No, this year kicked off with Companion, Better Man, and Dogman.
This year kicked off with Captain America, Brave New World.
No, this year did not start off with Captain America, Brave New World. This year started off with Companion, Better Man, and Dogman in January of 2025.
To address the point they're making here, what she's talking about is tent-pole movies. Tent-pole movies that people are actually waiting to go see. Dogman's a kid's film. Better Man was a fucking horrible... I don't even know what the fuck to describe that was. I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be a
music biopic.
Yeah, a music biopic of a guy, but instead of just being himself, he was a monkey. It's so strange. Trying to recap it, I believe he said something to the effect of, I was just wanting to be an everyman, and making myself into a monkey achieved the effect I was going for. Meanwhile, over here in the corner of Elton John, Targon Egerton. Fresh off the run of the Kingsman. I don't know, which one am I going to enjoy more? Singing along with Targon Egerton, who already proved he can sing in the Illumination films Sing 1 and Sing 2, while I sing, I'm still standing better than I ever did? Or am I going to tune into the fucking monkey that's suddenly turned into a hip-hop rap in the middle of the street because nouveau riche avant-gardism? I don't know, bro. I don't know. And then Companion, it's kind of like a good pseudo-horror thriller, but it's not Weapons, you know? Like a real good cinephile film that's going to actually get you on your ass and is going to make you feel things. It's not that.
Yeah.
So, like, tentpoles versus well-expected films, that's like saying Willy's Wonderland, a throwaway knockoff of Five Nights at Freddy's, is anywhere near the fandom of watching MatPat on screen in FNAF 1, or seeing where they're going with FNAF 2, or where they might go with FNAF 3. There is no fucking world you're going to tell me you think a tentpole film is the same thing as something that's going to be thrown to the fucking wolf in goddamn January. The dumping ground of films. Come on now.
And I'm even skipping on a couple. One of them, Better Man, was a massive box office disaster. But let's not use box office as a metric to determine a film's quality for a moment.
Better Man was actually a pretty decent and unique music biopic about the British singer Robbie Williams that unfortunately ended up being a big flop for Paramount. But let's take a step back and not use box office to determine whether a film is actually good or not, Jester Bell.
Snow White came out.
Sigh. I mean, just to touch on that before we start fast forwarding, because this shit's not relevant. But it is an example of how Utterly Noah steals from people, so I suppose there's that. Using the box office domestic is not the reason why people do that. That's like doing the Steam chart thing and saying, oh, look at how many people you have playing your video game. This is emblematic of the reason why your game is failing. It's only a piece of the puzzle. If a main platform for the game is PC, and I use the charts of something like Marathon to say, look at how your game base is shrinking, it doesn't tell the picture of how you're losing numbers on another platform, like that of PlayStation or Xbox, right? When Xbox joined the PlayStation 5 network, PSN, and PC numbers for Helldivers 2, originally the launch numbers were 1.3 million between two platforms. So 750k players were on PC, and the remaining players were on PSN network. Then it cratered to the drama of the account link sharing shit, and then all of the setup for the first story arc leading into the Hearts of Democracy. And then eventually, on the back end of Into the Unjust, they then bring in the Xbox recruits upon the relaunch of the ODST crossover, basically as a beginner's pack for them. And they injected about 250k players into the game with that link alone. And it was back to the old days of how it used to be. That didn't define the success pattern. But you know what did define the success pattern of Helldivers 2? When you banned a man from his job, got him fired from his job, and then you had him get banned from the horse sanctuary that he fucking used to volunteer at. Because he posted a $1,000 challenge of his own money to the developers because he cared so passionately enough about the game that he wanted the developers to demonstrate that, hey, you say that the balance of these items are good, I want you to prove it to me. As a person who wants to have ball-knowing knowledge. That kind of thing would define it. And if you use those pieces of information there, that paints the greater picture. Because certainly, you can say, oh, well, if you say that a film didn't do well in America, that didn't mean it didn't do well in other foreign regions. It's like, yeah, we already told you guys that shit, like, with things like, Everything Everywhere All at Once. We already told you about that with Parasite. We already told you about that with K-Pop Demon Hunters. Even though that fucking film was way too much everywhere, and, like, it got a fucking McDonald's deal nearly a year and a half after its fucking Netflix launch, because it's going to become an entire brand franchise as they start spinning up the sequel and the threequel. You can't tell the whole picture looking at the box office numbers. But you can figure out, based on if you actually put it together. Because, like, okay, let's say you like K-Pop Demon Hunters. And let's say there's a person who doesn't like K-Pop Demon Hunters. Like that guy who's getting mad as fuck. I wonder why I triggered him. I wonder what made him type, man, shut your ass up. That's one. Let's say that you are upset and you don't like a film performing well. And let's say you like the film and it performed well and you want to see more of that film performing well. If you say, man, we don't even really like that film that much. It's got the Frozen effect going for it. You kind of have to look at the bigger picture. What's the culture around it? What's the message around it? How is it received? What's the greater message on the field of new films that are new concepts versus remakes and remasters of the same shit over and over again? Soulless creations made specifically to be a cash grab, like Morbius and Tron Ares. Another example of a film franchise that actually had something going for it. Tron Legacy. Two good examples of here's innovation, and here's us bringing that innovation into the current era. And people rejected it because it wasn't a fucking tentpole film, even though it was sold as one, and so was Ares. But where's the soul? Where is the expectation? Meanwhile, like a meteorite streaking past your eye line, K-Pop Demon Hunters takes you, grabs you, and even if you say that you don't like it, there's still merit to existing. Even Frozen. Maybe not Frozen 2. But even Frozen. There is a reason it was so fucking everywhere. There is a reason you couldn't escape it. Some video games can do that. Some films can do that. Some books can do that. Some adaptations, either in miniseries or otherwise, can do that. And just like this man being mad that I should stop talking, some of those people actually like hearing it. Some of them like hearing my voice. Some of them like hearing what I have to say. Because I'm not just going off of what other people tell me. I have an opinion of my own. But I can use what they're saying to piece together the reasons I might like something. I can use what the industry says from Variety. I can use what the industry might say at an event like the Game Awards to say, that's some dog shit. That game shouldn't have won. Versus, yes, Expedition 33 is a masterclass. Yes, for those who come after. Yes, beautiful. Masterclass. Mwah, mwah, mwah. French people forever. French people forever. French people forever. The same way that black people were like, Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. It's the same shit, bro. Some things resonate with people. Nobody knows. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him how many people are actually watching this broadcast between 5 websites. Nobody tell him. Strike 2. Nobody can be able to just dismiss it just because one person said, or a handful of people said. Even for the critics like Grace Randolph. How many times has she been fucking wrong about films? Holy fuck. How many times has she shilled for a Marvel product? How many times have people like Patrick Wilhelms shilled for the Star Wars projects? How many people shilled for Rings of Power? How many people were singing the praises of The Boys? Are they singing the praises now? Nah. That's how it works sometimes. Now you get the bigger picture. You have to actually be in the culture to get it. And sometimes you're not. And that's okay. Everything isn't for everybody. But you can't just hate something just because you don't like it. Your mother's in the hospital and you're here bitching about remakes of movies and priorities. Here we have a person who's very clearly upset and doesn't understand that she's supposed to be returning tomorrow, and I literally cannot just sit there all the time. And I'm not bitching about remakes of films. This man doesn't know what he's here for. Goodbye. I hope you had a good time. Moving forward.
Out in March. So let's go to that specific month and see what were the notable titles that came out. We had Mickey 17, Novocaine, Black Bag, and Looney Tunes The Day the Earth Blew Up, which is really good and underrated, by the way. For those who love animation, I suggest you guys check it out.
So you went out of your way once.
Oh my god, that film was so good. If you haven't seen that film, you have to go watch it. That's some primary classic Looney Tunes.
Again, to watch Snow White, a movie that already looked bad from the marketing, and instead of watching something like, I don't know, Looney Tunes The Day the Earth Blew Up, a much better movie that was also in theaters around this exact time.
And later, the
Wow, that's so blatant. Wow, that's so blatant.
Minecraft movie, like.
Both was well written.
You could have gone to see April, and you know what else came out in April? Sinners, which you yourself admitted you didn't see before.
Then there's still The Accountant 2 and Drop, both well received.
You could have gone to see The Accountant 2, which
Tron Ares did not have girl boss in the slightest.
Tron Ares didn't contain a girl boss at all.
I'm not saying Greta Lee's character was well written, but not once in the movie did she ever belittle the male characters around her.
Eve Kim may have not been the most compelling character ever, but she wasn't a girl boss.
She literally spends a good chunk of the ending being trapped and eventually saved by Ares.
She spent most of the movie being trapped and had to be rescued by Ares at the very end, in fact.
No, it was.
I mean, that's kind of less aggressive. That one's kind of less shit. But, like, there are levels to that right there. You could probably get away with that one. That's not as egregious as the literal, I'm going to lift word for word, bar for bar, and barely rewrite it. You didn't use the same scenes to illustrate it. Use different words to describe it. You could probably pass that one. But it's really sus.
Admit Sinners. Alright, you don't care about it.
But again, that came out in April, and you know what else came out in April? Sinners, which you yourself admitted you didn't see before.
Then there's still The Accountant 2 and Drop, both well received.
You could have gone to see The Accountant 2, which
Tron Ares did not have girl boss in the slightest.
Tron Ares didn't contain a girl boss at all.
I'm not saying Greta Lee's character was well written, but not once in the movie did she ever belittle the male characters around her.
Eve Kim may have not been the most compelling character ever, but she wasn't a girl boss.
She literally spends a good chunk of the ending being trapped and eventually saved by Ares.
She spent most of the movie being trapped and had to be rescued by Ares at the very end, in fact.
Noah was confident that he didn't do anything wrong. A live stream was soon set up to address the allegations.
So you were like hopping on to like making pedo claims on what basis?
That is,
you saw a video embed on Discord?
That is, okay, that's completely valid here. But I thought we were here to talk about me, you know, supposedly plagiarizing Nick Andros and Shamu. So why don't we talk about that?
What do you think plagiarism means?
Plagiarism, to me anyway, is repeating what somebody says verbatim, right? Directly copying their text.
Repeating what they say verbatim? Instead of repeating what they said in the spirit of their statement and completely taking their entire train of thought? Very strange.
Text. What they said, word for word, without citing them.
Okay, and you understand that plagiarism is not just text, right? Plagiarism is doing anything.
Like visuals or edits, you mean, or something like that?
Me, this big figure YouTuber, I've never heard of this concept of understanding plagiarism outside of text. Huh? This is so new to me. Holy. What? It's like doing the fucking incantation to start a fucking portal in Rayman 2. I see, I'm pulling you back in. What a fucking horrible way to go about that shit. What the fuck? That's so crazy. I got you tagged. Coming back in at any moment, Flex.
Plagiarism is presenting someone else's work as your own, which, at the minimum is, using someone else's stuff, but not crediting them for it, or indicates.
So, for example, when you're using Shamu's edited segments that he edited, that he made, that he put together, researched, whatever, and you're taking his video, you're clipping it, you're putting it in your own, and then you're like zooming in on certain memes to hide watermarks or to hide text to present it as if you're the one who edited it. Most people would that would fall under plagiarism because you're taking someone else's work and presenting it as your own, right?
Okay, that's what I understand that for sure. Then I genuinely did not think it counted as plagiarism.
He's gone out and done done the research to be able to.
You genuinely did not believe completely freebasing somebody else's research and work was the same as plagiarism. That is bullshit. That is comprehensively bullshit. There's no fucking way. Let me send out the invite to speak again. There you go. See if you can grab that one.
Point out why these are relevant and to be able to collect them. Watch the archives that are on Plazuka's channel. I mean, you cut out the credit to Plazuka's as well, who's the guy who's archived a lot of this stuff already.
Oh, that's right.
Other people doing legwork for a lot of this content, and then you're swooping in at the end, watching Shamu's summarization, and then using that for the basis of yours, and not crediting any of the people along the way.
I can understand that.
It comes down. That's the whole problem with the.
You could understand it, but you don't understand it well enough not to do it from the onset.
Not doing like the clear crediting with stuff. Because if you just put things in the description, when other people, maybe they copy your content, or when other people cite your content, they don't know which stuff is yours and which is someone else's.
Oh, I guess I never thought about it like that.
Video.
Let's say someone took your autism-coded J.K. Rowling video, right? They took the actual video content, not the audio content, but the video content, put it in their own video, and then claimed it as theirs, or portrayed it as theirs. Whereas you did the editing, you put in the work visually for that video, someone else took that, put it in their own video, and portrayed it as their content, their original work, their editing, right? Let's say you came across that. How would that make you feel?
That would be pretty upsetting.
You took the visuals from Shamu's video, you took his editing that he spent hours doing, that he did the research for and everything, you took that and put it in your own video without credit. You didn't edit that, you downloaded his video or you screen recorded it and put it in your own, right?
That is very valid. Absolutely.
And without credit, people could come to the conclusion that you did that editing where you really didn't, you just took it from Shamu, right?
But it's not even the edit, right?
He literally just downloaded my video, and if you've edited anything ever, he just used the video file and then uploaded that. Like it's honestly ridiculous.
Do you admit that you did, by definition, I guess, plagiarize Shamu's content?
I am more than happy to admit that. Yes, absolutely.
You're fucking retarded. First of all, where do you draw the line? How do you know what to credit and what to not credit? Where do you draw the line there? What do you credit and what do you not credit? Where's
my guy? You just called me retarded. I don't think I need to address.
I did call you fucking retarded, dipshit.
Yeah, he called you retarded because it's fucking retarded. That was a retarded thing to do. You shouldn't have stolen in the first place. You should have the gumption not to steal. And that if you're going to go and review something, and you're going to go through it, you need to put it in your own fucking words. So summarizing it in your own words is fine. Using examples of the footage would be fine. But you should use examples of the footage from another fucking angle. You should use examples of the footage, but you should be doing it not from his material, but from somebody else's material. Because if you don't do it that way, you're fucking everyone over. Yes, Snitzel, I see your hand up. I don't know on my microphone. Stream connectivity seems to have measured up right now. I have no idea what's happening now.
Oh, did it work?
Yes, you put your hand up and then I validated you. Yes, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not here to defend Arlie Noah, and technically, I do think it was immature of Noah to throw a fit over Mral calling him retarded. With that said, I have personal beef with Mral, and just fuck him. He called my fucking fiance a pedophile just because she likes a certain band.
That's pretty retarded.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is Mral could have also handled this a little better. But considering what I now understand the type of person that he is, fuck him.
I have to do it. I have to do a devism. To give the devil his due, in this situation that Morale inserted himself into or found himself in, he is supposed to be speaking on behalf of all the other people who are going to be looking at this and are going to be the voice of the people in the audience that are going to be talking back when he says this. When he says to him, do you accept the fact that, I guess, in effort, if in soul and essence, no, he's having connectivity issues. If he was to admit to the soul or to the essence of plagiarism, first off, you should have already known that you were committing plagiarism because this was a willful effort that you did. You have demonstrated every single part of the way that you had a demonstrated definitional effort of bitching, moaning, complaining, gloating, bloviating, and bragging about the fact that you were making people angry, upset, and mad with what you were doing, and that you knew for a fact that they attempted to get into contact with you to give proper credit to their work because you clearly freebased their work. You clearly stole it. There's no denying that you did. It's very clear that's where you got it from. Word for word, bar for bar. You do have to admit that. That makes you a fucking retard. Because you willfully did it every step along the way, lying your ass off, and now when it's gotten too hot for you to not admit, you're basically upset. There's no out of that. Now, does he have to call him a retard? Maybe, kind of, sort of. Should he call him a retard? Because if he is aggressive to him, it's going to change the way how he's going to ameliorate and accept the criticism that he's receiving. Yes. Therefore, no. Yes, it will. Therefore, he should not. That is a retarded thing to do. Because now, no one's going to do this very thing he did in that clip where he's like, well, you called me a retard, so now I don't feel like I'm going to be receptive for what you're saying. And that is an optical mistake. That is a very clear optical mistake. Your job there is to hold and keep the peace so that you keep him as calm as possible so that he is actually willing to have a conversation. Because if it is the case that he starts clamping up and he gets completely obtuse and becomes belligerent because he now is trying to fight you about the fact that you called him a retard, it's like trying to have a conversation about serious topics, and because you threw out a needle, you threw out some kind of jab, some kind of takedown to them, and you bruised their mental, and you bruised their mentality, and you insulted their integrity, now they don't want to continue the conversation. Very stupid thing to do when you're basically pumping him for information, and you're trying to get him to admit to something that he just admitted he lied about and was willfully doing. All of the parts of it, even though one of the worst people you know has a great point, that nigga is retarded enough to basically negate all the work he's doing and make it even harder. Now, of course, we have the benefit of hindsight of the future and being able to deal with the fact that he is so stupid that Noah has blown his ass out anyways. So, in the end, it kind of didn't matter, but in the situation, when it's happening, this is one of those things that you don't fucking do. This is where real good orators and real good conversationalists can motivate people to say some shit that they otherwise not would have, which is the entire reason that we're even here. We got this information because they were able to do this. In despite of his retardation of doing what he just did right there. And the indignation of being like, yes, I'm going to call you a retard, because you're being a retard. Yes, you should, but Morale's not the guy that can do that. I can do that.
In my honest opinion, I think Morale was just going for like some kind of easy dunk.
Yes, very much so. That's what Morale's doing these days. He's decided he wants Ace's sloppy seconds, and that already makes him cringe in the first place, because it was already fired out when Ace was doing it. But this whole bit of trying to piss off Stardust so he can get attention, trying to piss me off, and I'll block his ass. I completely destroy any connection he can have to try and do his shit on this content. The same way this one guy that just showed up in the chat room about 5 minutes ago tried to pull a one guy, talking about what I'm doing when he doesn't realize that I'm always in communication with the care circle, because that's what my job entails me doing. I can do this because I've done my job already. It's the lack of attention. It's like, you want to stick the knife in, and you want to feel like you're getting at me, but it's like, no, you're just being a fucking retard. You're giving me the case example to prove my point. The same way the one guy tried to do that during the conversation with contrapoints. Not Connor. The other one, the crossdresser. The way that ContraPoints was trying to basically lie on the Saw franchise. I can't let you do that. Oh no, it's not nitpicking when I'm doing it. I'm making a clear, concerted effort to explain that I know ball. I don't have to go to an article or a wiki to pull it up. I know it inherently. So it's like, why do it in the first place? You don't need attention. It's not about you. And then on the second hand, why mark yourself to potentially be removed? Oh, yes, I'm behind enemy lines. I'm watching what they're saying, but I'm also antagonizing them. Where'd you get your playbook from? Jeffrey Tarzia? Yeah, get banned from the platform where you're supposed to be paying attention to what's being said. Then lose the ability to ever discuss any of the information because you no longer are in the room where it happens. Great job, dipshit! Great job, dumb fuck! I'll go to you for all my strategy sessions! Holy! Anywho, let's go. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, I just wanted to express that and just how I really don't appreciate someone accusing my fiance of being a pedophile.
Mm-hmm. Your anger is valid.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Love you.
Thank you.
Shit, did you hear the question after the fact?
I don't know, man. It doesn't really feel like you're.
So I'll fucking repeat myself since you're like a fucking sub-fucking 30 IQ piece of shit.
All right.
What is your criteria for crediting shit? Do you have one?
I don't think I need to address you anymore because you just kind of added yourself there. I'm gonna go ahead and.
Case example! Case example! Oh, what's your criteria for doing shit? Well, I don't want to talk to you anymore, so I'm gonna mute you. Now, the base thing that should be done is the other people that are in that call now become the ones that's like, cool, that's it. Like, oh man, that's so weird that you did that. Hey, what's your basis for credit, like for crediting things? Do you have a process? Should you start one if you don't already have one? That's what they should do in this situation. But you know what he could have done? Not be a gibbering baboon of a retard! Alas.
So you've taken stuff from my thread. You're not clearly indicating here that this was made by me. Like, that's the problem.
All right.
On this image in my thread, there is a watermark, but you've cropped it out.
So he's saying that he didn't even use this as a resource, but now he's showing that the guy got his screenshot from right here. So he went out of his way to full screen this and then rip specifically everywhere around the Nick Andros watermark where he credited himself and then put that screenshot in the video.
How do you know that it's there and that that thing is Shadman's art?
That's okay.
It's because I painstakingly went and found it, and that took time and effort.
I don't know if that takes that much, but because again,
no, it takes effort. I actually demonstrated this already on the stream. How I use this very methodology to show who watches my content and who doesn't. To know who's actually aware it's going on and who doesn't. Because first off, my mother's not in the hospital. Secondly, she's in a rehab facility. How would people know that information? Because I put it out there myself. I controlled what information I put out there. I controlled how I framed it. If you out yourself and you demonstrate that I know where you got your information from, I've found the rat! Give out 3 pieces of information. Whoever tells the version of the information that you told very specifically are the people who know the information from a particular source and not from the source that you actually told other people. There are versions of this information that I've told people that are important, but I haven't given away full information to shit. So how could a person know something unless I told them? Where else did they get it from? Well, it's the case that they had to get it from me, but what version did they get? Did they get an actual summary of everything that was actually explained? That I painstakingly broke down for everybody live on camera? Or is it just somebody who just knows a piece of something and now they're just saying things without knowing that she's not in the same place she was before? Same thing with the video. Same thing with my thumbnail. Consequences come and catch you real quick when you get caught in lies.
This is why I think Shamu does have more of a case.
Why didn't you find it yourself? If it takes no effort, why didn't you do it yourself? Why did you have to copy graphics from my fucking Twitter thread when you could have easily done it yourself?
I guess I'll take the L on that then too, Nick. All right, sure. I wasn't really sure after Wargaming Dad stream, but I'm happy to take the L on that. That is completely valid.
Listen,
you are your own person with your own fucking conclusions, okay? The decision and your decisions around all of this and the things that you've said and done are on you. Don't try and blame Wargaming Dad. You are an adult, aren't you?
That is completely valid.
Obviously, the reason for this was to avoid being exposed publicly so Noah could still maintain his reputation.
100%.
If you look at the chat during this time, you can see his community saying the same thing, and even his friends saying that this should have been done privately. Simultaneously, you can see other individuals calling out the insane sweeping.
You are an adult, aren't you?
That is completely valid. All right, I'm happy to take the L on Shamu's video there. Absolutely, I'll accept the principle. I'm happy to source Nick Andros, sure, on his screenshots. All right, I messed up there too.
No, not just source me, but like source the other creators' work you use.
That's completely valid. I agree there.
This year kicked off with Companion, Betterman, and Dogman.
This year started off with Companion, Betterman, and Dogman.
Betterman was a massive box office disaster, but let's not use box office as a metric to determine a film's quality for a moment.
It ended up being a big flop for Paramount. But let's take a step back and not use box office to determine whether a film is actually good or not, Jester Bell.
Incredible dance sequences.
Some absolutely gorgeous dance sequences.
Interesting twist of turning the star into a CGI monkey that actually works when you watch the film.
And also a pretty unique gimmick of having Robin Williams portrayed as a CGI monkey.
All right, that's very valid there. I understand that part of the.
It's very clear. It's very valid. That's very clear. It's very valid. It's very clear. It's very valid that I am indeed a liar and stealer and chain wrecker and blah 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 blah. It's very important. It's very valid. Very valid. It's 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 very valid. Jesus fucking Christ, like a broken fucking record.
Position of the stuff you've made. I know you've got criticisms for, I think you called like critical drinker or grifter. But I mean, to be clear, this is not in defense of critical or anything else. It's more just the fact of, well, right now I don't think critical has ever had an accusation of plagiarism against him. And if somebody's going to, compare the two, there's going to be a lot more emphasis on you grifting than someone like critical, right?
That's wait, and like instead of like okay, that's like instead of like exposing like critical triggers, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, you're calling out somebody else for grifting, while you yourself have not actually have lifted sections of your content. And that's that's because what that looks like again is I want to get a video out on a popular topic. I can see something else is popular, something else is good. I'm just going to replicate that for views.
That's very okay. I understand that.
It's like these guys always play a giant game of telephone whenever making these videos.
Ah, I see. It's not for everything, but it's just an interesting thought. Like the idea of having a network of people that you kind of take ideas from or something. Like that'd be crazy.
That's good though, to get inspiration and get good ideas from people to expand their knowledge pool. I mean, that sounds like a positive thing. You know, there's a point in the stream where he just wants to like get it done with and over with, so he just kind of agrees and goes along with things, so the end of the conversation can arrive faster and he can be done with this.
Like, well, I'd imagine you need an escape route at this point, don't you?
That you did, by definition, I guess, plagiarize Shamu's content.
I am more than happy to admit that. Yes, absolutely.
You're fucking retarded. First of all, where do you draw the line? How do you know what to credit and what to not credit? Where do you draw the line there? What do you credit and what do you not credit? Where's
you just called me retarded. I don't think I need to. Oh, nice.
So yeah, that's absolutely like you're jumping into the tape patch as fast as possible. But can we just be clear? You should be allowed to call.
So great. First time out to see the content. Ethap agrees with me. Kino agrees. Audience clearly agrees. 9 out of 5 Carl Cordians agree. Except that one guy. How the fuck do you not just see this as a myriad of problems and just do the effort yourself? Now you gotta have 5 layers of inception.
Call someone a retard and it shouldn't even register on the fucking insult scale compared to someone who steals work.
You already got on you. That is completely valid.
Obviously. That's completely valid.
Colexo made a video on me specifically getting mad at me debunking Rev Says Desu, Endymion, Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic, Heal vs. Babyface, and plenty of other delightful suspects. Oh, and Dr. Disaster, of course, too. It was a pretty funny video to check out on stream, especially given the fact he had to actually take parts out of my videos to try to make it match his points in general. Telling our cinematography, the things you should discuss when critiquing a film, they rather complain about how Star Wars has so many female characters now. And just try and lament that Star Wars is now quote-unquote woke because of Disney. Yeah, because clearly female characters... So he did clip stuff out there. That's funny. Okay, let's see here.
Why has he already got a Windows Media Player download of this guy's video? Because that's the sort of thing I would do when I'd expect someone to delete something, right? Or, and this is just me theory crafting for a second, or perhaps, if you know that a video is going to be taken down because you're aiming to have it taken down, that you might need a copy of it, perhaps, maybe? So you've still got the copy of the video gets deleted out?
Yep, there we go.
That's something that I think everybody can agree. This is what I have to do for Jack so I can finish the Kami Gagnon presentation that I'm putting together for a versus chat. Because Kami DFE'd everything. But for some reason, he decided to bring some of it back under unlisteds. So it allows me to at least paint a picture of what kind of content he used to have before he deleted shit. In this instance, already having a video copy and a video file of it, assuming you're trying to take something down, or that you're copying off of it, and you're taking from it, and you're stealing from it, it's much more likely that you have the raw file because you're pulling from the raw file. It's not completely evidence, but it's gonna make me look at you like you're sus.
Cut that out entirely. He cut out that entire thing where I'm talking about how Star Wars has always had strong female characters in it, and it's only now that the anti-woke grift is popular that you see people complaining about that for profit. That is so funny. He blatantly took that out there. Clearly, female characters make something bad, right? It's not like Star Wars already had a ton of female representation even before Disney bought it. Exactly. So he literally cut that out. He cut that entire part out, and then just jumped to the Patrick part. Come on, man. Obviously, people like this usually know they can't actually step to me, so they usually have to take things out of my videos to try to spin a narrative in order to beat their own anti-woke agenda. It's also incredibly funny because this friend of Kinoflex's actually ended up having to agree with me on many points in this video because he knew he can actually contest them. Here he tries to shield for.
Doesn't that mean that the video is just good faith? Isn't that just a good faith video?
Seems like it's all resolved and the artist has been spoken to. But I guess they forgot to ask you first. So by the time they were talking here, I don't think it had been resolved. I was still streaming. Is it all resolved? He's still got a temporary thumbnail on there.
Hey, is this your artist? I'm trying to help this person. Again, I don't care. I don't give a fuck if he blocked me. I think this is a weird answer. He goes, just for clarification, Utterly Noah was not the one who copyright claimed Calesto's video, but a separate person who's looking. So that was what I asked. I go, is this your artist? And his response is, another person struck it, and it wasn't me. So I wrote, that's why I asked if it was your artist. And then he didn't answer again, and then I wrote, well, this interaction was bizarre. He didn't even feel the need to just type something. He just sent this Kinoflex person's tweet back to me, which didn't answer my question. Why would you even say anything at all? I don't know. What the fuck is happening right now? Nick Andros is claiming that he already been approached by Noah, who asked him to quash the beef. But if he wants that to happen, he needs to be honest about what he did, which is totally reasonable, and not let his friends lie about what happened. Someone messaged me on Discord saying he's now claiming I'm working with him on something when all I did was recommend that he downloaded Obsidian if he wanted to do original research. This is really weird. Why can we quash the beef, man? Dude, you're saying that you made a mistake. Why can't you just acknowledge that you were just fucking stealing and you've changed your workflow?
Kinoflex responds, according to Noah, the person who sent the copyright claim now has lifted it. So, The morning after, Noah gets pressed publicly after failing to do anything privately. He suddenly manages to convince his crazy rogue artist to lift the copyright claim without Callisto having to make deals in private. Funny how that works, isn't it? He gave me proof that his artist was acting on her own, but I'll have to get his permission to share it. The way this has been handled has either been insanely suspicious or just really retarded. If you show me that proof, it'll clarify which is the case. The proof that I've been sent is a call with Otley Noah, somebody else, and the artist, where the artist is seen saying, "No, I'm not going to allow somebody to use like my art to like promote their video, despite other people doing it in the past." Cope and Seed, Beckett have used it on their art as well. Himpleton has used it on his art. Plenty of people by now have used it on their channels. Now that it's a small channel without, I don't know, much activity on there, has used it on their channel. Now it's an issue. I just don't fucking buy it. I'll be honest. It's incredibly fucking suspicious, as Nicandros can see, as most anybody with like half a fucking brain can see. Noah is finally, after getting pressed publicly, decided to put a single microgram of pressure on the artist to be able to get them to release his copyright claim.
I've talked to Noah about this, and I have seen the message where he's like, "Well, it is the artist. You know, maybe you can talk to her if you want. I can drop."
Yeah, I have seen Noah saying that. I have seen Noah saying that. I'm well aware of the EFAP stream covering Callisto's response to me, but I want to make it clear that their response doesn't change what I've said about the beef with both Callisto and Kinoflex. He was sent a copyright claim from somebody I know, but I was not responsible for it. I'm working to get it resolved to show that I'm not going back on my word, and I'm looking forward to the next stream to finally put all this drama behind us. Answer me this: does he give a fuck about the fact that Callisto's got a copyright strike, or does he just care about avoiding public drama into the future?
My criticism on it is that it's all this in the background, like he's a sniveling little snake that's wanting this to happen, versus what's actually been happening and that they've been soft on the situation.
If you're like cynical or whatever, you might think that like, oh well, he's just like doing something that's critical of him, which it doesn't sound like that's happening here. But
I said you should delete this tweet. I don't know who asked you to.
No, it reads more like he's doing snake shit in the background. It's very easy to just not say anything and let things play their course when you know that you're innocent, because you can just be able to show that I didn't do anything. I either quote one, if you struck somebody unfairly, made a mistake, they let me know, I released it, they spoke to me, I understood them, and it's cool. Versus, they know, they're hiding, they're avoiding criticism, they're trying their best to not talk to the heavy hitters, because they know in a single conversation with them, they will crumple like a fucking dime store bag.
To write this, but Otley Noah was retweeting and reposting this rather than answering why his artist is filing copyright strikes on his behalf and what he's doing to resolve the situation. Callisto should not be working on a new thumbnail right now. Noah should be fixing his mistake or reeling in his artist. This guy's being raped as we speak. Then I got blocked.
Their response is very misleading because it's his fucking artist. It's not like, oh, this just has nothing to do with. No, it's like somebody else talks about. It's like, no, it's the guy that makes his art.
Kinoflex's tweet here when he says that it is a separate person who he was looking to resolve it with privately, and then later on he says, well, it's just somebody I know. It's just somebody I know, I guess. You know, it's on the same street as me.
We just got off a call with Noah, Callisto, his artist Deus, and our mutual friend Jan. We were talking about this for a good amount of time, and we came to some disturbing revelations. I'm not going to say anything. I'll just let Noah speak for himself.
Noah, hello?
Hello. I originally made Deus aware of Callisto's video, and that's why she struck it down. I thought it was racist because of a section in there about Sweet Baby Inc. and also a section in there about Django Unchained and Tarantino movies. Her art was on there, and I assumed it was racist, and yeah.
I'm out.
I sent her specifically the whole thing about like how copyright things work on YouTube, because I've had a similar, like a mod of mine has had a similar situation to this before, like where their art was being used in a thumbnail with someone they didn't agree with, and they ended up like having to strike that as well.
Noah,
oh well, it's art. You won't die.
Me telling me that a YouTube video he was using my art on was a racist video. He said I might want to make a copyright takedown against the video. He sent me the link on how to do it and said he would walk me through it. I have no presence, interest, or investment in any YouTube communities or anything of that nature. My desire in all of this is to have the record set straight and to be left alone. That's everything.
So you wanted to copyright strike it, but you knew that your channel name would be on there, and so you got your artist to do it for you. You didn't give a fuck about her art. It's your PFP. Nobody knows that she's the one who's drawn it. It doesn't reflect on her at all. There was a video made about you that you didn't like, going over your plagiarism drama, and so you wanted it down, right? You didn't give a fuck about her. It's got nothing to do with her.
That personally was not my motivation in it, but I can see why it would come out that way. Well, my motivation was to not have her associated with a video that I personally deem as racist.
You earnestly believed that people would go to his video, then see that there was something racist in it, see there was a video attacking you and criticizing you, and then go to your video description to find out who drew your profile picture.
Well, like I was letting her know because it's her art. I figured she should know.
You weren't letting her know. You were giving her all the tools necessary to be able to follow that copyright strike.
Yes, because a similar situation has happened before with like the Camelot art, one of my moms.
How would that be a valid copyright strike? No, it's a transformative thumbnail.
I figured she would be more interested in seeing the art changed.
If you thought that this was...
But it was already a transformative thumbnail. So it already met the transformative configuration for fair use. You just wanted her to strike the shit so that it wouldn't tie back to you. And it tied back to you because you made an entire point of trying to get somebody else as a third party to represent yourself so that it wouldn't come to you, and you still got caught.
That the copyright claim was valid. Why did you deny knowing anything about it first? Because again, Callisto and I, we thought that you didn't know anything about it and that this artist was acting on her own behalf. Like you didn't know anything about it. Why would you word it in the way that just throws her under the bus? I just don't get it.
I don't know what to say there, honestly. I don't remember how I worded it specifically. So.
I can tell you. He was sent a copyright claim from somebody I know, but I was not responsible for it. That was just a lie, wasn't it?
No, that wasn't a lie because I showed her how to do it. I wasn't responsible for it.
I mean, that has been responsible, but like, when we got to be upfront with the public about it, you've been copy posting Kinoflex's tweets, but it sounds like you kind of maybe influenced him to say after he leaked certain details about the stuff to the public. Okay, so in my opinion, okay, tell me if I'm wrong. You like emotionally manipulated the guy since he brought it to the public. He got it posted by Nicholas Durio to be able to make this clarification that you could post under Nicholas Durio's tweet, right?
Yeah.
You understand how that's extremely misleading? As though it's a third
yes,
party
now I see that. Yes, I see how that is misleading.
No, you saw it at the time, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. You were retweeting and reposting KinoFlex's tweet rather than answering why your artist filled out copyright strikes on your behalf and what you're doing to resolve the situation. That was the exact intent behind retweeting and reposting KinoFlex's tweet, right? Do you think that Callisto should have to make a new thumbnail, or do you think you should be fixing your mistake?
I think I should be fixing my mistake. In fact, Deus already told him he doesn't have to change the thumbnail at all. I've had bad experiences, on DramaTuber type things, so like yeah, I
Well, that's 'cause you made bad
do
decisions.
appreciate you being
But
more chill.
You decided intentionally to like put your friend in like the firing line, right? Rather than you yourself actually going ahead and copyright striking it. You weren't concerned about it at all. Why don't you just copyright strike over content used from your channel? It's racist. Doesn't it reflect on you badly, Noah?
Well, because her art was there, so I decided to tell her about it.
Yeah, because it's easier to be able to get a proxy to be able to do it for you rather than copy striking it yourself, right?
That was not my intention or my thought process when I was doing that.
Okay.
When we were in the call, though, you said you agree with what he said. You said that you agree with what he said.
I unfortunately did not look through the whole thing first. I did not realize that. Wait. At least the Django, I would still argue the nerdrotic stuff a little bit. But
So you struck a video, you had somebody else strike a video. You gotta go to the kitchen to put these mugs back. You struck a video without watching all of the content inside the content. See, this is the problem with new niggas. They don't do the work. They want everything fast and easy. So they don't do the work. It's like, oh, I ain't gotta check shit. I can just say that it's all grifting, I saw the name on the content, I saw the person on the thumbnail, like, strike him down, boys! Strike him down! Throw the rest of that beef in my bowl pot and let it heat for 2 minutes and then check this shit the fuck out. I am back.
Wait. I'm sorry. Are you telling me that you didn't even watch that segment about?
I did watch it, but I misinterpreted it.
Okay, how?
You didn't watch it, and then you didn't watch it, but you watched it, but you misinterpreted it.
Oh, it's like she's coming out and directly saying the ridiculous statements, like unless you agreed with it.
So this joke was so racist that you felt the dire need, on behalf of your friend, to send her the video, inform her it was racist, and then tell her to copy strike it. But you can't even remember the joke now.
That is the level of the shit that happened to Think Before You Sleep from the Alienation video. She didn't know about it. She was told about it by her gay confidant best friend, and then overreacted when all she had to do was not act like a spurg. Same shit. Same shit. Same shit. It's the same shit.
Well, yeah, I guess now.
When you reached out to Deus and you told me that you talked her out of like copy striking my video on you that also has your PNG avatar, was that true?
I did actually, because she did see that. She was because she found your video. She was considering striking it.
Why? Why did you talk her out of it?
I mean, that video honestly I wouldn't say is racist. It's the old like plagiarism video. There wasn't
I'm out!
anything worth striking in there.
There wasn't anything worth striking in there. Motherfucker, you know that's not what the copyright system is for. You know that's not what it's for, motherfucker! Oh, dude, what are you doing?
If your PFP is on a thumbnail, that means vicariously, your artist stands by what is said in that video. That's your standard that you've laid out there. Does your artist think that you're like a plagiarist? Does your artist stand by all those criticisms there and everything said about you within?
I don't know. You'd have to ask her honestly.
The obvious answer is no, okay? Because obviously it's not your artist co-signing the fucking video because somebody's taken your PFP and included it in the fucking thumbnail. Nobody knows who the fuck this woman is.
Now that you've explained that, I do agree.
Well, you're not consistently asked.
Now you explain it, you agree. Instead of understanding it ahead of time. where you decide to use the copy strike system as a litigation method for when you don't like somebody and you don't like the content of the material that's in the video, regardless of the fact that it does not have anything in it that it's breaking terms of service with fair use. My lord. Oh my lord.
Asking about is there a chance that this video could get taken down and how you kind of don't want it up, right? At the time that you and I spoke about possibly having a reconciliation with Callisto, which you, by your own admission, hoped would result in this being taken down, you were also simultaneously battling these inner demons about whether or not you should have it taken down because it's actually racist, and the racism voices prevailed, yeah? Can you see how this doesn't make any sense at all?
You are fucked. It's so obvious what this is.
If I had changed the thumbnail and you no longer copy struck the thumbnail, would you have then shifted to copy striking the entire video because your PNG appears there multiple times?
No.
So then what's the difference between the thumbnail and the PNG being in the video?
I thought Deus claimed you for that as well.
I thought Deus claimed you for that as well. His impression was that Deus didn't just claim for the copyright, like on the thumbnail, she claimed the whole video. And that's a Freudian slip. That's him going, hey, isn't that what happened? Because you gotta remember, he's walked her through how to report the copyright. So his impression is that she would have claimed the entire video for any use of the PSP, not just the thumbnail. So his intention, this is basically like a quiet confession. His intention here was to have the video taken down, not just to have the thumbnail changed.
No, you're saying, for example, okay, that you don't stand by this anymore. Have you not reiterated this standard? It's the artists are totally within their right to be able to send copyright split takedowns to people based on thumbnails if they don't like the contents, if they don't like how it's being used.
She fully said I was free to use the thumbnail. There was no problem.
She apologized. Again, we have no beef. We have no beef with her. Like, she's innocent in all this. She's manipulated, like just like I was. Like, again, don't say anything like that.
She wants to be left alone. She wants to be left alone.
You're trying to jump in now as if you're being defensive of her and saying that she doesn't want any presence to be dragged into any drama. You're the one who involved her. The thing that I've heard from several people, presumably based on your description and the position that you forced her into, is that she's a totally insane rogue bitch.
I did not force her into that.
Say so. Without your message to her, she would have never done that copyright strike. Yeah.
No, probably yeah, because she would have known about the video, I guess then.
Okay.
No, not probably.
So
She did, but wait, she didn't even want to. It was because of you. That's the issue. She has reiteratively said that she would not have done any of this, that she didn't want any of this, and that you, when you did all this, it's because of you that the copyright strike is there.
You showed her how to do it. She wouldn't even know how to do it if it weren't for you showing her how.
And you just admitted this. Like, why can't you just be upfront and say, you know what, it was my, like, I really fucked up here.
Okay. And you're the reason why she got involved in this drama, right? You put her in the firing line of public discussion.
That was not the intent, but yes, that is what happened.
Well, yeah, it's not the intent to do.
It's not the intent, but it's what you did, which means it's what happened, which means is what you wanted to have happen when you decided to bring her into it, and you had no idea what the fuck was going to go on. What's the equivalent of basically fucking drafting her for war, and she's the reason that she's going to come home in a pine box. Every step of the way, you set yourself up for failure. And now, under scrutiny and pressure, you fold. And you don't just give a quiet confession. You are explicitly stating, actually, it happened not in the way that I thought it was. Because since you told her how to do everything, you thought it should have been just as simple as, all right, I washed my hands of it, and now I move on and attack the next person that criticizes me, and I don't like what they say because their opinions are too hard-hitting and their facts are too easily accessible and accessibly veiled. Every single step of this shit is directly on your fucking shoulders because all you had to do was ignore it if you didn't like what he had to say. But that wasn't good enough for you.
But it's just like, somebody gets fucked along the way. We'll roll the dice on that person. You're supposed to be the content creator. You're supposed to be the one who understands how these things are fucking done. Your artist doesn't have a channel and doesn't want a public presence. Presumably, they trust you to know how to deal with these situations. So the response that you were even thinking about fucking posting relied on both of those guys to give a statement that you knew was misrepresentative of the truth, right? You might not bump in the guy to actually fight it yourself, but without you, it doesn't happen, right? You made that strike happen.
And fucking nothing.
Okay, cool.
Like, we do responses on the videos all the time. Like, you can't just copy, like, strike shit you don't like.
Wargaming Dad says, I will say here, this girl is wrong. Even though it's her art, people using that art in a thumbnail to make a video about you does not go against copyright. You say, I agree. I think she does not understand fair use.
What?
Wargaming Dad says most don't. I don't like the conclusion, but if all the parties are happy, then it's settled.
You sent her DMs over to me despite telling her that you didn't. So you just lied to her.
Yes, I do remember that. I did. Yeah.
Were you lying to be able to obfuscate responsibility over to her by saying that she doesn't understand fair use and try and pretend that it's all up to her and she's some crazy bitch who's doing this all of her own accord? But that is the way that you're fucking painting that girl. You understand? Who is again doing this on your behest?
Yes, that is how it seems to be. Yes, that is how it was painted there.
So when you're early...
Yes, that's how it was painted there. That's how you did it. It's what you did. It's what you said.
It's saying to Wargaming Dad that she doesn't understand fair use. You're the one who doesn't understand fair use, right? I mean, why did you say that? What's the motivation there?
Fucking silence.
Why are you saying that about her?
I don't know.
What? You're being pressed by Wargaming Dad. I don't want to shit talk the guy, okay? He was on earlier. We spoke before. He's a nice guy. He gets 5 viewers, and even under that pressure, you're fucking lying to be able to fucking put all the responsibility on her. Why? What's the motivation?
I don't know. Yeah, Callisto, what do you think is the right thing to do here?
You just need to fess up. I hated it for whatever reason.
I was the one who sent Deus the copyright stuff, the link, all that, and that is how Callisto's video was taken down. The copyright stuff, the link, all that. What? And that is how Callisto's video was taken down.
No!
And,
Hey, bro.
I wouldn't even say I'd like dislike your video. I think it's just like I wouldn't even say I'd like dislike your video. I think it's just like
you said
I don't need to delete it, bro.
Yes, I do. I dislike your video. I dislike your video because like the racism, but also I think there's some
The racism. It's just the racism, you see. If you weren't such an evil Nazi bigot, Flex, we would never have stricken you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how that works out.
Okay, so you dislike the video, so you want it taken down? Like, what is this? And then you lied to me to my face?
This is literally the Jarbo stream, bro! No, wait a minute! Matt, no! Matt, no! Oh my god.
It is literally Border Boy 3.5 at this point. This has happened 4 separate times within the last month.
Oh, he was collecting boulders! Oh my god, did you see? Have you seen?
No, I haven't seen anything.
You haven't seen? Oh my god, get this great you're fucking, you're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die.
I was the one who sent Deus the the copyright stuff, the link, all that.
What?
And that is how Callisto's video was taken down.
What?
What? He's the most incompetent evil person I've ever seen. Like,
he's calling in to confess.
I need to let everyone know just how evil I am. What the hell, man?
Why did he do this?
I have to phone you because Nick's got more on, so I've got to have you on.
Oh, really? Oh, so did he get his artist to do that?
Yeah.
Or did he do that himself? And
he told his artist how to do it.
Awesome. I mean, unfortunately for him, we're kind of at the point where I can just believe he'll do any degenerate bullshit
Right?
to try and save himself.
This
What a little piece of shit. What a little scumbag.
I wouldn't even say I like dislike your video. I think it's just like I need to delete it.
You fucking facilitated it getting taken down. But hey, bro, I kind of like the video.
That's pretty good, man. In hindsight, I think I would totally let this one stay.
Oh, fuck it, hell.
Somebody tried to I guess Anthony couldn't see it.
Is this something that happened? Like, how come we didn't have access to this?
This is 5 minutes ago.
Oh, fuck it, hell. This is insanity, man. I hope Callisto's video is safe. That it should be, right?
I imagine, yeah, hopefully.
He needs to stop rolling out. You know what? That's valid. I take the L.
It's not gonna take the L back. Dude, Ant just sent this guy like 16 courses on how not to do this.
University levels, okay?
You're doing all this, you're just lying to me while you're the one trying to get, like, fuck me over.
My God, it wasn't my intent to fuck you over.
What do you mean it was?
What was the intent?
It wasn't my intent to fuck you over. It was my intention to fuck you over quietly. It might be the case that his internet problems might have knocked KinoFlex out for a bit. He's in the DMs letting me know if something else comes up and whether or not he's going to be sidelined from getting back in. But oh my god, what a fucking row of feathers to put in your cap. Holy shit! Not only does he felt himself against a group of lefty creators that are basically saying, get off air, get off air, get off air, get off air, please stop talking on air, stop talking on air, this is embarrassing, get off air, get off air, get off air. And the most notable of them, you can clearly tell you're guilty dead to rights. But you also admit your evil intentions to the victim. And you're just no accountability. Obviously. Shane was nowhere in the room. But the level of just flabbergasting silence or just open-handed evil intention. This right here, this is a career-defining moment. Obviously, shooting Noah in the fucking face with a fucking point-blank shotgun, dousing pieces of flesh from his nose. But what a fucking example. Oh my god. Without realizing he did it, KinoFlex made a masterclass of how to get a dumbass to destroy himself. This is beautiful. I could look at this for hours on end. I could look at this for hours on end, man. Okay. Be right back again. Need to go to the kitchen and get my food now. Pestered and pestered Lester. Oh my ass. Dude. Hit him with that back turd. Hit with the sequestered.
It happened regardless. That's what matters.
No, the
Oh, you can't do that. I didn't intend to. It just happened. Dude,
I came back with a fork and not my food. One track mind, Carl. One track mind. Alright, now I remember to bring my food this time. Let's go out for water in the hallway if I need a drink.
Was that a whoopsie daisy? Honestly, that was how long that was recently.
Didn't happen without your intent. You like made this happen. You accepted this earlier.
Yes.
Not regardless of intent. What was your intent behind that?
Get him, Dickers!
I don't know, honestly.
You know what? Come on.
Please, yes, what? I have no
Why is he
knowledge
doing
of
this?
this.
He's watching his entire career live in fucking 4K. Why is he doing this?
Because it didn't matter last time. That's why.
true.
That's why, because he did this already once, and he got away with it. This motherfucker cannot skate past this one again.
Okay, so no, what's the motivation? If you're so confident,
It's because I thought the video was racist.
Even if you thought the video was racist, you can't take it down for copyright based on racism. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude,
You
how
have
do
to
I
be a community
expect this
strike
guy
at
who
that
makes
point.
content judging other people for a living to understand basic YouTube features, dude?
There's no escaping that, but he's actually trying to stand on the moral high ground of, well, the video was racist, which, by the way, I've seen the whole video. What the hell is he talking about?
Y'all often try to stir the pot by just saying straight up racist things, even.
What there wasn't a lot of was men. Not sure what happened to all the dudes in Wakanda. Maybe they went off to get back sales and never came back. Oh shit, I don't know if I'll keep that one in.
It's a joke. If you're referencing South Park, I'm sure you can handle this without being triggered. In this section, Utterly Noah tackles the YouTuber.
That was racism. That was a fabled racism.
I'm offended. I feel as though this qualifies as a hate crime, honestly.
And so,
you can get away with it. I hope that guy's not in camera.
True. Yeah. Let's see Noah's reaction to seeing this horrific racism.
Wakanda, they went off to get back sales and never came back. Oh shit, I don't know if I'll keep that one in.
Oh, haha, so funny.
Joke. If you're referencing South Park, I'm sure you can handle this
Is
without.
that what the people that make South Park weren't racist, dude? What is the comparison here? You're trying to compare
This is worth highlighting. I want everyone to consider the argumentation process here. So Neurotic says the joke. Galesto's response is, well, that's a joke, and other people make jokes like that all the time. And then his response to that response is, but they're not racist, though.
Retarded.
Dude, he thought it was racist, man. I don't know. Dude, it's a thought crime now? You can't just do something.
That is so not racism. That's not... Okay. African Americans. We have to take this one on the chin, okay? Niggas, hear me? Hear me, niggas. We have to take the blame for this one. We've trained people like Utterly Noah to overreact on our behalf. This is our fault. Let me hear that again, please.
Neurotic says the joke. Galesto's response
racist, dude.
Once we get back sales and never came back. Oh shit.
You can't get away with it. I hope that guy's not in camera.
True. Yeah. Let's see Noah's reaction to seeing this horrific racism.
Wakanda, they went off to get back sales and never came back. Oh shit, I'll keep that one in.
Oh, haha, so funny.
Joke. If you're referencing South Park, I'm sure you can handle this
Is
without.
that what the people that make South Park weren't racist, dude? What is the comparison here? You're trying to compare
this with
The people who made South Park weren't racist, so when they do racism, it's okay, despite all the examples of bigotry, racism, satire, both of stereotypes and celebrities, to the point of antagonism and embarrassment. No. They're satirizing it, and they're on the right side of history, so it's okay for them to do it. But you little griffly bear. You little griffly bear. You can't do that. You can't stand where they stand. Hey, boo-boo. I saw a person trying to be bigoted and racist online. You know what we gotta do to that, boo-boo?
I know, Yogi. Let's cancel him and kill him on the internet in front of everybody in the park.
That's right, boo-boo. We're gonna cancel him. No, he can't be that dumb. No, he can't be that dumb. Please, no, he cannot be that stupid. There are levels to these. In me, I'm finding it hard to believe that he's that dumb. But it might be the case that he is that dumb.
highlighting. I want everyone to consider the argumentation process here. So Neuralink says the joke. Callisto's response is, well, that's a joke, and other people make jokes like that all the time. And then his response to that response is, but they're not racist, though.
Retarded.
It's incredible.
Dude, he thought it was racist, man. I was like, it's a thought crime now? You can't just think something's racist. And I looked at my tweet from yesterday, and I was going to show everyone the reply. It was gone. In its place, I found this. I saw Diorio was trying to cash in on it. I personally wouldn't trust him after one of his recent tweets, which was fairly disgusting. And Utterly Noah said, I should block him then. Good plan. And then like 3 hours later, he's conceded to every allegation that I thought he did.
Because even on the stream, we were like, hey, it might have nothing to do with him, but we were also like, but it would make a lot of sense for it to have something to do with him.
Again, though, I said, hey, dude, it seems like your artist, whatever, filed a strike here. That might be your artist. Do you know anything about this? And he sent back a tweet that was just like, just for clarification, Utterly Noah was not the one who copyright claimed Callisto's video. A separate person he's looking to resolve what privately did. And then, like, that's why I asked if it was your
So this
artist.
is the sneakiest, the most weaselly fucking response ever because he knows he's responsible for it, but he's like, hey, I didn't hit the button.
I DM'd it to him too, so he didn't want to even talk to me privately. And this fucking guy wrote this shit knowing full well that he put the hit out. That's crazy. So yeah, don't be surprised. He's going to concede to the thing that he thinks he can navigate out of. And as you continue to look for more information, the answer of what actually happened will continue to get worse and worse and worse and worse the more inquisitive you are, because he's only incentivized to give you as little as humanly possible, so he can try to like hang on to his career, which honestly should be vaporized, atomized, destroyed. This guy is not credible. He can't criticize anybody else the way he's acting right now. This is absolutely.
Thank you, Doctor. Can't trust Adams either. They make up everything. You and your jokes. That's so true.
Absolutely unforgivable shit. And he hasn't taken any steps to be doing any better than he's been doing the entire time. In fact, his friends have been covering up for him, and they should get some shit for this too. He does not get enough hate.
I was the one who sent Deus
That's 100% true. This is happening in a way where it's like he tried to cope to what he thought was the easiest thing he could get out of. That gives him the ability to wiggle out of the room. Then, after he gives the worst or best example of what he thinks he can be able to get away from, that he doesn't have to actually negotiate on and he doesn't have to navigate for, he keeps admitting to worse and worse and worse and worse shit because of the fact that Kinoflex happens to have got him in a room with Callisto and then with John, and they all collectively got Noah to just admit what kind of plan he had the entire time he was working this shit out in the first place. So, that's there. Now, I want to see the connection to Anthony Gramiglia, because if it's the case that I end up not being able to get to the quartering, that would have to be in its own broadcast. But I'll get to quartering and his shit collectively here, I think, before I then do the individual Pound Town, because oh my fucking god.
The copyright stuff, the link, that is how Callisto's video was taken down.
He's got the Freudian slip there. That's how the video was taken down. Listen to it.
That is how Callisto's video was taken down.
It's not just the thumbnail. He wasn't thinking of the thumbnail. He was thinking of getting the video taken down. That was his goal. Like, his brain's broken, so it's all just spilling out. Okay, it is annoying that everyone seems to have missed that he's saying video here. Not thumbnail. That's how the video was taken down.
The sway of the video is to debunk you and disagree with you, and he even includes a little bit at the end about your plagiarism. That didn't factor into it at all?
No. Most people have moved on from the plagiarism drama. It's like, it betrays how he sees this shit. It's like, no, cool, the drama was over, right? Everyone was cool with me plagiarizing.
Obviously, because of my video and my response to you, I didn't think you were up to snuff, to be blunt. But this is even lower than I could possibly imagine. I would never think that you would copy straight the video.
That's what I mean. I don't know what I can do.
You're admitting right there to abusing the copyright system to be able to take down a video that you personally don't like because it mentions you and has you appear in the thumbnail. Okay? The last time you had a plagiarism drama, your community was like largely behind you, and it was other creator connections that were damaged by that. Okay? Somehow you got Anthony Gramiglia to say he was gonna like co-sign your videos for a short period of time. I don't fucking know how, but anyway, that was the fucking lifeline. Now you're throwing members of your community under the fucking bus and using them as pawns to be able to fuck over creators who make videos that you don't like about you. You've damaged your content creator relationships. Other people might not react and engage with your content anymore because they're terrified that you're gonna give them a copyright strike. And be honest, it's really not worth the fucking risk to engage with you. And now your community's been thrown under the bus as well. What do you think?
Fucking nothing.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what to do.
This is the most humiliating thing, like, that's happened to me on this platform.
I know what you should have done. You should have apologized and hoped that you find a way to fucking reconciliation and recovery. You shouldn't, and you won't. You don't deserve it. Holy fuck. Alright. Anthony! Tony, come here and play with me. Tony! Okay. Lion Plagiarist, The Ultimate Grifter, and Lying Rat. Let's go here. And let's go here.
Oopsie daisy. So this is like,
the original
honestly,
script.
It comes off as malicious to me as well from the ant person, but that's just my perspective. I also gave him feedback on his...
So, 153 and another 139.
Work schedule? Like, what?
Work schedule. What a little worm.
Which I felt encouraged a process of taking notes, and rather than redrafting them for a script and giving proper citations where needed, just reiterating where the notes are. You could see the problem there. That's a summation from
This is just bullshit.
memory of the stuff.
And like that's not at all what he did. So like, there's two sort of things that the first one was like, oh, I thought going on live streams like 3 hours after the event was not a good move because like it was too soon. It's like what would more time have given him? A better opportunity to massage his own story and improve the lies he was telling? Because it's not going to change the fact that he obviously plagiarized. And the plagiarism isn't just, oh no, he's just summarizing notes and not citing people. No, he's lifting visuals, he's lifting thoughts, he's lifting entire arguments.
Even word for word, just word for word observations and insight from other people.
That sticks out, but I encouraged him to continue seeking out material to better his academic writing.
Stop!
This is so fucking cringe, dude.
Whenever anyone,
writing.
You gotta do better than this.
People will say that Critical Drinker breaks people's brains. This is like an excellent example of that. Like the fact that he exists and is successful on YouTube actually destroys people's brains. Because look at what they are willing to defend against all reason and against all logic. Because, well, if you're an enemy of Critical Drinker, you have to be protected and coddled and supported regardless of what you do.
So true, King. Summation of memory from the stuff that sticks out, but I encouraged him to seek out material to better his academic writing and essay structure, as well as told him in no uncertain terms that I would not be tolerating more shit like this. Why would you tolerate this in the first place? He's willing to steal and he's willing to plagiarize. Giving him the Christy Winter advice of really challenge yourself isn't going to help if he's already thieving.
Yeah, come up again, but can you imagine if anyone not on his side had done any one of the first set of things that utterly Noah was proven to have done, what the response to that would have been? Would it have been, oh, you know, I think he was just rushing too much, or just summarizing his notes? Or would it be, no?
His mental wasn't all there, you know?
Yeah,
a little error in citation.
Yeah, as Nick says, it was this is an Avengers year, right? They need all hands on deck.
Dude,
I was lying. I was dying.
Someone in chat just mentioned it. I was like, no way, I gotta check. As we started this section, he's reposted his video on Objective YouTube Critics, and he says it's time to promote an old video of mine. How about this one? He knows.
What about with you in the thumbnail?
Yeah, well, I assume it's like an SEO thing, maybe. I don't know, but I'm sorry, mate. Like, we're covering you. It's happening. So, best of luck, I suppose. You're not getting away with this. Like, trust me, guys. You don't know where we're going with this exactly yet. If you haven't seen everything, this is going to be quite the ride.
Day structure.
You might have thought it was bad enough already.
Oh, we're in. No, this is like the Noah thing. We're in the easy part where it's absolutely chill. You just wait.
As well as told, he probably was doing this academically. If he went to college, he was probably cheating just as much.
There's a reason.
100%.
I think Dick has mentioned
one. If he did go to college, he was already cheating like this on other content, and he was already doing that inside of other material. This is just the shit that we know from the things that are actually drama related. What about anything that he could have done in actual material that required him to turn in fucking deliverables to a content search to a fucking vendor? Oh god. Oh god, all of your content is just fucking fake because you stole it from other people and you're not actually intelligent enough to do it yourself. You don't do broadcast live and error. You're not rehearsed in your ideas. You're not rehearsed in your opinions. You don't have the ability to form an opinion or a fully fleshed out thought from information. You can't take in new information. No. 100% he doesn't have it. If it wasn't enough in the clips before, it's very clear in the example of how he addresses things off the platforms.
Once earlier that chat may have forgotten about, and that's fine. We'll let the sort of storytelling work here, but there's something that would make him panic that's happened within the last, like, half day. And it's going to come up in this.
Much there as he is now, but I don't know that for a matter of fact. So for any legal entities, that was a joke. As well as told him no uncertain terms that I will not be tolerating more shit like this. So this is
I will not be tolerating more shit like this.
Toward here at this point, up to now with everything. Yeah, okay, all the way up to there, it's all good.
Yeah,
anything past that.
Well, isn't it? That's more aggressive than anything he's said regarding this so far, isn't it? And it's like, I wonder if something's going on already. It seems like a change in tone.
The timing there, yes, the date and time. Yes, I noticed.
Curious.
Think of all the times when a YouTuber, or really anyone on social media, said, man, this person, if they do any more than this, I'm done, and I won't tolerate any more. How coincidental it is that all of these people just happen to reach the perfect limit of what they'll accept about what a person's done, and it's only the very next thing they do where they won't be able to be all right with it anymore.
You can appear principled while not having to sacrifice anything, provided that nothing else crazy happens.
Yes.
That's why people do it.
It's why they tried to do it, but in this case, like, all of this just already, there is no principle behind it. I'm going to get bored of pointing this out. So far, what is known is overt repeated plagiarism, false allegations of doxing, and deliberately poisoning your audience against the people you've made your victims. Those are the things he's currently tolerating. Dude. So, like, you can't really write on principle and say, I can't go further than that.
I've heard they refer to this as the erudite fallacy. I'm not sure if
I think they do, but...
Oh, that's a good thing to call it. Erudite, I like that.
But Platoon, buddy, by the time we get through this, I have a feeling you're not going to be a fan of Mr. Grulio.
You're going to be called the Gramugi line is what we're going to have to rename it.
I will sweep
cross the Gramugi line.
The moment I can't sweep anymore, and once things get too hot, I will drop you, is how I perceive this. And literally 3 hours later, he did. The amount of information that it took for the Anthony Grimgola guy to fucking concede is astronomical.
This is Grimgola. I like Gramugi. Everyone's got their favorite word.
Dude, I actually at this point hadn't heard his name pronounced correctly.
My favorite from you, Nick, was you called him Anthony Granola Bar.
Anthony Granola Bar.
Dude, literally nobody is buying this outside of your own audience in your own echo chamber.
Not seeing why them covering Otterly as opposed to you matters when he has videos that amass tens of thousands of views regularly. Would that not be good viewership as well, especially when you take his subscriber count into account? It's not so much that. It's that it feels like old drama to me because I was talking about this the day everything came out. It's old drama, the plagiarism. It's done. It's done. What are we doing? You see it as someone to clown on. I see it as a peer doing something ethically wrong, but I've had time to process everything about it. So now...
How fucking convenient. Oh, for you, it's drama. For me, it's old news, and I've already done my part. I just want him to be concerned and become a better person. So you don't discuss any of that ahead of anything else. That would help. You've heard someone call him Anthony Gorgonzola? Listen, I have my own, okay? I have my personal favorites. That's my neighbor outside mowing. I was wondering why I kept hearing an air whistle. There are so many perfect versions of Anthony Gramuglia's name. There's one. Gramuglia. Me personally, I feel like Anthony Granola Bar is probably the best. It's probably the best for me. But how convenient. How he can say, oh, it's just e-drama. It's just e-drama. You shouldn't be deeper concerned. How fucking convenient for him in this moment. On April 19th, of all things, no less.
We see it as someone doing something wrong. It's not a peer. Just take out the peer part. And they did something ethically wrong.
He's trying to say, like, it's settled. It's done, guys. It's settled. What are you doing? Why are you looking at it? Stop looking at it. You don't need to look at the plagiarism. Stop it. The premise of this thread doesn't make it seem that way. You use some pretty inflammatory language, make a claim that seems biased at best, bad faith at worst, and don't acknowledge your conflict of interest until I press you. As regarding the whole, like, why isn't EFAP covering me? And he says, I mean, I've spent a lot of time discussing my feelings on Mueller and EFAP. I feel like my bias there is very well documented. So he just admits that he's biased against us. Not that that was a hard thing to figure out, of course.
Yeah, it was a shocker. Yeah, if you can believe it.
He says, I will absolutely trash talk them, but they will trash talk me, so that makes us even. What? We barely talk about you. We made one video. Move on.
EFAP has only ever referred to their platform once. Anthony has chosen to attack them multiple times. And thus, what Tony, the Aloha Snack Bar, doesn't want to admit is that he's attacked EFAP a lot more than once. And it's not been tit for tat. They did not speak on you until you made yourself a point to antagonize Mahler. Then Mahler chose to respond, then you got pissy, and you did it like 11 more times. Some on Twitch, and some on Twitter, and many times on broadcast live on YouTube, and then several times with content, including his face in the material, and saying he's not quite a grifter, but he's grifter adjacent, while labeling multiple people that he's in the interim and in the cycle of, and are friends with, and work with, and broadcast with, probably even play games with, as grifters. You just need to suck a dick, sir. You, Anthony, you, Tony, need to suck a dick.
Odd. You're the one responding to random, essentially completely random people on social media talking about us. Like, we're not in the same universe. At least we're doing a stream right now as part of our job, as part of content, as part of prepared something that Mahler's done that involves people in our sphere and in the things that we care about. Like, these are not in the same universes of concern.
Obviously, there are exceptions. I argued in a vid, Mahler's vid on the father was actually quite good. It also didn't get his usual views. I think that impacts everything. A good man. I think
that says more about you than it does about anybody else.
I don't make the videos to get the views. I get to do whatever I want at this point because I'm secure. I did the whole, like, I covered a lot of different movies as they were coming out on the times they were coming out. It was tough. I'm sure EFAP
a video
maybe.
of
Who pressed the button?
My bad.
Wow. Wait, where were we?
We were at 122 something, I think. 123.
Let me see. Wait, are we ahead or behind?
I totally just watched that. Holy shit, my bad.
It was like 122 something.
No, wait, it's definitely further ahead.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
It's definitely ahead. You're going backwards.
I thought you were saying we are further ahead.
I'm sweeping for Anthony
we need to fast forward. We have seen all of this.
Just looking for the big old. Wait, this is too far ahead.
Right, hold on, yeah.
Memory sticks out. I'm just scanning. I'm looking for the face.
122.29.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, see, we're way further back now. We were here like 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
This is, dude. Literally nobody is buying this outside of your own audience in your own echo chamber.
There we go. So what I was saying was that yeah, there was a time where I was doing videos to the point where it was like kind of killing me. I'd mentioned this like years ago. There's a couple of videos that would be an example, but I remember doing like Solo and The Predator. Both of them got turned around super quickly, and I remember it was on Meme Repository. We did the Snyder Cut video in I think 10 days, and it was a fucking nightmare. And I basically remember saying at a certain point like I don't like, first of all I can't, but I also don't want to keep doing this. I want to be able to make videos at my own pace and about whatever I want. And yeah, it just got to a point where that was okay because I was secure and financially I didn't have anything to concern myself about at that point. So I was just happy to make whatever I want to make. And The Father is one of those kinds of videos where I made what I wanted to make. The idea that it's like, yes, but it didn't get the views you wanted, did you? I was like, dude, I'm very happy with that video. And I get sent messages about that video all the time. It's totally chill. There's not, I don't know how else to explain this to someone who only thinks like this. Like, this is not how I decide what I do. And
it's just a projection thing, though. I mean, that's how he probably judges his own thing. So you get people like that all the time. Say, well, you didn't make a video specifically covering this specific thing because, obviously you didn't think it would get good enough views. It's like, well, maybe I was too busy, or I didn't have time, or I wasn't that interested, or I did do it, but not in the way you liked, or I put it in the context of a different video that I thought would get more attention. Like, you've got don't you have a whole thing on Luthen's speech in your Ant-Man Quantumania video?
I do,
like,
yeah.
Probably more people saw that than they would have done if you'd done a video specifically on that speech, because there's also a way of packaging information where you know it's going to get a certain number of views. Like, there are all kinds of strategies and tactics available to you, and it doesn't have to be cynical.
Well, and I did a thing on Black Widow with Loki and
I think the important part to really take away from there, because all those things right there are very important, especially the part of doing it at your pace, because you're financially secure that you don't need to be in a rat race trying to make money. The problem here is that Anthony Gramucci is having the problem that I discussed multiple times. Oh my god, so many times I had this discussion while we were doing Turtle WoW, because the way in which Anthony Gramucci looks at content is that he is one of those people that tries to monetize literally every single itty-bitty little thing to try and make as many clicks and as much SEO engagement on his channel. And so he thinks everything must be about views, the same way that Anthony Edward West thinks that everything in terms of like criticism has to be about this projected need to say who can and can't do fucking dress up. It's so reductive. I'm not going to use the word atomizing. I'm not going to use the word atomizing. I'm not going to use the word atomizing. It is so reductive. And it is so fucking lazy. The level of thought process that goes into explaining the ideas of the people he projects to be his fucking rogues gallery of villains when they don't even think of him that way. They don't even fucking exist in the same iota of stratosphere. And he is just stuck projecting about shit that he cannot understand because he doesn't actually want to take the time to hear and learn from the broadcast, to just hear their words and what they think. He just says shit. It's because it's projection. People who make highly specific claims like this consistently are always projecting. It's certainly a factor, Pip. It's certainly a factor. For me, I see it as his Achilles heel. He can't understand making something because you want to make something. He doesn't understand doing something not for the views, but for the fun, or for the experience. He cannot get it. He doesn't want to get it. He cannot get it. He doesn't want to speak on it. He doesn't want to put any energy into it. He wants to antagonize people about it. He lets it be the controlling factor that prevents him from being able to handle shit. And it becomes so goddamn caustic to his ability to get things done. I need to reopen this. There we go. It is so caustic to his ability to be able to get things fucking done that he's ruined himself with the ability to communicate to other people. 100%. He has ruined himself.
I think that was the Black Widow video. And then every other stream, you'll catch one of us complimenting Avengers, and I just decided, like, I should just make a video on Avengers. It's been fucking forever. It probably makes sense. But, like, I guess there's a cynical view of, like, yes, another MCU movie. It's like, I don't know, from 2012. It's what I want to do for a while. This is what I mean about choices. It's just like, yeah, sure, all right. Like, I let the Marvels go. How many years have we asked that come out?
2.5 years.
Yeah, so I'm a little late on that one, but I don't care because I like making the scripts.
I mean, it bombed hard, so I mean, how many people are even like paying attention to it, right?
Yeah, it's what I guess we're trying to get at here is that if you look at all the decisions, because we mentioned all the EFAB ones as well, they're not focused on finance or exposure or engagement. We've not even got a single sponsorship for the entire time this podcast existed.
Like, if that was our main goal, the money that we could have been making if we had done that, we would have, like, I mean, Nick knows the kind of like the kind of money that can get essentially thrown at you for nothing. It's it'd be kind of wild. Y'all just, we're not in it for the money. We're very bad businessmen. If that was our
primary concern.
A video of freaking Tectone popped off. No video about it. That's not plagiarism. It is, again,
He's in this context. He's specifically talking about the motive to make a video because there's a hot topic is not plagiarism in and of itself.
That's the name of the game on YouTube. You know, you want to make sure your content sells or gets an audience.
Obviously, the reason this is here is that I'm like, we don't do it that way. I understand people thinking about this all the time, but it's just not quite the primary motivation. When we have our like meetups to just figure out what we're doing, the main focus is like what do you want to cover.
Noah, and the internet is not following suit with that. Like we are grinding this into the dirt because it's important to talk about, like right now in current day.
Well, is it a wonder why Noah's ended up this way? You're basically saying like you got to go hot topic and you got to do the videos other people are watching. So he did exactly that. Too much, I guess you'd say.
I'm just saying that he's not the hot topic, but I'm more than happy to spend as much time as possible talking about it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, but simultaneously, like a lot of people are interested in this now. I guess it's but like still, because you could say like, oh yeah, you guys haven't covered this for any other benefit. You've got like 5,000 plus people watching or whatever, and you'd be like, well, I think that's because people didn't know how interesting this story actually was.
Yeah.
Thing popular, follow the pursuit.
It's kind of like saying this particular thing. I kicked my bottle over again. It's like saying this particular thing that you can pull off of Twitter right now to go alongside this. There are people making argumentation about the fact that people only care for money, and then they make source claims like this, where, look, your most popular videos are all hate. You are a drama merchant because you play games that you hate. You do this to create negative content. Why don't you talk about positive things? Why do you have nothing positive to say? And they're over there just talking about whatever the fuck else came up in the middle of the discussion. And they're walking the entire discussion through the gates of the conversation. And then on the other side of it, you've got these people who are unironic, literal grifters on the platform, using other people as the very thing they claim everybody else is using the content for. And they just don't, they can't see it. They can't believe that actually this is one of the people doing it right. And if people clicked on the shit that they thought was the most negative because they found it fun, then you are dumb. No, it's happening that way because you are dumb. That's just it. Oh, people only clicked on this because you're doing it for drama. You're only doing it for drama. Oh, I just covered it, and people found it interesting. And because they liked the topic, and they didn't realize how entertaining it was, they're now coming in when they have an opportunity to now get onto the bandwagon, when it's fresh. Ta-da!
The average YouTuber online will make content by seeing what his or her or their peers do, and then going, oh, that looks like it's successful. I can do my spin on it.
I saw some of it.
Do that.
And they started going off on that Otterly was caught plagiarizing people, and something someone knives out too. So stuff that's already old news.
It's done. It's over. We don't need to talk about it.
So,
But it's not even, like, bad things that happen just because they happened in the past don't stop. Like 9/11's old news doesn't stop being quite bad. So, like, if you've plagiarized someone in the relatively recent past, it must be said, that's already a story. And if you're still on YouTube, it's still a story. But then it becomes doubly a story if a whole bunch more people in your sphere start running cover for you about the plagiarism by saying stuff like, that's old news. Like, this is all well worthy of discussion, I think.
Especially with the new stuff, which is so unfortunate you can't shut the fuck up, because if none of this was posted while the revelations were happening, you wouldn't look so fucking stupid. To be fair, Otterly Noah had a huge plagiarism controversy, which is pretty tough to defend. Most creators have had their career ended by such a controversy, so it's a super easy topic. Agreed. I was around for it. I think the resources I shared helped Noah improve.
I'm out.
Yeah, man.
I don't think you get the point to be made.
Yeah, we will give you all the credit that you deserve, man. Good job.
Right. I was on Anthony Gramegula's stream covering the quartering Beckett. Fucking what do you mean?
So, Beckett's just been told by a viewer that after the plagiarism controversy, Gramegula had Noah on to talk about the quartering. Now, what? Can you fucking imagine how stupidly hilarious that is? After the plagiarism.
What are the oranges for?
After the plagiarism, dude.
Baron, what do you mean? Really? Hold on. No fucking way, did Anthony. Is this up? No fucking way. Did he bring on Otterly Noah? Oh my fucking god, he actually did. He actually did. That's fucking ridiculous.
Let's talk about
against grizzly bears.
Let's talk about all the quartering's failures, including plagiarism with Otterly Noah. Like, are you joking? Like, what the fuck?
How's your weekend going, Anthony?
It makes you wonder if a certain someone was running cover. I don't know. That's probably just an errant thought.
Gonna pop in to protect the statue.
From another kaiju. There we go. Oh, I wave.
At Olivia_William.
That morning, talked about doing DMCA strikes against his critics, and then that night showed up to criticize the quartering for doing the very same thing.
This is a flash forward to a stream he's gonna do, and he's like incredulously fucking yelling that it's insane for Noah to have come on a stream for the quartering talking about how bad it is that he does false claims when he himself is doing false claims. And of course you're like, well,
His
wait.
stream?
Huh?
Wait, he went on Anthony's stream?
No. Anthony did a stream.
Okay.
Oh, wait, he did go on an Anthony stream to talk about Jeremy.
Yeah, so I can just do that again if you got a little lost there. So there was the plagiarism event, which was like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Then after that, sometime after that, the quartering shit happens, and Anthony invites Noah to talk about it, which, if you remember, it all involves every fucking thing a creator can do wrong, which Noah's already guilty of. It was like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's what had me confused. I was like, wait no, surely.
Yeah,
I was
so
like,
then...
I must be getting the names mixed up because there's no way anyone would actually do this with a sound mind.
And then when everything's come out, now Anthony's being like, isn't it insane that Noah was sitting there criticizing the quartering for false takedowns when he himself was going to do them himself? And it's like, dude, you're...
Well, you see, the thing there that's important is that you think that Anthony Gramucci would actually know what the fuck's going on. But unfortunately, Anthony Death Smucci doesn't know what the fuck's going on in his own content. Because a smart content creator that actually wanted to sweep for his friend and make it possible to, you know, hide his hand and everything, he would have allowed him on that broadcast. He would have been like, "Nigga, are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking dumb?" He would have gotten in his face like Mr. Boss and been like, "Nigga, you are fucked. Don't do this." He would have told you. Even if it's a dumb shit thing to do, that's what a nigga would have done. That's what niggas do. That's what niggas do. Even if you're a horrible friend, even if you're a horrible creator, even if you're a bad faith creator that chooses to antagonize everybody else against you, that you frame as a grifter because you don't like the fact they're more successful than you, and they have fuck you money that lets them do whatever they want, and you still have to build yourself up as a protector account of the left. Boy, howdy. Boy, fucking howdy. What does it look like when you platform that? It looks like you know more than you're letting on. And then you follow behind yourself to clean your own ass and be like, nigga, how crazy was the thing he was doing? And it's like, you let him do it. You knew he was doing it. And you let him do it on your own shit. You didn't bring him on to be like, now listen, this is an intervention. I know what you've been doing and it's time for you to stop. You didn't do none of that shit. None. You didn't do none of that shit.
You already did that, but with plagiarism. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's it seems crazy that he's got one standard for one and a completely different standard for the other.
He had just...
No, not that crazy. Unbelievable. Hypocritical. Not that crazy. Not that crazy.
Done that morning.
You cannot. Look, dude. It is the definition of fucking grifting. He's literally he's lazily stealing content. Dude, this is cooked. You fucking idiot, Ant.
How does one improve from blatant stealing? To be fair, Utterly Noah had a huge plagiarism controversy. Agreed. I was around for it.
How does one how does one improve from blatantly stealing? You don't steal anymore. How do I stop from being a ne'er-do-well on the street? You clean your life up and you get a job inward.
Cooked. You fucking idiot, Ant.
How does one improve from blatant stealing? To be fair, Utterly Noah had a huge plagiarism controversy. Agreed. I was around for it. I think the resources I shared helped Noah improve.
So Ant knew he stole other people work the last 2 months?
Yeah.
What was reviewed again?
Yeah.
This needs to be treated the same way.
He knew. He absolutely fucking knew that after those videos that we went over, and the stream and stuff, he knew about all of that.
And so this is where the story starts to turn into, wait, so he knew and protected Noah? And then you think, wait a minute, he's probably the biggest protector. He's probably the reason he got away with it. Right? Like who else would have provided that much cover for him? And it's like, no way. And so now we got to start inspecting what the fuck happened here.
He still protected this guy and said that he would peer review his videos after that.
Hang on a freaking second. Under no circumstances is it ever justified to copyright strike a critic. I owe several apologies to people. I was under the impression that he didn't send the strike, and that all of this was overwhelming months ago. Dude, this is fucking absurd.
So, like...
Essentially completely different, like, dramas surrounding him in a way about different things that everyone already knew about.
This is why you need a tour guide for this sort of shit. So what's happening at the same time is everyone's realizing how much cover Anthony ran for Noah at the same time that Ant is announcing that he's done with Noah. It's like, wait, because you have to, like, track how everything is unfolding. So, we got to ask, but is it true that Utterly Noah is a plagiarist? Utterly Noah incorrectly referenced work in his videos. That counts as plagiarism. However, I privately educated him on what not to do, so I hope moving forward doesn't do it again.
Also, I privately educated him.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty smart, actually.
The attempt to say is like, it's technically plagiarism, but it's not really.
Who did that?
So, this also means that by his own admission, we could say that Utterly Noah, esteemed pupil of Anthony Gramigula.
Who fucked the timeline and sent us all the way back to
someone messed up.
That was not me.
No.
I didn't do it that time.
I didn't do it either.
I mean, it's definitely not me.
I was on the wrong tab.
My hands were not even on the
What
steering
was
wheel.
reviewed again?
Yeah.
This needs to be treated the same way.
He knew. He absolutely fucking knew that after those videos that we went over, and the stream and stuff, he knew about all of that.
124.50.
Oh, actually, yeah, we can just do that.
I was under the impression that he didn't send the
Your download.
I literally just overshot it by 1 second. Fuck.
It was overwhelming months ago. Dude, this is fucking absurd.
And yeah, imagine defending utterly plagiarists to own the chuds. You guys are also grifters. No one was more critical of Noah than me. I actually
That is not true.
I feel like I was more critical than
Yeah.
you were.
I would hazard a guess. Nearly everyone was more critical.
Anthony was saying that it was accidents. I don't get how you can make the statement at the time.
No.
And then act like you were the one holding his feet to the fire.
Well, see, things are changing now. He's realizing, remember, it was old news. Who cares? But now it's like, I was the most critical when this happened.
Yeah, it doesn't align with this thing. It's settled. It's done. We've moved on.
The early Noah ship could have taken 1 holes, but 2 holes? Nah, it's getting off.
I actually did something.
I Anthony Grimmick don't like. It's 2 holes.
But yeah, like I said, just knowing this now, actually, just something more on offered constructive criticism, long-term criticism to help him improve. I think everyone can improve given the resources. My biggest criticism always is stagnation. It's just like, I think you need to move off thinking about me for a second and focus on survival.
Yeah.
Did the EVAP gang do the thing where they stop the video mid-sentence to criticize what subject says, and then play the rest of the sentence and it's something completely the opposite of what the EVAP gang says, and they don't correct themselves or respond? Yep.
Yeah, this thing happens all the time.
Hey, hold on. In reference to what?
In reference to the stream about utterly Noah's plagiarism.
So he watched it.
Well, he does say later that he didn't watch any of it, but I think he does. How was he able to recover his reputation despite being a plagiarist? He made strives to improve and engage with people criticizing him to demonstrate his actions were out of ignorance than malice.
Where? Where did he do that? Nowhere anywhere else in the rest of his coverage has he shown up anywhere to do that. Not with anyone. Not with anyone of size, not with anyone of matter. He just basically destroyed himself on a podcast and then has been hiding and running and ducking ever since. Where did that occur, Anthony?
Also, this is obviously very funny when we've seen the whole story here.
Yeah, so the plagiarism side, fellas, would you ever describe that as ignorance?
Not in a million years.
No.
He's an adult. I mean, he's an adult. He knows exactly what he's doing.
There were so many
Did he
things
know that he was downloading?
He couldn't have known he was downloading and put it into the time. Like, he probably downloaded it and then he forgot that was not his video, you know?
And he just copy-pasted those words and phrases into like, his notes folder.
Movies that he apparently hadn't even seen. Like, oh yeah, Minecraft movies made, and he hadn't even seen it.
Like, yeah, I just don't understand how somebody in their, like, 20s, you can stop believing that they've got no fucking clue what plagiarism is. Like, they just yoink somebody's homework. You learn that shit in fucking primary school, yeah?
Plagiarism is always the wrong word. It's just outright theft.
Yeah,
it's quite obviously theft. Everybody knows that it's theft.
People are discussing at what point in standard or, like, higher education you understand this concept. It's like, I don't even think it's a matter of that.
Yeah, I think that's what's annoying about it.
Is wrong.
The use of the term makes it seem like we're talking about it as if it's like a failure in academia rather than what it actually is, which is some lazy fuck who wants to be making YouTube videos but doesn't know how to make YouTube videos, just grabs other people's insight and work and then throws it into his own shit. We're not talking about it like he's writing some essay and he didn't accurately cite his sources or do the right citation method. That's not what's happening here.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, a lot of that...
The trick question is that it's technically both. It's not that he's being attacked academically. It's that he's being attacked on the very consistency of his character. And he presents himself as an academic. That's the problem. It's not just enough that you're a lazy stealing thief. You're a lazy grifting thief, and you did the equivalent of stealing the World Health Organization's key primary class files from the scientists who covered it. From the theist that came from Oxford College and just worked on his theorem. You took their shit, you claimed it as your own, you made fame and wealth off of it, and then when you were caught, you tried to lie your way out of it. You tried to have them murdered, basically. You tried to murder the people you stole from to hide the fact that you took it from them. This is like the plot of an AI fucking replacement story. Or an isekai.
For a lot of that stuff that he did at the time, like, a citation doesn't even fucking address it, right? You're like nicking somebody's B-roll, nicking all of their clips, nicking their sources and their graphics they made for it, and then reading over it as if you found it yourself. A citation doesn't fucking fix that.
The fix is just putting a link in the description that just says, oh, go to this channel. There we go. All good. I'll still collect the money.
It's like doing a fucking house robbery on an old lady and then sticking her name on the fucking bars and saying, well, you know, at least I told people it was hers. Like, it doesn't fucking work.
Yeah.
What I did was wrong, and I accept it's wrong, and I'm telling everyone I'm sorry, and I'm keeping the money.
This was actually explicitly told to him that like just citing is not enough. In Copency, the Beckon stream, he directly said that I'm sorry, even if you put the link in the description for some of the stuff you've done, it's just not nearly enough. And Noah, I think, acknowledged that. It's in my video. Like he was confronted on that very fact.
Yeah.
It seems like they just shifted back to the same cope after a few weeks when everyone forgot, I guess.
I don't know. So it's difficult to like remember everything that's said at this point, but this will make for a very rewatchable EVAP episode because of what you'll come to learn. People who have seen this episode already, but. When it initially happened 2 months ago, Remuglia did do a stream, and on that stream, he concedes it could not have been done without intention. But yet he's here on April 19th saying people criticizing his actions were out of ignorance rather than malice. Ignorance. I see. Ignorance of what?
He just didn't.
But don't worry, all of that's coming.
He's fighting the good fight.
Keep helping your friend from plagiarizing, as apparently he's such a plagiarist addict he can't stop plagiarizing. I'm sure it won't come back to bite you. I don't plagiarize. I sent him some university level courses on the topic, so hopefully that helps.
Shut up! Stop it.
That's like indistinguishable from parody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's very funny. If he does more of this, he's well in the way to being a lol cow. Like, look at this. I sent him university level courses on the topic.
Like, I don't think he needs university level courses. I think he needs like second grade courses is what he needs.
He needs to learn like, hey, would you like it if someone took your stuff? Yeah, that's why you shouldn't take people's stuff. That's what he needs.
That happened on the previous stream. Someone does ask him that. He's like, oh yeah, I would like that. Like, what the fuck?
Like he needs to be taught like basic morality.
Yeah, if you can't naturally intuit that like all the plagiarism stuff you're doing is bad, you shouldn't be making videos on the internet. You're just not mentally capable of it.
Downloading people's videos and ripping the visuals and copy pasting them into your own fucking work, man. Who the fuck is gonna review this?
I think I should be changing or citing.
Who's dumb enough to buy this guy's bullshit?
In the video itself.
Someone, oh, it's Anthony fucking Dragunglia. Holy shit. Can you fucking believe that? He's convinced his friends and peers, which I don't know if he's actually convinced them, but they were saying it publicly, that this was a big whoopsie daisy. That in the case of the clip that I showed you, he accidentally downloaded Shamu's video, ripped the audio up, and posted it. And
how do you accidentally do that? There's no way to accidentally do that. In fact, in order for you to be able to even fucking look at content that way, you need to physically go to the website and go get the video directly. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what it says when you do it. 1 second. When you go to YouTube directly, and you go to the page, and you go to the content, you have to click on buttons. First, you gotta go to the bar. Then you gotta go down to download. Then you get a screen that says, would you like to download this with premium? Here's the choices. You can enjoy a free YouTube ad-free offline experience and in the background. Would you like it in standard 4080 or 480? Or would you like it in high 720? Here, you can say, by tapping Get YouTube Premium, you're agreeing to the terms and the privacy statement and the restrictions. If you have questions, you can contact us. You have to do that if you're on site. I don't pay for premium. Never have, never will. So it's the case that if you accidentally do it, you'd have to go to a site. Okay? This is what I've had to do. There are sites that I use. There are sites that I can use. But you would have had to go to a place like this. You would have had to have gone to a website, something like Playlist Downloader, and you would have had to show them, bring them, and paste the URL of the place you want to take the video from. Right? So putting this back into frame, you would have had to, 1, click on the content. 2, copy the link. 3, paste the link. 4, optionally, decide what format and what audio type you want it in. 5, click download. And then, depending on the time, you would have had to download it this way. That's what you would have had to do in order for you to download the content. There's no accident in doing that. You have to be very intentional about what you're doing. You can't right-click and get an option on this platform like you can on Twitter, where you can right-click and get the ability to click on the home video link and get a download button. YouTube doesn't let you do that. It's never allowed you to do that. And certainly not for free. So where's the accident? What, did he slip, fall, and land on the piracy?
People defended him for 2 months in his own space. You know that if Otterly Noah had a different political leaning, they wouldn't give him a chance in hell to get away with blatant fucking career plagiarism. That never would have been an opportunity for him, but because he had the correct politics, what we're watching right now got completely swept under the rug by an entire community that insulated him.
And I want to be clear, I'll bring this up each time this is referenced because it is a good argument. You'd think it's like, well, of course they do it to Drinker because they hate him, if that's the example. It's like, I would argue they would do it to Drinker like anyone because that's actually the neutral position. The reason they haven't done it to Noah is because they need to keep him alive and well and healthy, so to speak, for the incoming war for as long as there's like potential for it. What I like the important distinction I think thing that is kind of there is that it's not like they would be especially different behavior to hit someone for doing this stuff. This stuff is so bad, it's the easiest thing to say it's bullshit that you shouldn't do this. It's like one of the most common, you see the examples and you're like, yeah, that's just stealing. Done and done. There's no, like, oh, you don't go after this person if you hated them. It's like, no, it's just normal. His actions...
It's like indicative as well that talking about the going after people because of their perceived allegiance on one side of the culture war or another, but like, you've got already evidenced by Ant's various tweets the different standards on display. Just compare the elaborate theory crafting for why we haven't covered him again with the amount of care and grace and leeway he's able to afford an actual plagiarist.
Yeah.
In one instance, it's I'm going to construct an extremely complex inner psychological theory as to why they're terrified of covering me because they just can't handle me. And on the other hand, it's, well, I know the guy technically stole half the videos on his channel, but everyone's able to improve, right? It was just ignorance. It wasn't malice.
Exactly. The effort that it takes to go through the hoop of saying, oh, EFAP won't cover me because they're scared that I'll expose the grift. Oh, me getting covered, that's never going to happen because they know that I expose the grift. To, well, you see, he stole this and he stole that, but what's stealing really? Didn't you once before copy the work of your favorite creator? Didn't you once impersonate somebody else? Didn't you once have an idol? Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody's seen my outlines. But no! You stole it! Because you wanted to steal it! Because you wanted to make money off of it! And you decided you were going to keep doing it. Because you can't be stopped. You decided that's what's going to happen. And now you're covering for your friend who you know is dead underwater, destroying himself in these broadcasts, and you're trying to set the bar so fathomably low. Because the obvious thing that we're going to say is you know better than this, he knows better than this, and then everyone's going to compare. So if this was your enemy, and you're like, no. See, my enemy is evil. I was just taken aback. Taking it back like a line on your back.
Like, that's the same double standard that produces exactly the shit he's found himself in now. He's made this shitty bed and now he's having to lie in it.
Yeah, which is not dissimilar.
That's a good question. How do you accidentally get YouTube Premium? Whoops, my card and my security cord just dropped into the payment website automatically. Actually. To give the devil his due. There are broadcasts, and on mobile, there are ways that your phone, depending on your provider, can save your bank information. But usually, it prompts you to enter your phone password, your account password, or password information from your card information, like your zip code, or your security code. And it will never autocomplete that. You always have to type it every time as a security measure. Unless they checkmarked a feature in their Alphabet/Google account that says that they don't want to have that question prompted and it'll just automatically go through, that is a way that it could have happened. But you see, even in that, there are several steps they have to take to get there. Where even then it's like, oh, I almost bought YouTube Premium. What the fuck? So it's like, no! How'd you get here? How did this dick get in her vagina? Tell me! Well, I was rolling on, I was driving and I was cruising down the street in my inline skates, and I fell down the stairs, and then my pants got snugged on a brunch, and it pulled my underwear off, and this woman decided she was gonna go commando, and she slipped and fell in front of the court, and her heel got stuck in the bars, and her legs, officer, her legs were up in the air like this, and then I just, and I released, and that's how I got my son. No! 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 Life is not a hentai! It's not! No! You knew! You fucking knew! You fucking knew!
Well, to Noah's initial arc, he's having to start sorting out his lies properly, because they're going to start springing holes if he's not careful. So his actions were out of malice, though. He consciously decided to steal other people's scripts and just repeat them. When I spoke to him, he thought that was citing. I spent time properly educating him on what he needed to do to improve, including sharing resources for his continued development as a creator. Bro,
I'm sorry, if you are speaking to someone and they tell you that repeating somebody else's words word for word and using their visuals, that counts as citation, then either they are so retarded they shouldn't be allowed outside, or they are lying to you. Those are kind of the only two options available.
I think that Anthony does think Noah's retarded, but he's also running him as like a soldier in the war, so he needs to keep him well. Because remember, we're afraid to cover anything to do with Grimuglia, and it makes sense we would cover someone like Noah, a low-hanging fruit. Like, what do you think that means? He doesn't think Noah's particularly hard to defeat in the marketplace of ideas, but simultaneously has no problem defending the shit out of him. So like for every decision he's making up to this night of April 19th. Well, like the other commentator here pointed out, I don't believe his actions were merely ignorant. The plagiarism was just too consistent and blatant just to be a series of repeating errors instead of being purposeful. I hope he's improved, but that's a tough history. And Ant says, this is all something I discussed with him directly and privately, as well as stuff I discussed publicly as it was happening. And I see it as a settled matter, not because I'm defending him, but because I tried to help him do the work necessary to grow beyond it.
It's not a settled matter, and it's not something that you just discuss privately. It's something that you should discuss openly. It's something that you should discuss openly in front of people, because it directly stems to every fucking thing else that's a part of the problem. Start drinking powder, now I gotta stop coughing. So, like, the time that it takes, the energy that it takes, to be accountable enough that you are aware of what your mutual's doing, and you don't say, yep, I know what he's doing, he's a grown-ass man, he can do what he wants, I don't defend him, versus actively taking the time to answer every little itty-bitty comment that is coming your way because you have put yourself in the middle of the discussion, put yourself in the middle of the work, put yourself into the material of the context, and you have made yourself into an easy marketable plushie that allows you to get monetized for every single bit of every single drama. Every single bit of it. From people who are aware of it to people who only have tangential knowledge of it. Kind of like fucking quartering. During and compared to the quartering, who's just been getting felted all throughout the month of March, April, and May. There is no fucking world where you're gonna convince me that you're not so deeply involved that you know what the fuck is going on. And I say that from experience, having been put in a position like this, but having done nothing to ask for it to happen. Because this is exactly how the Smug Worker Escape Zero shit happened. I tell her, don't do this dumb shit. I go to my job. I come back home. Not only has she done dumb shit, but she's found herself in a situation where because she is so untrustworthy, people don't want to believe her when this person comes about trying to make an example to fuck her over and put her in a position where it's so easy for them to just tard cum and milk for all the lol cow juice they fucking want. Oh my lord, no, you know, you knew! You knew! And you're using him as a sword and shield, but you're really using him as bait! You're using him as a defense and you're using him as bait. So that if you ever get taken down, first they'll take his ass before they come for you! So that you can rebuttress yourself and hide inside your fortress of fucking solitude so that nobody can get to you. Saying, listen, I did my best. I was a good friend. I tried to teach him, but he didn't listen to me. No! No! It was your idea! You had to have had this as your idea. Just like it was his idea to tell his thumbnail artist to do the strike. It was your idea to give him methodologies and arguments that he could use to subterfuge and avoid criticism. It was you! You were the general! You were the commander!
Which is defending him.
And you already said it was fucking settled shit.
You're the one that set the personal army request.
News is like...
And I don't care. You don't get to ordain that it's settled.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, it is sort of
Clearly it's not.
decided by no individual in particular. It's
Oh.
Here we are, man. We're talking about it.
You also don't get to decide whether or not you defend them, right?
Yeah, well, someone will be deciding that tonight, probably us. You understand that in a lot of cases, just citing the original video script that he stole still counts as plagiarism, right? I am incredibly aware of plagiarism, and the many forms it can take. I used to work in academia.
Used to? Did they fire you? Did you get kicked out?
I take that shit very seriously, but I also worked in education.
Not serious enough!
And I recognize when a problem is...
Not serious enough! Not serious enough! In academia, plagiarism like this gets you automatically banned! Huh? Not serious seriously enough, Anthony. Not so serious enough, Tony. No, Tone. No. People have lost scholarships. People have lost full rides. People have been outright evicted from their dorms and banned from ever applying to the colleges in their area again, and it made aware through the academic network so that you cannot go back because they know that's what you've done. They have done this. This is something that is frequently done. If you cared so much, you would have been the first one to hang his ass. You would have been the first. You would have been like, you did what? Listen, Mahler, I know we had our differences. Listen to me. You need to hear this shit that no one's doing. You need to hear this shit that no one's doing. Ooh, wee. Pencil me in for Thursday, baby. Ooh, wee. No. I don't believe you.
Caused by ignorance rather than calculated malice. Apparently not, Dick.
Turns out you were fucking wrong.
By the way, I don't know if we get to this. But Anthony says that the reason that he thought that it was out of ignorance rather than malice, it was accidental plagiarism, is because Noah's scripts would just be a single block of text without a coherent essay structure.
It's not going to make any fucking sense.
In my opinion, if you guys have ever been at university with fucking classmates, it's always the fucking guy who's plagiarizing that has that massive wall of text.
I've actually got
just copy and pasting shit in.
I've got a clip of you saying that here because I think it's a really good point, side by side. I think with the point you just wrote about what he says. So, it is fair. It's fair. Keep it in mind, but it'll come up. As for Otterly Noah, I already critically assessed him multiple times on live streams as this happened. Hell, I spoke about it hours after it all came out. I've spoken about it extensively. I saw this when I was collecting stuff, and I was like, I wonder if that's still available. And it was, and we're going to check that out a bit later. I've seen screenshots of you downplaying, minimizing, making excuses for, and calling it a settled matter because you sent him resources. You didn't seem pissed. I've also come from academia. What reduces plagiarism? There are vigilance and severe consequences, not resources. And he says, I don't seem pissed because I saw everything ages ago. I also am saying that because I want to believe it's settled and that he's improved. The alternative is I stuck my neck out for someone who continues to plagiarize, and if that happened, I would be livid.
But you're not, because he did, and he continued to do it, and it continued to happen, literally over time. More and more details, revealing it to be the case that is exactly what happened. And you did not get angry enough. You certainly didn't get petulant. You were more angry at people who are nobodies versus people who you should have been in the room with saying you're a fucking retard. Because you know who should have been in that room? You know who should have been in the room instead of Morale? You know who should have been in the room instead of Morale being the one saying he's a fucking retard? Anthony Gramuccia should have been saying he was a fucking retard. Anthony should have been there, front and center, being like, no, nigga, I don't care. No, I don't even care if I don't say that word. You are a fucking retard, you retard. He should have been like, oh, I don't want to speak to your shit. It's like, I don't fucking care. It's my server, it's my call anyways. Continuing, and just should have been railing you to the fucking door. That's what should happen. Because much like how I don't co-sign the shit that Dev does, I don't co-sign the shit that some of my worst mutuals and some of my most annoying fans do. The way that I will tell people, listen, you giving me money does not preclude you from catching this banhammer. This should be very easy. It's not even a case basis of you having my moral structure. It's not a case basis of you having my thought structure. It's not a case basis of you having EFAP's thought structure. Your own statement, your own words, your own definition, your own fucking standard. I gotta open it again. Your own fucking standards don't apply. You just let it happen.
Can you imagine?
Man, this is fucking...
He wasn't pissed when it was happening, and we know that because he was in the chat when it was happening. He said all of this could have been an email.
Well, he said rough afterward, but trust me, there's a lot more evidence to show he was not pissed remotely, but he will insist that he was.
What the fuck does Ant mean plagiarized out of ignorance?
It's like these guys always played.
Oh my god, who did that? I hate you.
I'm sorry, but I saw the name, Mr. Callisto.
Oh no!
Oh no! Thank God.
I didn't even have my hand on the mouse. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure why that would happen. It said your name on the big rewind.
I legit. I'm not even touching my mouse.
I'm not sure what's going on there.
Listen, if everyone just here, they can keep it out of the timer so we can get back easily. That's just what we gotta do.
What the fuck does Ant mean plagiarized out of ignorance? The clips Noah took were deliberately edited to exclude who the actual sources were. Yeah, I mean, it does confuse, because I know Anthony watched this.
Forgot to ask, is it true Otterly Noah's a plagiarist? Otterly Noah incorrectly referenced work in his videos. That counts as plagiarism. Yeah, it would, if that's what he fucking did.
And even then, it's like, well, I guess technically, if you think in a particular way, I suppose you could say that it's plagiarism, I guess.
But that's not what he fucking did. At least not the bulk of it. This guy legitimately chimed in and fucking stole shit because he thought he wasn't gonna get caught, and he was doing it for the greater good, I imagine. You know, he's calling out these right-wing creators. So I'm just wondering, Anthony, did you find the additional evidence you would need to exonerate him? Or are we still gonna sit here and pretend there's a chance he didn't do it? Or are these fabricated? Did somebody make these on their iPad? Just curious. I'm just curious. Is there any? We got anything to work with here?
Holy crap, what a turn of events. Yo, Grimugly, are you seeing this? I am now. April 20th.
The day later.
Interesting.
Oh, no.
I wonder if the tone will change. Grimugly, have you seen this? Did you watch the Dickus stream? I just logged on. This is news to me. I'm just hearing about this, everyone. What?
I saw this one the day that it happened.
Jesus Christ, what the actual fuck? Under no circumstances is it ever acceptable to DMCA strike critics, ever. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, all of this is news to me. All of it, dude.
Want everybody to know that.
I'm working on so many different projects. Yesterday I was out with friends all day. This is literally the first I heard about
God.
this. You were out with
nobody
friends all day. You were tweeting like a madman. Then again, yeah, who cares? I knew about
you don't have friends.
I knew about the plagiarism, but I thought it was a mistake of ignorance. I thought if I sent him the right tools, he would make the right decisions and never do it again. I think I'm just too damn trusting that people want to do better.
Oh my God.
I'm just too good of a person, and the system failed utterly.
What you're witnessing, everyone, is he's noticed the ship is sinking, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And he's scrambling to the lifeboats, whereas a lot of people got out on them already way earlier. He's like, "Do I have my ticket? Do I have my ticket?"
They're on the shore.
It's like in Titanic when there's that last, collapsible lifeboat that
yeah.
Detached from the ship and trying to get it upright before the water's coming in.
But they covered it on EFAP, which makes it amusing that you bitched about them covering Noah without apparently knowing why. Where is that university-level insight? And then he says, "Do you think I'd waste hours watching EFAP?" Bro, that's the point they're making.
The point.
Yeah. That right there should be your sign. If it wasn't clear for you that there are people who specialize in, I refuse to cover the people who cover the content that is relevant to the thing that is talking. Because why would I give them views? Here's your sign. Sigh! I live in a world where I'm always right. And I'm tired of being right. Because it makes me mad that everything keeps happening so predictably. Ah! It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Because it means, even when you have them dead to words, oh, I didn't see that. Oh, that criticism? I'm not aware of that criticism. This is news to me. Let me selectively pick through this. Skip. Balls 6, like balls, dick, and cab 674 tithe. You are so right about what you said, but nobody will ever know. So let me take this example from this person who's on my right side of opinions. Yes, this is what I'll react to. Oh my God! I can't believe this is happening. Performative does not even cover how fucking ridiculous it is. It doesn't even begin to cover how ridiculous it is. Not even close. Not even close.
And by the way, if you're implying that you didn't, then that means you lied when you described the nature of our coverage in that tweet.
I am shocked.
You said that we pause halfway through, then say something, and then it would play, and then they said something that proved us wrong and we didn't do anything. You said that we did that, which means you watched it, or you're lying. Unfortunately, you're locked in. You must be lying now.
Yeah, this is where it turns into he's having to lie on behalf of his lies now, which again, Noah was here once upon a time.
Common theme for the night.
Yes, fool's gambit.
So, when should we expect an apology to the EFAP guys? Their coverage brought this to the forefront and played a part in his confession, and you attacked them for covering it. It only seems fair, right?
Yeah.
Who said this?
I don't actually remember where. I don't know what account it was. Since originally posing this, I have learned exactly what it is everyone was responding to, and I owe EFAP an apology because no, I absolutely get why they chose to cover Noah a second time. Interesting.
So again, it's worth noting, we covered him a second time for the plagiarism, like a second time.
Which they shot us for.
Yeah, we covered it for the plagiarism, which you said was settled. Like, that you didn't even see the point in us doing it. And that it was even interesting that we were covering him rather than you.
Yeah.
So, sorry, bucko. This doesn't work.
This doesn't work.
It's not even true. I think we found out after our review segment, Mahler pulled up that fact, that this had even happened.
I've just been updated by Dark Hour that video is apparently being hit with a copyright removal request, and it's going to have 7 days before it's taken down because it has used content that is described as PNG of utterly Noah. That is what's being hit for. No. It would be weird if my prepped video had information on it that I discovered during watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait.
I can confirm that, because that's when Keynote leaked it, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what? It literally says content used PNG of utterly. This is like 2012 shit.
Wait, did the edit? Is that the artist striking it for using?
Well, so it says Deus Marionette. This is insanity that you could take down a whole video for a PNG.
Yeah,
I'm not actually sure what the request is asking exactly. Like, any PNG of utterly Noah has to go? Is that what it's saying? Because that's insane.
Well, there are some people who I guess who are like profoundly retarded or don't know how the world works or anything that if like they don't think fair use exists or whatnot. Callisto, if you're listening, give him the finger, say fuck you, and keep your video.
Just for clarification, utterly Noah is not the one who copyright claimed the video. A separate person did it.
At 4 hours and 40 minutes, we believe he didn't do it. So this doesn't really make sense, Grimuglia.
Who he's looking to resolve it with privately. It wasn't even a factor in the decision to even cover it, so that's not accurate, and the stream was totally justified before we even found out a strike was, because you guys swept up his plagiarism. That's the fucking problem, Ant. That's the fucking problem.
think letting the man talk and explain his side of things more can provide more context rather than just going by everything as it's laid out. They're referring to Noah, of course. And Ant says, I've already heard him out before.
Dude, that has a bit of that open the door energy, doesn't it?
Open the door! Well, can you see this tonal shift? He's self-preservation now. Noah's fucked. I'm out. I'm not defending him anyway. I'm going to burn the fuck out of it. It's like, ooh, okay. A disturbing amount of people have no issue with false DMCA strikes and won't reevaluate older beliefs given new info. I shouldn't be surprised. And then Anton, damage control mode activate. I guess you attempt to mask Noah stealing whole segments from other creators as just incorrect crediting has failed. He was already proven as a piece of shit, but team sports, right? He says, no, I don't care about reputation. I just believed I had genuinely helped him improve past something, only to realize I was taken along for a ride.
If you cared about representation and reputation in the way in which you claim you do, you would be on the first row to make sure to put your foot in his ass. No. You would have pulled a Carl, Circa 2017, whenever that shit happened. You would have put your foot, your entire ass, and destroyed everything from the bottom up, and then left and gone your own fucking way. You would have come out and you would have been the first one that left when to be like, nigga, you betrayed me. So I'm going to destroy you, I'm going to destroy your network, and I'm going to make you watch me do it. Watch me walk in this building. Tap, 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 knock, knock, knock. Mahler, open the fucking door! I've got things to burn! No. You would have done a lot. You would have done a lot more. Because at that point, it's the principle of the fact that he lied to you, he betrayed you, and he stuck you out and sent you out to pasture to defend him, and now you've got egg in your face, and you're more fucked up in the position that he left you in, because now you've got all this shit against you that needs you to address it. And you have little to nothing to be able to address it with, because look, you left me up Ship's Creek without a paddle. And now I gotta row through this fucking nightmare, this deluge, this slurry of bullshit that you've made up. God.
I would help out anyone who came to me.
I'm really a victim too, if you think about it.
He really is, man. This is so sad. I'd help out anyone who came to me, even someone on the right, if I thought they were genuine. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah,
no one believes that, bro.
Sure you would, freak.
So Anton's back with, was part of you help to mislead people into believing that it was just crediting issues when you clearly knew it wasn't? You saw on stream clips with comparisons? It was already obvious he's a bad guy before copyright request. Stop pretending it wasn't. Or clarify why one was okay with you, other than you understood it as a time to abandon the ship. And then it says, I believed it was an issue with crediting after seeing how he writes his scripts.
But you haven't seen how he wrote his scripts when you first started covering for him.
Exactly. And the evidence is irrefutable when you see the clips.
Noah doesn't even know what his scripts look like.
Nah.
I've just learned that Otterly Noah convinced the artist who created his PNG avatar to file a false copyright strike on a critic of his. As somebody who's been falsely copyright struck, I take this extremely seriously. As someone who tried to help Noah previously.
Do you play this music whenever someone's betraying somebody?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Because it is perfect. People don't know, Raids of Castamere, yeah, it's just, if you know, you know.
Because I believed he'd made mistakes out of ignorance. This actually deeply upsets me. Wow, aren't you quite the victim? I'll be doing my due diligence on this matter to figure out what... He confessed, you fucking pussy. He fucking confessed. It's over. What are you... Dude, you think there's a chance that you could redeem this guy? He said it in fucking English. This is how you got here. I'm taking this matter extremely seriously. I had sent Noah footage for a video earlier last week, but other than that, I am not going to consider further collaboration or support with Noah unless evidence from... Dude, fuck you, bro. How could there be evidence that exonerates him? He fucking said that he did it! Also, Quartering's also on a 1-month break. Isn't that funny as well? Yeah, this guy sucks, dude. This guy just sat there having a big pity party sob story, talking about the good fight against the critical drinker on his fucking stream 3 hours. 3 hours of fucking cope and crybaby nonsense. Subhuman levels of embarrassment. But other than that, I'm not going to consider further collaboration or support with Noah unless evidence comes forward to exonerate him. I will also be sharing this information with my peers.
What example of fucking evidence could have been produced that would have gotten you to be on his side to validate the dumb shit that he fucking did and said? What's the barometer? I want to know what that barometer is for Moogly. Like, what's the standard for Grimilla Gorilla? What evidence would you accept that would have you do this before you got here? And then, when you refuse to watch the content, what examples after would have allowed you to do it? It's certain that you would have rejected it from certain sources, but let's say that there's a barometer. where even if the information came from your hated arch enemies, you would have had to come across the aisle to put 2 hands against Noah's cheeks and slap the taste out of his mouth? What would have been that standard, I wonder? I wonder if you have one. If you think that you have one, go ahead and drop that shit in the comments below and I'm going to read them out.
Dude, they know already. I'm extremely disappointed with his actions and cannot in good faith support this. You cannot be a critic and be unable to take someone criticizing you. I take plagiarism seriously.
No, you don't. No, you
Not
don't.
that seriously, though.
Fucking
Not
don't.
really.
This is only going to get more interesting, though.
No, you don't. If you did, you would have done this 2 months ago. Nobody told you that you had to get involved, but you didn't have to sweep it up. You cannot be a critic and be unable to take someone criticizing you. I take plagiarism seriously and thought I provided resources that could help Noah avoid further controversy. Clearly, my faith was misplaced. Nah, nope, nah, so fucking...
How do resources prevent a problem that is very clearly an issue of morals and of the standard of lack of effort? That's what I want to know. What do you think would have happened if it's like, listen, here's the resources, and here's the effort, and here's how I do it? No. He already doesn't put in the work. He already doesn't put in the work. So what would have been the barometer? I ask you, chat. Put in your ideas of what the evidence would have needed to be in order for Anthony to have come to his senses before the ship was already going down. And certainly, Noah's audience is in fact batshit crazy. Unfortunately, in the neighborhood, we're more batshit crazy. I wish Nick would. That's all I have to really say to that one. But the warning is appreciated. Well, I wish our nigga would. I wish. There's no way it didn't well for Noah. Not with his fucking attitude. There's no way it didn't well for him.
Littlefinger came out here and said, I owe Yap an apology.
That's pretty good shit, by the way. Memes gone. Again, if you know, you know.
I'm willing to admit I'm dead wrong. Yeah, fucker. You're willing to admit it now. Now
Also,
that there is...
Again, indirect. I'm willing to admit I was wrong, and I will admit it. It's say I was wrong. Say those.
I'm willing to admit
like,
it.
I'm sorry. It's always this indirect language, you know. I owe them an apology. I'm willing to admit I was wrong. Just say I'm sorry.
willing to
I was
concede that's
wrong.
a decent argument.
But the thing is, you dig in, and he does the Noah thing of, I was wrong. Like, wrong about what? It's like, I was wrong to be so kind. Like, no.
It's exactly like Brian with Stewie.
Literally no way to get away with it. Yeah, now you're willing to fucking admit that you were dead wrong when you were fighting with me 3 hours earlier, justifying that your friend's plagiarism was likely a whoopsie, and that courses from college-level professors could teach him how to stop fucking stealing like a klepto. Can you admit the...
You wouldn't need to go to college. You would have been like fucking middle school level. And he should have dropped his ass right then and there. That's what I'm saying. If Anthony was to live up to his fucking words and standards with the big bad talk that he likes to have, and the comments that he likes to make, and the way that he likes to behave, the same way alongside people like Illy Nation, the same way alongside people like Noralities, the same way alongside people like Leadhead, the same way alongside people like the Quartering, both before the controversy and after the oranges. The same way with Chrissy Mayer, same way with Melanie Mack, same way with JDA, the same way with JF Trent, same thing with York Church Gaming. It's the principality of the thing! Like, that's the worst part. It's not even the left wing, right wing. It's the principality of the thing. You trusted him, you tried to help him, and he lied to your face. You weren't past the plagiarism shit, and I was hoping that he wasn't plagiarizing shit. But even that was a goddamn waste of trusting someone again. I welcome you. Listen to me. I'm a fat man. It's really fluffy. I welcome you in my open arms. Take my hug. Okay? Just take my hug. I'm hugging you. I'm hugging my child. Feel my love, Joshua. No hate, but my dumbass gave him a chance because I thought it would change and not get into bullshit only for to blow up your face. That's life. Niggas break your fucking trust. You give them a chance, they fucking you up and they leaving you in the duck. That's life. One thing you can do from this situation is be like, that nigga's not solid. Let me go find people who are solid. I can tell you here, Carl's solid. Solid as a rock. Especially when my woman touches me. Alas, let's move forward. But also, I'm assuming that you're new here. Hello, welcome. Hi, I'm Carl.
The level of charitability you had for Noah is something that never would have been extended to the types of creators that he regularly targets. If he was willing to lie about convincing his artists to strike critics, do you think he lied about his plagiarism being accidental? I think to an extent.
So this is a lie. He would never offer any kind of fucking deference. Not, I think, to an extent. If Drinker, it wouldn't even need to be proven, by the way. If there was an implication that Drinker had done anything that Noah had done, they would make several videos, do all kinds of streams, and just rip into him constantly. This whole, like, I think my charitability for Drinker would maybe be different compared to Noah. It's like, yeah.
You think it might be? You
Really?
Think so?
I mean, did he have to admit that Quartering filed those reports when he went live on stream? I mean, I think that Quartering is guilty, but you can't find a single, like, a definitive piece of evidence.
That's actually fair.
Right?
Like,
which is what he needed for Noah.
Yeah, it's not like, did he offer the Quartering this deference that he's given Noah? It's like, no.
It's more like, before we knew what we knew with Mayor, basically revealing herself to have been bought out, lock, stock, and two smoking barrels for the Quartering. With him actively bragging, as he did, the Quartering, saying, I have the contacts. I have the contacts. I can do this. I can say that. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, so you have the contacts, right? Produce them. And he's like, I don't have to do that. I don't have to do anything for you. Only for us to get information and emails out of him, to get information and contact points from out of him. For them to be able to get the manager taken off the case so they can actually refile for the accounts. It's very clear that Jeremy did that shit. So there's like not a line for Noah? There's no other line that would have been offered for anyone? Are you sure? Not for FD Signifier, not for Pillboy, not for Farm Man on Lornland, not for Jesse Gender, not for any of the fucking bread tuber crumb tubers, not for any of the cornbread tuber crumb tubers, not for Vosh, not for his exes like Vermin Roach. I still don't know why she named her name that, but no one for people like that. What about J-Stock? What about people like K-Med? What about people like 8-Bit Closed Fist? What about people like the Mighty Keith? What about any of those people? Who would have been the ones that would have been the line that would have drawn in the sand? Was it just familiarity that made it the possible case? Because if that's the case, well, then he's a bitch. There's nothing we can do about that. He's a bitch. 100%. If there's a line, it's like, okay, where and point to that line, and now draw Noah on that line. Thoughts on the soy pill? If he could learn to stop yelling in between every single fucking post that he posts on every single broadcast that he's a part of, I would not have the same opinion that I, Madry Bread, have about him being a really bad debater when he knows that he does it live on content. Unless you're talking about something entirely different than the content creator who calls himself the soy pill. Not a huge fan of Kino, but at least the man takes criticism and not run away like a bitch. But Noah gets called a retard one time and he turns his tail between his vagina. Well, that's the consequence that happens when people that do not deserve attention are elevated to a position where they can now pick and choose the fights they take. The creator, the soy pill. Are there two creators that are named soy pill? So not the debater, somebody completely different whose name is also the soy pill. Well, you type that, I'm gonna respond to this. But like, for people like Noah, he doesn't have to take criticism if he doesn't want to. He can just run forever. The same way that Anthony is running, the same way that Sony the Tiger is running, the same way critics of me have tried to make comments about my content. It's the guy that I'm thinking of, yeah, I'm thinking of the soy pill. I do not like him as a debater. Every time he's on a panel on a podcast, he is horrible because he always talks over people. And I'm somebody that likes to hear what a person has to say. I hate when people yell over other people and act retarded. It's really fucking stupid. Now that I answer that, let me get back to my original thought. No one can run away from everything because he is never held accountable. No left-wing creator will properly hold another left-wing creator accountable unless it becomes opportunistic for them to be able to build an empire off of their retardation. A good example. Remember, for those of you that were there for Jay when she did this, the broadcast that she did when she was reviewing the criticism and writing comments that, I always forget the name of the transgenders. The one that made the other popular anti-Steven Universe videos. Lily Orchard. When Lily Orchard put out those writing prompt attempts, and gay leftists, specifically, 2 gay male homosexual writers that live together, that specialize in writing, fantasy, took that as the opportunity to shit down her throat once the entire internet was against her, through the back end of the content coming home to roost. That's a good example of exactly what they do. It's really fucking shit. Now, to read this. What makes me so upset is that his audience and he are making autism a crutch to escape criticism. I had a fight with one of his biggest offenders. You want to know what they accused me of? They accused me of being ableist because I called Noah a retard, even though you are also autistic. Myself being a shell for Anthony McGill Gorilla, who was right in the situation, and says that I'm wrong for calling Noah, I'm wrong for Noah being a racialist. Yeah, I find that to be extremely fucking irritating. That's a shitty thing for them to do. Of course, that's the way they hide behind things. They just find that buzzword and that escape hatch that gives them the way to get away. Like Anthony defended the guy who released these Discord calls, the one that had Noah asking how to sue Anthony for defamation. Indeed. It's really fucking dog shit. Put any amount of pressure on them and they fold like a lawn chair. Then, while hiding out, they point the finger to creators like myself. Whether we're big, whether we're small, whether we're, quote, populist, whether we're the equivalent of a fucking hermit. And they just say so many things to get people to be on their side. And then the way that they defend it, the arguments they make, it boggles your fucking mind. It boggles your fucking mind. Because no normal human behaves like that. That's not to say that they're not human. It's to say that they just are so locked in. They're so locked in. They gotta fight for our guy. Because if they don't, somehow they think they're gonna be the next one on the chopping block. Don't care for Anthony. Don't think he's a bad guy. Just incredibly smug. But he had to call Noah's ass on this one. And his entire Discord was ravenous towards Anthony. A lot of us has noticed that. A lot of us have noticed that. I am of the opinion that when it comes to shit like this, it is eventually good that a person is able to see the light, as it were. And this makes it so much harder to find the blue ones. It is very much the case that it makes it harder for people to come to the light, because the purity spiraling is a very big factor on whether or not people want to call this out or if they want to take it up as a consideration to even discuss. Because if you're seen discussing it, that means you're already broke protocol, you've already broke dogma. So they only can be able to decommunion you from the church. Because it functions like a church. It functions like a parish. I don't like the fact that leftism, I shouldn't say leftism, I'm not trying to endame your politics, but I'm describing the nature of these individuals who do this. They act like they are a cult that wants to become an official religion, if they're not already the equivalent of an official religion, with political takes supplanting secular takes. And another thing, before Noah did the last stream, before this popped off, he did a reaction of the same video that he would get his artists to strike. Oh, see, that's him just trying to milk it for everything it was worth. That's just him trying to milk it for everything that it's worth before it gets taken down and be like, oh my god, it's so crazy. Because there's two versions of that. I've seen people do that before. There's a version of it where it's like, I got to react to the video before they were shamed off the internet and they had to take it down in disgrace. Or, I got to react to the video before their account got deleted forever, and now I've been able to document it for all of you, here, with me, as the only source for this content. Yeah! They're both the same way of doing the same thing. Some people like to go with angle number one, because it makes it look like you're responsible for kicking them off the internet or shaming them off the internet. For people that do number two, which is more like Dan Burst Studios, being deeply in love with a fucking fictional foal, it is very clear that a lot of people DFE out of shame because they don't want the lolcow effect to stick in. Because if you have evidence of the thing happening, it makes it that much harder for them to be able to erase it because people can go back to the video and they can just relive it. Because even if you private the content, if I've already got the thing completely downloaded and I can just re-upload it at any time, or I have the material so I can view it at my leisure without worrying about it being deleted. It's like, what the fuck can you do? Nothing. It's saved on my computer forever. Good luck getting it, loser. You prefer the term Iscariots or Golden Bull errands. True. As for I did it with Vino, talking about Rev says Desu. I don't like Rev, but the amount of times Noah was so smug on calling Callisto Molesto and Kina Flex Tiny Flex was fucking annoying. Napoleon Syndrome. That's all I can really say to that. It's Napoleon Syndrome. It's just the level of lack of inflection. Just the level of a lack of accountability. And self-reflection. As well as like a little bit of like hubris and a lot of humble pie. Because let me put the question to you like this, Josh. If it were the case that we lived in an alternate timeline, and Noah had admitted fault out of the gate, he just accepted blame, he took his fucking lumps, and he like left the internet publicly as a creator, but you know, he just stopped making videos about shit altogether. He decided, I'm gonna go into gaming now. Is there a place where you would have been like, this is justice in your mind? If he had been shamed out of it, whether it was the guilt, the fact that he's dead to rights, that he can't escape, that he's decided this is going to be the way that he gets penitence, and this is like his exit strategy to go into another vehicle of creation, would that have been justice in your mind that you could have made peace with in that level? Because I have a theory. I have a theory that I have had in the back of my head when I witnessed this happening that I want to share. But I want to know what your opinion to that question is before I share it. While you type that, let's continue here.
Because why would you?
Oh, are we still going to cling to it to protect ourselves? Anthony? I have defended people who I'm critical against in the past. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, oh, okay. With Noah, it's different because I saw behind the curtain and saw a version of his process.
You see how you had to put a version of? Because his process involves stealing, so...
And the best part is, he's only claimed to have looked at one video now as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a version.
This is what I'm talking about, dude.
Version.
The lies, when you tell them all over the place, they'll start to fuck up the other lies.
Dude.
And it's like also, it's not different because he saw behind the curtain. The initial difference is that he was willing to look behind the curtain to try and find excuses, which is something he would not do for anyone who wasn't on his side on these issues. That's the first point of difference. Then you can make up all kind of bullshit you like about, oh no, I saw behind the curtain. I just thought, he was just a sincerely misguided, oldest 23-year-old looking man in the world. And like, when people say he's stealing, it was just honest ignorance. Some people don't know at the age of 29,000 that you're not allowed to steal stuff. I can just help him improve. You were willing to give him the charity in the first place. That's the difference.
I think on that, it's a little bit different in the sense that for Anthony McGilla Gorilla, he needed to have a plausible, deniable way to say that he was invested in helping him, and then from there you can build the structure. Because the lattice just falls apart if he looks behind the curtain and he's just like, nigga, oh my god! And just starts leaking everywhere himself. Because that's the only way Anthony could have actually gotten out of this. Completely escaped and clean. In order to get out of it, he would have needed to be the one to leak the shit. Like, covertly. Just like a DM from somewhere. It's like, bro, look at this dude. Look at the dude. Look at my dude. Look at how bad his process is, bro. How does he get famous off this? It would have been different. It would have been very different. 100%.
Nah, nope. Not buying it, Anthony.
He has been helping Utterly Noah, like, proof check his videos so he doesn't plagiarize again. What the fuck were you thinking? What actually were you thinking?
The best part about all of this is that Beckett had no fucking clue that Anthony was still with Noah until this stream.
Well, we're not even close to the bigger revelations. I'd be curious if how Beckett feels these days completely, you know?
What's wrong with you?
That made me think he was ignorant. Wow, isn't that fucking convenient? Isn't that fucking convenient, Anthony? But now I have a different perspective. Yes, I do believe he maliciously plagiarized and took advantage of my sympathy. Fuck you.
The way that he will only ever admit wrong if he can frame it in a way that still pushes him up.
Makes him look like a good person, yeah.
So pathetic.
You're just glad that Anthony dropped his ass, but I'm disappointed that it took him that long to see that. There is probably a version of that you have to be appreciative of, because it's like, oh man, the devil would never send one of his archdemons out there into the wilds for fucking shit up so badly that he can't even be able to defend it. They must always defend their own. For me, it's very much a case of, so you do have a standard, but it's couched in things. Especially this example on screen right here. That's the part that I find to be the most delicious, right? Because you could use any of these examples of creators that found themselves tied to the story, especially that of the Birdman 15, and it's just so scrumdiddlyumptious. Because it's just so convenient. It's so convenient that it worked out that way, for him, specifically. Because the biggest winner in this situation, is actually the Birdman. Don't know if all the other videos, after giving Noah a second chance, were still plagiarized. I'm going to assume yes. I even asked when I came back if he plagiarized. I see. But like, let me go down this line while I let you type. The level, the sheer fucking level, the sheer level of how free this was for the Birdman, where all he had to do was go into his fucking shit and just say, I tried to get a statement of what happened, and then I saw what happened. I am disavowing him. I never have any contact. I will not have any contact. And he goes back into fuck all else. Already holed up in his fucking citadel because he got blown the fuck out dealing with Asmongold. It's so cute. It's so fucking cute. He looks at the rough draft script, didn't call it plagiarism at the moment. If you're a professor, your degree would have been the shredder. 100%. Because then you're co-signing it. Because you knew that he plagiarized and you didn't immediately identify the board. That is required, compelled reporting. 100%. It should feel like that for creators. But, it's not a real job. It's not a real job, so we don't know how to do that way. No. We don't have to cover things that way. No. There's no idea of having plausible deniability. There's no way of having standards and expectations and protocol and procedure. No. We just do things by the seat of our fucking pants. Also, that sucks that you were dogpiled with comments saying to let it go. Because you shouldn't let it go. You should never let something like this go. Never. Never, ever. Not for a creator. Not for a creative. Never. I would be bitter about it till the end of fucking time, until that creator stops being a creator on the internet. A little blue speck of fucking red and deep blue got stuck in my blue crystal. I would never let it go. The only way to let it go is if they apologize to me directly for letting me down. Never. Never. Because in the grand scheme of things, I don't think I believe that Anthony cut off Utterly Noah's connections. if he had any particular greater connections through him. I don't believe that. Not completely. It is the case that I think he is going to wait for it to die down, and then he'll slowly walk him back in. Which is why I asked that first question. Because I don't think something like this should be this easy to walk away from. Now, he isn't walking away from it. He's trying to run from it. But it's like, if he had accepted that failure, and then with the Noah the Otter shit, he became a fucking VTuber and started playing fucking cozy games on Twitch, that would have been funny as hell! Oh my god, it would have been so funny. Because it's like, yeah, you're such a dog shit lolcow, you have to leave video creation, and you must become a gamer. You have to become a VTuber content creator. You're not allowed to come back this way. And if he ever gets into drama, somebody else has to be able to write documents for him. He will never be able to defend himself, because it'll be like, oh, did you fucking plagiarize this from somebody else? Did you have somebody plagiarize your fucking apology video? Did you fuck up the Google docu, bro? It would be so crazy. It would be so crazy. That's another thing. He promised that he wouldn't get into bullshit. I DM'd him personally, saying not to betray my trust again with anything like that. That would make the autistic community look bad. And he's still plagiarizing after this shit? Wow. He's still plagiarizing even as he's trying to run away from the attention? God damn, what an idiot.
No what? Given the nearest turn of events, it would appear my trust was with rights. Yeah, no fucking shit. You fucking idiot.
And you chose to die on Otterly Hill, and that's fucking your fault, you pathetic loser. Dude.
We already knew that he has secret DMs with him. It wouldn't be a surprise with how Nick was with Drexel, where they would contact each other via Discord with another handle. 100%. Because, see, it was already weird. It was already weird when, with Drexel's involvement with Nick Rekieta, he would continue to bring on his black friend, who basically is a BBC wife swap bull, and would have him talk about these stories. Even before he got more into trying to become an influencer, instead of staying a LawTuber feeder. He would keep bringing him involved into the content. And he would start doing extra shit to, like, make it seem like he's putting him away, and he's focusing and hunkering down, and then it's like, boom, right back into the same shit again. But then again, Nick is an entirely separate problem that you have to, like, spend time focusing on. It's supposed to be. It takes time to dismantle that shit there. It takes time to dismantle the shit there. It's like how you're still bitter over Chelsea Van Valkenburg getting to walk after Alex Walker. Well, she didn't really walk. She didn't get out scot-free from basically murdering Alex Walker by accusing him of rape and then getting his family and his sister to side against him. She didn't get out of that shit scot-free. That stuck to her name permanently. While listening to the Discord calls, the entire group of people thought that a person named Cuck would be nice to Noah because she did an interview before the plagiarism drama. I don't know. It's hard to judge a book by the cover when it comes to names. Unless it's something, like, fairly blatantly obvious, like, I hate single-player Carl 4467. I don't know.
Is there anybody on planet Earth who is buying this sob story crybaby bullshit for the guy who swept up for his fucking plagiarizing friend?
Everyone's fucking super chatted versions of his name. Grimurglia, Glagrugbiar. Glagrugbiar.
Gorgum all over. By acting like this shit was
Eldridge.
ignorance or it was accidental for 2 fucking months to rehabilitate his image so there was another soldier that could fight in the great critical drinker war. Fuck you, fuck your friends, fuck your viewers, fuck your channel. You guys are bullshit. You guys are fucking more grifty than the Griffly Bears your loser friend was stealing his talking points to go after for the last 2 months.
So, Grumgorgon Gruels is going to be talking.
Gorgenheimer.
He realizes,
Dead, speak.
as you could tell from the tweets, he is fucking panicking, and it's only going to get worse. So he thinks, I know, if I go live and explain myself, that'll make everything better. Now, historically speaking, this can be a bad idea, especially for those that are fucking up.
How can someone be like you and learn to be critical?
It's difficult.
It's very difficult, apparently.
Isn't this the best fucking
difficult.
Lord have mercy. She also gave him a chance. He blew the chance. And the people thought that they would be all sweet and kind to defend him. That chance, how do you be nice to someone like Noah? You have to treat him like a retard. The only way to be nice to somebody like Noah is to be nice like you're handling a lemon duck. This is not about lemon duck. So a lemon duck is an old internet leet speak term for a type of internet troll. And the only way to be nice to a person who is just so fucking incompetent is to basically treat them like they're your kid brother. That's the only way you can do it. The only way you could be able to do it is if you treat them like they're a little brother that has absolutely no idea about the world, and you gotta be like, come on, don't catch an open electric socket with a fucking fork. You'll kill yourself. No, don't stick your hand over fire. You're gonna burn your skin. No, don't light that gasoline on fire. You're gonna accelerate the flame, and it's gonna turn into an ignition source, and then you're gonna burn yourself. That's how you gotta treat them. And it's so exhausting to do that. Because you don't need to be another fucking mental minder for another person who's a grown-ass adult who should understand how to manage their fucking problems and deal with their fucking issues. These people were so upset that Cuck was friends with Beckett, a person so mean to Noah, in their minds. Well, see, that's them just deciding that there's a correct way to have friends, and that's, you can't be friends with people that we have decided that we hate. That's just cockamamie. That's just cockamamie. Now, Carl, you say that, but I bet if a guy rolled up calling himself I Hate Single Player Carl 4467, you'd appreciate the commitment to the bit. If it were the case that somebody blatantly just came up with a very obvious troll name and then cosplayed as a hyperbole flanderized version of me stream after stream, that then I would appreciate the bit. Because let's take the example of the one guy, alright? I'm pretty sure the same person that I banned this evening that was trying to use my mother as a button to try and say, haha, get one guy, kid, is the same retard I banned before, but on a different account. So, let's look at it like this. If somebody hated me that much that they decided that they were going to be a thorn in my side, but they did so in an overtly retarded way that I just automatically ban, hide from the user, and then never have to deal with them on my broadcasts ever again, on any of the 5 platforms I broadcast to, including inside of Discord, they would have to put in a lot of effort to, like, do this A-logging in a way that would be hilarious. Because I've gone over shit from hate watchers on camera before. Unfortunately, most of my hate watchers are fucking retarded. And certainly before we got to the Birdman hate watchers, there was the era of people actively making the videos about me that outed themselves as fucking retards, right? All those people putting that effort, they just boring shit, meaningless, useless, irrelevant to the points being discussed, can't discuss what I'm talking about, can't be able to describe what I'm talking about, can't address my points, won't talk about it on an air, run from me when I address them outside platforms. What's the point of engaging with it? But if somebody were to take the time and study enough of my mannerisms that they actually did a basically half mid-decent, mad-decent satire or parody of me, and they committed to the bit for like a 6-month period, it would be the case that I would want to see how far that would go. To see if it would actually go to the realm of, like, trying to, you know, wag the finger and be like, I know your deepest, darkest secrets. But they instead just kept it like, oh man, I love white women, bacon white women. I love being able to clean pie women, nakadashi, just all the time. Just, Got a stick in my face and then go, If they were to do something like that, I would entertain the fact that they put in the effort to try. And I would let it happen just for as long as I get to time it out and be like, ha 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 ha. Alright, this time you're not getting 24 hours. You're just getting a 12-hour timeout. It'd be something like that. That I'd be entertained by, but very few of them want to actually do that. It is the case that they always do the same bit, and that boredom makes it annoying, basically. It sounds like he wants a liquid Carl for Christmas. More like for my birthday! Shouldn't you be happy that your enemies are retarded? Not all of my enemies are retarded. To not use retarded, that all of my enemies are elementary and or learning skill handicapped. Because some of my enemies don't have learning disabilities. Some of the people who are against me are very intelligent, and they're very smart. I remember those fat jokes. Oh yeah, I remember. But a Pip, I have enemies that they are axiomatically committed to being against me. But they are so intelligent. They just choose to use their intelligence in a way that underlies and undercuts the actual relevancy and power that they command at their grasp and at their fingertips. I have enemies that are intelligent and they use it wisely, but on this one subject matter, they become a fucking idiot. I have enemies that are intelligent the entire way through, smarter than I am. Some that realize they're against me, some that are against me but I don't care, and some that try to get my attention that I just ignore them. And many of them don't give a shit because I choose to ignore them. They've been depowered. Carl, don't glaze your enemies. Listen, if it was the case that I stubbed my toe. If it was the case that I actually had a person who I considered to be worthy of being like an everyday, oh my god, he's such a thorn in my side, grrr, rival, you would hear about it. But there's not. There's not. Every time I come across somebody, when I come across somebody like Jonathan, when I come across somebody like Irrelevant, when I come across somebody like Darius, when I come across somebody like these other fucking users that are the crumb tubers, when I come across the crumb tubers of the left wing, when I come against the bread tubers of the left wing and the right wing, when I come across these fucking no-name accounts, when I come across the grifter accounts, when I come across the coal posters, when I come across people like Explosivo, when I come across people like Crimson Mayhem, when I come across people like 9volt, when I come across people like I Am Griffineer, hiding out under a new name, when we come across people like the Skull Myers guy, when we come across people like the Who's Who from the Nebula Elite, when we come across people like Shark03, every fucking time, they're just fucking dumb! Sansol, but Sansol, he left the left, and now he's a part of the Destiny GGG era, if he didn't leave there too. Every time I come across somebody that is supposedly aware of who I am as a creator, and they choose to make content trying to criticize me, it is the case that they don't have anything valuable to say. And the Birdman haters are a perfect embolization of that. 100%. 1000%. Because none of them are willing to be honest. Like, I have to potentially offer them the opportunity to take my money. Like, $100, $200, $400. Please, come here to this place and say it to my face. I will pay you to do it, and they won't do it. Alas, I digress. Let's move forward.
As a master of being critical and objective.
How do I be smart like you? Well, it's tough, man. Oh, he's such a fucking
Sometimes it's just hard, you know, to be this smart in a world full of stupid people. It's
Someone
really
actually
difficult,
pays
you know?
money to ask that question. I mean, talk about fucking curated audiences. I'm sure I'm more likely to get a super chat, which is calling me a fucking retard, than I am to have someone say, "How can I be as smart and brilliant as you are?" Because my audience is fun.
Well,
These guys apparently are just stuck-ups.
If someone said, "How can I be as smart as brilliant as all of you?" we'd be like, "Oh, fuck off." Like, yeah, okay, we're retarded. We wouldn't read it as, "Yes, it makes sense you'd ask this question." Yes, well, it's tough. I can provide some university level courses for you.
Oh no.
I did try to help Noah be more critical. Shutting
Good job.
Yeah, really
up is free. It's a great free action everyone should take, myself included sometimes.
He just said, shutting up is free. It's a free action anyone can do, and even I should do it sometimes. This statement will come to haunt him.
This is going to be a discussion about how we as a collective community discuss this kind of topic. I see this as a learning opportunity.
I see this as a learning opportunity.
This gives us a chance for us to come together as a community to discuss this topic. The topic of when I put my trust in retards who demonstrate that they're so fucking stupid, they can't just they can't just shut their mouth, open their wallet, and collect paychecks. Yes! Yes, give us the tips, please! Please give us the tips, and yes! Yes! Antigone! Tell me Antigone!
This is you gotta like this is perfect writing for a comedy. It's great. Guys, it's like the whole building is on fire and exploding. Like, this is a learning opportunity.
For us, as a community.
Terrible.
We as a community.
As a collective community.
Oh,
right. Not even an individual community.
No, that's right, a collective community.
As a moment of growth, as a moment of development.
Oh my gosh.
Shut up. He is what? Do you think he's the most pretentious person?
Did he put fucking pretentious ass dramatic music behind himself? Wait a minute.
As a community.
Terrible.
We as a community
as a collective community.
Oh,
right.
Not even an individual community.
No, that's right, a collective community.
As a moment of growth.
Oh my god, he did! Wait, maybe that might be Muller's editing. I want to believe. I want to believe. I know it's out there. Let me believe.
Growth as a moment of development.
Oh my gosh.
Shut up. He is what? Do you think he's the most pretentious person? I'm trying to think of the competition.
The bar's kind of high for that.
His movie bar's pretty pretentious. And he's a big hitter.
He's like I don't know. He's like his own. He's in his own little sort of category.
Oh, high top, yeah.
Yeah, but his is more of like this overly emotional.
Just Right and Twin Perfect. Both of them are pretty good pictures. Dude, Twin Perfect. Remember that, Rags?
Yeah, I'd forgotten about him, but now you've reminded me.
Well, it's just specifically.
So
Rags, Twin Perfect is the one that we were trying to get him to address how stupid it was that Doomsday wasn't flown out of the orbit by Superman, and we locked him down into it was definitely possible, and he definitely should have done it. And then he was like, okay. And we were like, so you admit that's a flaw? And he was like, no, it's not necessary. And you got really fucking mad at him, and you said, just answer the fucking question. It's a flaw. Like you wanted him to commit to it, because he wouldn't. He kept talking around it. The classic.
Because we have to accept the accountability that we are holding ourselves to a lower standard than we would hold the people we criticize. Maybe not us individually. I hold myself to a standard I criticize all the time. No one criticizes me.
That's a fucking bullshit lie. Walk that shit back again. He'll hear that from the start.
Flaw like you wanted him to commit to it, because he wouldn't. He kept talking around it. The classic.
Because we have to accept the accountability that we are holding ourselves to a lower standard than we would hold the people we criticize.
We have to accept that we are holding ourselves to a lower standard than the people we criticize. I hold myself beneath a standard that I would not apply to myself, but I apply to my enemies. That doesn't sound stupid at first. Let me give the devil his due. It is possible that you could have a different standard for yourself and then have a different standard for your enemy. Because, let's say you're not a creator. I don't have to care about a particular take, or a particular attitude, or a particular ideal that I have for something. But this guy, you make work. It's different for you. That can kind of make sense. You know, let's say you're a fan of pirate software. If there are any of those that still actually exist. Let's say you're a fan of pirate software. Let's say you're a fan of ferret software, and you like the ferret farm, and the ferret reserve, ferret sanctuary that he's got going on in his house. You don't care about OnlyFans. You don't care about the drama. You don't care about the plagiarization. You don't care about the antagonization against Stop Killing Games and the attempt to bury them by lying. You just like the content because there are parts of it that you view like a cozy stream. There is a world where you are basically saying that you will have a standard where it's like, bro, I just watch for the content. I don't care about his worldview. And there's also a part where you're criticizing it, but it just doesn't register above a timber. The way that you view him is not the way you'd criticize somebody else you're a fan of. Like, say, let's use Old or Naughty. The very, very big mouth, whiny black woman from the Leftist podcast that basically went the way of the dodo until she had to make a name for herself with her own show called Old or Naughty and Friends. After the entire internet blew out Blair's on, aka Illuminati. There is a world where you could basically have a standard for a creator that you don't hold yourself to because you're just a guy and they're the ones that go on to do this. And it's like, listen, I trusted you, bro. But when you say this immediately after it,
maybe not us individually. I hold myself to a standard I criticize all the time. No one criticizes.
How the fuck did you start laughing at him?
No one criticizes me more
in which the creature lies to you.
He's seriously, he's so well written. I love it. Like, do you see how his brain works? He was like, we all need to do better on this front, but not me. I'm fine. I'm actually really good
By
at it.
we, I mean you. All collectively, y'all. The plural you.
So his tweets. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying he's the one who articulates the standards, right? He's the one who will call other people grifters and whatnot because, oh, in this specific case, you weren't covering like non-mainstream media, or in this case, your thumbnail is bad, right? They'll have all these indicators, whatnot, in terms of how they try to identify, quote unquote, like people who have, because it's not just that they're bad critics, right? Or they disagree with them on specific points. It's that the very way their opposition, quote unquote, is making content is they are essentially lying to their audience for profit. And in this scenario,
well, not just lying to the audience, but like brainwashing them. It's not just you're lying to them and you're grifting and you're drinking money, you don't care about this thing. It's that they either care so much that they're becoming indoctrinated, or they care so little they're doing irreparable damage that cannot be repaired because then they believe it and they get caught in an axiomatic belief loop where nothing can unconvince them because they become so convinced from the content that radicalized them, basically.
Scenario, you've admitted that the very standards you believe in, you're not even holding like your peers to that level, and you're just holding other people to that level who you dislike or disagree with, and actually not just disagreements with, but who you consider to be just like bad actors in the space. And I think that's not okay at all.
Something that's worth considering is some people, we've covered them on EFAP, they're doing scripted videos and yet they say things that are kind of bizarre, and then you see them in a live format, and obviously they're typically even worse because that's just the way everything works. If you've got time to plan what you're going to say, you'll typically say it better. Now, you've seen his tweeting, which gets a chance of redrafting. It's pretty awful. We covered his video where he got to be able to script the whole thing of Blade Runner. It's fucking awful. Imagine how bad this man will be with live thoughts pouring out.
That's what fucked Boogie.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. That's what I was saying earlier. The fact that these guys can hide in essay videos and they aren't exposed for being as retarded as they are is emblematic of why it is necessary you put them on the spot and make them answer the shit live. Because they will always be able to run if they can be able to structure their opinions. They can always wait for more evidence and be like, oh, well, I'm on the right side of the issue, actually. Actually, it is very important for that. It's very important for that. For me to be able to, have that escape window, to be safe and get away from it. It's very important, bro. It's so exhausting because then you put a lot more faith in the fact that, okay, if you're not familiar with the person and they say something that seems out of left field, but it makes perfect sense, they communicated it clearly, it makes perfect sense to the people who are there, and the context doesn't make sense outside of context, especially if you bastardize their statement and you break it up and you edit it out of context. That kind of material is what they mostly specialize in. And yet the people they attack basically are completely fine to orient live on camera, with the exception of Aspen Gold. XQC used to be worse, but actually he's gotten better about this.
Maybe not us individually. I hold myself to a standard I criticize all the time. No one criticizes me more than I do myself. Least of all, drama.
Bullshit!
After this week.
Isn't it? You can't miss an opportunity to be like, just so you know, I'm awesome. I'm just throwing it out. I just want you to know that.
I hope himself.
Yeah.
I'm more critical myself than anyone else, I guarantee that. Yeah, we can go over the drama and, let's cancel Noah, which we will. Let's be quite frank. A lot of this happened because many of us, myself, I guarantee that. Yeah, we can go over the drama and, let's cancel Noah, which we will.
Interesting. Now is when we cancel Noah. You look off to the side when you say that, which means that you are looking off to your left.
Yeah.
I'm more critical myself than anyone else, I guarantee that. Yeah, we can go over the drama and, let's cancel Noah, which we will. Let's be quite frank.
Yeah, you look off to the left when you say that. So that's an admission of something that is associated with a lie. So you don't actually want to cancel him. And it's the case that you're like, oh, if I got to. If I have to.
A lot of this happened because many of us, myself especially included, were too permissive of Noah the first time he had a controversy. We wanted to see the best in him.
Not me, though.
No, I don't think it's the case that you were too permissive. I think you were more willing to protect him, man.
Oh,
no. Yeah, we wanted to see the best in him. Like, what's
we were so virtuous. We were, all of us, That we just that's how we got away with it, you know.
Wanted to say that a person can make a mistake, do something wrong, but
make a mistake. It's just like when you say it that vaguely, it kind of, you know, you can disconnect from the actual string of choices involved in that mistake. Well, it's just making a mistake. It's like, it's like that can describe something that seems very benign compared to, like, the mistake being that he just took people's shit often.
It's weird to remember, though, we're at layers. There's layers of complication now as well, because the context here is Noah's revealed himself as the ultimate villain, and so he's, like, retrospectively saying, like, how sad it was that we thought he'd made a mistake, but now we know the truth, that he manipulated us. And so I was like, there was no way you could have thought it was a mistake at the time. It's not possible. What is this story you're telling? What is this?
If they want to actually improve, we should give them the chance to improve. Well, we were wrong.
We were wrong.
We shouldn't have. EFAP had covered him again. I'm thinking, EFAP's covering Noah. Why are they covering Noah a second time? That's stupid. And it's pretty dumb. I thought, oh, who cares about this? This is stupid. You know, I don't pay much mind to it because I'm mostly like, you know, I'm seeing talking to friends about like life, jobs, family.
Yeah, no, you weren't. You were tweeting all night talking about us. It was pathetic.
You live on the internet.
Who are you trying to convince, bro?
If you think that if you just say it, then everybody's like, oh yeah, true, yeah, true. What have we learned today? People.
I mean, you have tweets that show you were tweeting madly about EFAP. How could you lie like that and expect people to let you get away with that? That's so weird.
Lie. People say things that aren't true. That's the lesson of today. Okay.
It's so funny that he wants to immediately deflect into like. By the way, I didn't even care that EFAP.
Yeah, I'm like a normal person.
I was touching grass. I was talking to people.
Like, I don't even know who they are.
A video that requires a lot of focus, and I make a dumb little tweet at some point saying,
I made like one tweet, whatever. He made like, it was like one dumb tweet, dude.
It's not like we read like what 50?
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's insane.
You obsessively were replying to every random.
By the way,
not to be,
I didn't throw all of them in.
Nobody on Twitter.
We did not look at all of them.
Oh,
there's a lot.
I bet you had a lot to sit through.
Yeah, it was fucking annoying because he's a madman. But like, Nick was the first person to spot this shit, and it's just like, yeah, you don't want to go in there, you know? It's just like you have to fucking sift through all this crap from him. Where he's replying to every single person. It's just like, what are you doing? No, I was out with my family. It's like,
if you're out with your family and you're replying madly to every single post, you got way too much time in your hands. I don't care what kind of fucking fancy restaurant you're going to. What the fuck is so important that you're spending time tweeting back at fucking regular niggas on the fucking platform? Not content creators. Regular users. They're questioning you.
On one hand, no, you wouldn't.
Unless they must be left wing. Which I'm certain you would know, because he'd know where they came from and who they were associated with.
On the other, yeah, it's like you were doing this while hanging out with your family.
I just got the message back from Pinoflex. He cannot return. His internet got fucked by connectivity issues.
Folks are talking about EFAP not covering you while hanging out with your family.
Anthony, what do you think of the casserole I made? I spent all day making it.
Shut up, Grandma. I'm tweeting about EFAP.
Grandma, we're gonna lose the fight against Critical Drinker. I don't understand.
Is he who is this? Is he one of your internet friends? Is he gonna come over for dinner? Why don't you ever invite anybody over for dinner? When are you gonna find a lady?
Truly, it is a collecting bolters moment. Oh, remember the fact that Matthew Jarbo tried to come up in the middle of the fucking in the middle of the Jarbo shit? Oh boy. We might not have the energy to get there, because I can already feel the pull of a nap pulling me in. So we're going to need to get to a stopping point with this. Because with all this and more, all of you really should look at this on your own leisure and time. But we're gonna finish covering this, because this is important that I want to be able to make sure to get this fucking in. Because I don't think I have the energy to go over the entire Arlino saga without somebody else to motivate me to get through it. Because oh my god, it's just better that they're gone. But Matthew Jarbo tried. Matthew Jarbo tried. He tried to use the shit happening to the quartering as an opportunity to think this is the time for him to return. He tried it. Oh boy, did he try it. He tried it. Oh my god. And it blew up in his face as soon as we got to fucking Chrissy Mayer.
EFAP's covering Noah twice, but never talks about me. I see how it is. I'm not jealous.
Holy shit.
Cope alarm, cope alarm, cope alarm. Boop, boop, boop. Bring up EFAP out of nowhere. Boop, 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 boop.
It's not a jealous ex. It's not like a jealous ex came to his head and he had to address it straight away because of how obvious that is. He's just saying that because it was definitely not that.
But still make this. And when was this? When was this stream?
This was, I want to say like 3 days ago. I'd have to check.
So like even after all of those tweets where he was really smug and then everything collapsed, he still can't help but try to like wedge in this point.
Yes. He needs everyone to know that he doesn't obsessively care about everything we're doing in relation to him when we don't even talk about him. Like I said, we reference him maybe as a meme. That's about it.
It's funny. EFAP's covering.
Also, I mean, not to get back into the background thing, but it's like, Anthony, why did you steal my blanket and put it on your chair?
Well,
I
can you see
really
this?
need that. I'm gonna get cold.
You see, this is the fabled bookshelf. I'm pretty sure. Can you see how it's better? It's still not good. It's better though.
It is better.
You got some work to do, dude. Still.
Is that an incredibly sad Pikachu he's got there? What is the yellow thing?
All the animals.
It looks like a fallen over Pachumbo, but yeah.
What?
It's a fat Pikachu. He has a fat Pikachu. Probably from the 30th anniversary. But you know, it does look like a fallen over fucking stuffy of another franchise.
Pachumbo is like my favorite meme image ever. It's the fat Pikachu in that store. I don't even know if it's real, like, or someone's made it as a meme. But is it Pachumbo? Pachumbo? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Pachumbo. Chat, you're gonna have to help me out.
Fat Pikachu meme.
You'll definitely find
is it? Is it? I think is it this one here? Is this the
you
one?
might have it. Give it a shot. Yes, that's it. Look, it's Pachumbo.
It's like why is that? Why is it? It's a Snorlax wearing a Pikachu skin. How did this? What horrific crossbreeding experiment happened?
Dude,
Oh no!
I love
didn't know
this
they were in
poor
the same egg group.
I just like as well the expression of just like, yeah, here I am.
What deserted island did you have to go to catch that on Pokemon Go?
Go, Pachumbo! And he's like, whoa.
He's already panting when he comes out of the ball.
Why do you do this to me?
Know it twice, but never
You
talks
gotta
about
take
me.
it to the Pokemon Center, not the McDonald's.
Oh.
If you go to the Pokemon Center with me and I can use a potion on you, we'll go to McDonald's afterward.
Pikachu.
Pikachu. Sorry, Anthony, what were you saying?
Yeah, go ahead, Anthony.
See how it is.
Sorry.
I'm not a jealous ex or anything like that. And, you know, whatever. I don't put too much mind. I put my phone down and go back and do other things. I have a kid.
Dude, the people who say this, it's not true.
Well, they don't realize
Oh,
because
yeah.
I'm sorry, he's got some kind of gene where it's like if I say it, then no one will think that I wasn't. And it's like, dude, it does the opposite. You fool.
Yeah, it draws more attention to it, and of course, it would help if you didn't tweet so much.
Yeah,
that would help as well.
Season, so it's like I'm feeding him, changing diapers, and I check my phone again, and Nicholas Diorio just responded to this. Like, going, oh, what is this? What is this? What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, what craziness is happening? What, Nicholas,
He's like,
Nicholas
EFAP won't respond to me, and then I was on to EFAP, so
Yeah.
I responded to him, and he's just like, why is this guy talking to me?
Being like, oh, this is weird. Why would they respond? And everyone's kind of.
Why would they respond?
You guys, I'm sorry, you're gonna love this fucking stream. This is like a 3.5 hour thing he made, and it is excruciatingly boring to get through everything. He like meanders and stuff. I think Dickers might have. You would have watched. Did you watch all of it, or did you watch some of it?
Yeah, I watched all of it. I figured watching at the time that he's like, apparently he's finishing his novel, so that's why I thought that he spoke this way. Is this just the way that he always is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, yes. On that note, though, you're seeing a cut where I've removed so much repetitive bullshit, and loads of it, just to make sure you know, is him burning the ever-loving shit out of Noah. Just saying all kinds of shit about how like he's a worthless person, all character shit. Which, by the way, you're gonna find this shocking. We don't think a lot of Noah here either, so it's not stuff that we really need. But my God, there is some stuff that we'll need.
The previous Noah drama. It turns out the EFAP guys were responding to a video critical of Noah that was copyright struck. Turns out.
Do you see how?
Stop doing that. Stop doing that shit. You stop trying to.
We were covering plagiarism, dude. You know that now.
That's what we were
covering plagiarism that you swept for.
Because Noah posted in his Discord.
That is the face of a man who has given up internally inside. Right there! Right now! One! The moment that you can see his spirit leave his eyes, where it's like, oh my God. Why the fuck? Why did I ever accept this guy as my friend? Why did I let him into my home? Why did I teach him? Why, SpongeBob? Why won't you finish your fucking essay? Why? Why, SpongeBob? Why? That right there. That is the definition. The definition of this is okay. The flaming dog in the house sips the tea. This is okay. This is okay. This is what that looks like. Such a beautiful face. Such a beautiful face. Such a wonderful place. Come on down to the Hotel Trumpifornia. I'll get you a good fit. You're gonna love the way you grin. Ah! It puts my soul on fire. It brings a glee to my cheeks. It makes them rough. It makes them red. How much I'm fucking grinning. Ah! Ach, du Lieber.
Now, there's a lot to say about this moment. I'm kind of fascinated by it. So what he's referencing here is the DMs with Dave's Marionette, right? You remember these? This is basically the smoking gun he's done. It's where he tells you what to do and how to do it. So you know for a fact, no matter what Noah says or does, that he orchestrated the copyright strike, and you now know that he did it to avoid his name being on there. This is easy to look at and just go like, yeah, I can't believe he did this. What a piece of shit. Kind of just the way that we sort of did it. But
Normal
look at this
reaction from one creative to another, really.
Yeah, look at this reaction though.
Because Noah posted it in his Discord.
Now, to me, I get the impression here that he's borderline going Joker mode because of how stupid his soldier was to let people know so thoroughly and easily that he's done this. Like, you fucking moron. Because not only does it torch Noah instantly, and like there's no saving him, but now the fire's going to reach Grimuglia. This is like why he's obsessively tweeting why he's doing this stream. He knows how much damage this is doing. So he's...
Not just knowing how much damage it's doing, but physically seeing the warping connection happening live in front of him. So, visualize it as like a fire. A literal bonfire. Somebody lights a fire at the end of a forest. You're standing at one end of the forest, but you've conveniently and very painstakingly cut down and removed the foliage so that the underbrush wouldn't catch on fire and spread the fire to your part of the forest. And your friend comes over and, oops, pours fire directly, gasoline, to spread the fire, directly to your trees, and there's no way you can clean it up in time. So you just have to pensively stand there and watch them perfectly destroy what you painstakingly perfectly tried to protect. Completely invalidating any and all of your efforts. That's what really is the problem there. Because it's so permanently on view, he can't deny it live. And he can't deny it off air.
Staring at this.
I saved you. This time, I kill you.
But you understand, right? It's less that right now. He's having just a moment of reconciling the situation of you
Like, oh,
stupid
for
fuck.
fuck's sake, you fucking dumb fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Like, there's that, rather than like, wow, what a horrible person you are.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah!
Stop for me.
Just posted it in his public Discord. Did anyone get access?
Yeah, like, why is
See?
that what he's fixated on so much? The fact that it's
that
been
he posted it,
posted.
not that he
The
did.
fact that
posted on Discord,
he's so
rather than the
pissed
fact
off.
that he even said any of this.
So pissed off at how easy to find it is.
He's on Twitter right now saying, regardless, the monkey paw didn't seem to help. His channel is up another 1,000 subscribers this week, so it seems like his drama hasn't negatively impacted me at all.
Oh my god, stop.
I'm out!
Put down the phone, dude.
Put it down!
Daddy, your cat smells getting cold, please, but we'll be here forever.
Yes. Neither will the critical drinker if I've got something to say about it, Grandma. Every day he generates a new clutch of chuds. I have to stop him.
Now that, see, he's having a joking moment. He's baffled that he chose such an incompetent fucking co-conspirator. Like, god
I mean,
damn it.
no, utterly Noah, he seemed really smart and full of promise.
You seem so smart and so intelligent and not at all a person who's completely incapable of a basic rational thought or team building or strategy or subterfuge or sabotage or spycraft. Just, oh my god, how could I have not seen it coming? How couldn't I have been able to realize that he was so incompetent? How would I have ever known that he was dumb? How about watching his content and seeing how bad it is? That's not a choice. Too many minutes in the day, bro. Too many minutes in the day. There are too many minutes in the day that must be dedicated to the art and the craft of being a retard, okay? It's too hard. But I put the question to you, chat. One's in the chat, two's in the chats. Could you be willing to lie your way out of this situation and do it in a way smarter than Anthony and Noah? One's in the chats, two's in the chats.
Like, what are you fucking doing, man? Nicholas Diorio's Twitter. Why is he talking about freaking Crimes New Roman? No.
Isn't Crimes New Roman the one that made the video that you're all responsible for school shooters or
He equated
whatever?
all of our content to like mass shootings.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
that's
drama
probably
pipeline
why.
It's something to
that's
do
a
with it.
wild thing to say. Is yeah.
No, it's fucking insane. I saw the picture and I thought it was funny as hell, and I was like, oh, it's real.
too.
That's actually real.
I'm not even gonna address that. I don't know enough about that. I've had enough time on here to know, unless I know it's...
Oh my. What a special bit right there. I'm not going to address that. I don't know enough about that to have an opinion. Man, if only you were smart enough to say that before and be able to hide your hands. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
What's going on? I'm not going to comment on it.
Unless I know what's going on, I'm not going to comment on it.
Those are wise words to live by.
Yeah. Remember the other words you said where you can just shut the fuck up? Another good set of words to live by there, Ant.
I'll get to it eventually. The point is, though, this is really bad, isn't it?
Say so.
How fuck are we into this? Stop calling her a retard. Stop saying you're gonna fucking dig this guy's grave. Stop saying you're gonna fucking decapitate this guy. That is really bad, actually.
All the folks saying Kino or EFAP1 are showing a similar mindset to them in Noah. This is media discussion, not debating or a contest. There are no winners in this.
Oh,
no, they won! No, he won! No, he won! He won! He won! He won! No! Kino won! No! No. We're not leaving here without that being clear. No. In fact, I care so passionately about it. I care so passionately about the statement that I'm about to make that I'm going to make sure I fucking record this. I'm going to post it on the timeline. I'm going to leave a copy of it so that Kino can see it and can appreciate it. No. Play this shit back.
Bad, actually. Stop calling her a retard. Stop saying you're gonna fucking dig this guy's grave. Stop saying you're gonna fucking decapitate this guy. That is really bad, actually.
All the folks saying Kino or EFAP1 are showing a similar mindset to them in Noah. This is media discussion, not debating or a contest. There are no winners in this.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Not only is this a every frame of pause win, again, this is a victory in Kino Flex's fucking cap. This is a career-defining moment of ball knowledge, okay? This is a career-defining moment for Kino Flex. Just as much as somebody could claim that defending Kino Flex is a career-defining moment for me. The grifters. Yeah, fuck off and suck my cock. But no. Peep game. It is Kino Flex that got him into Dicker's room. Completely to expose himself for how evil he is. It was Kino Flex that made the connections, that made this event possible. It is Kino Flex that got the ball rolling. It is Kino Flex that got Callisto in the room where it happened. It is Kino Flex that made this event pop off in such a way that it connected from Noah, connected to Anthony, and connected to Tony the Tiger. No. Understand and recognize game. That nigga stuck his dick down your He stuck his dick down your fucking throat, dude. He throat fucked the shit out of each and every single one of you. Every single one of you that were involved in this shit, you got fucked in the ass. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it because he was right. Just like I was right. Just like Jay was right. Just like Mahler was right. Just like fucking everybody on the panel was right. Dickers and Fringy and Mahler and Rags and Nick. Every single person who's called it out, whether in the moment, in their own time, or reviewing it enough to see it for what it is. No. There are winners and victors inside of commentary. There are winners and victors in drama. Because you did somebody fucking dirty and wrong. And this was undone by bringing attention to light. And the person who was the one who carried the fucking flame and the torch was Kino Flex. No. Give him his flowers. Give him his flowers. And then smell them bitches. They smell like lilacs. Moving forward.
EFAP won. Kino Flex won.
We didn't have to do anything.
we were literally just sitting out. We were just like outside, not even in the building. We're watching it on the news. Like we're so uninvolved.
The win, as far as I'm concerned, if you want to classify it that way, which is fine with me, is that we thought the plagiarism was shit from the get-go when we found out about it. We also
we exposed the plagiarist.
We already covered Otterly Noah and thought he was kind of a piece of shit at his job anyway. So it's like, oh, it turns out we were actually like just completely on the mark for completely other reasons we weren't even aware of. And then of course like. You're an idiot, generally. We've covered you, and like, with all that background, this happening to you is hilarious for us. Like, we don't. Again, I have to stress, we didn't have to do anything. We weren't tweeting back at you that night. We were looking at other shit. You did all this yourself. So, like, the idea is like, EFAB shouldn't be saying they have a win. It's like, I mean, again, what would you call what's happened here? Just
It's a win for the collective community.
We have learned a lesson, and that's the real win. Unequivocally, oh my god. As soon as your guy shows his fucking ass, then it's not a debate, then it's not a game.
Yeah, exactly! Because of bitches! When it's not that serious. Yes, it is, because if it wasn't, you wouldn't be talking about this shit. If it wasn't, Anthony wouldn't be tweeting like a madman. If it wasn't, he would have fucked off and done something different. If it wasn't, it is the case that he would have been not involved in this shit. No. Eat a cock. Eat a flaming cock. No. It matters. Because it matters to you. It matters because it matters to you. It matters because it matters to you. You're not getting out of here. It matters because it matters to you. He killed a career, he severely crippled a career, and then he got a motherfucker put on goddamn notice when the last time he spoke to him was, I'm gonna put you in the poorhouse. No, nigga, no! He beat your ass with the cane! He beat your ass with the cane, bro. No! Put respect on it!
This happened to Critical Drinker or anybody on EFAP, these guys would be celebrating day in, day out. I'd be expecting to see fucking tweets every hour on the hour about this shit.
We trusted him to some extent. We believe that he was doing something justified. Yes, Flex does defend Rev says Desu, so we can criticize him for that.
Oh my god, it was just the writing was on the fucking wall from the beginning.
Another YouTuber, Wargaming Dad, was due to go on stream with YouTuber Dickens to talk about...
Oh, fuck you. YouTuber who?
Dickens?
I'm gonna resist not keeping this in, dude.
YouTuber who?
YouTuber Dickens.
the Dickensian corner that is drama YouTube.
Gotta play that shit
It was on the hard R on my name, alright? From the beginning.
Another YouTuber, Wargaming Dad, was due to go on stream with YouTuber Dickens to talk about...
YouTuber who? YouTuber who? This is the guy that we go into for the fucking breakdown of the drama.
Every single person in this is the dumbest human being I've ever met in my life. Myself included. I'm the King Clown, apparently, because I've allowed Noah on stream. I promoted him to you after all that. So
yeah! That's exactly what you did, dumbass.
Like,
do you see? You son of a bitch! Like the whole context is that you were covering for him. Not that you're like, oh, I'm a clown for having supported him. Now, knowing all of this, you're like, no, you already knew enough. What are you talking about?
Dumb is not really the full accusation. I mean, it's true, but it's not really the most important accusation. You being an idiot is kind of circumstantial. It's what you're prepared to accept from your friends.
Yeah, someone just said in chat, you're a fucking accomplice, my good man. Like, what are you talking about?
Some clown makeup on this one. Get your fucking oil paints ready. Get your big old bushy red wigs. We're going to clown school. We're all clowns in the circus.
Just take the L. True.
There is no one free of sin in this church of clowns.
Oh, actually, guys, we're all...
Actually, there is plenty of people who are free of sin. Oh, there are so many people who get to cast the first stone. Oh, yes, sir. There are so many people who get to cast the stone against you. No. Do not be mystified, sir. No, there are people who are big winners and are innocent. No. Starting with me, and Jay, and Kino, everybody who covered it, everybody who was responsible in some way, shape, or form, which basically means you have to give a fucking compliment to morale. Every single person who saw this through for what it fucking was, bro. No, we all get to pelt you with rocks. No, we all get to pelt you with rocks, bro. I'm sorry.
Wearing the clown makeup today. We're all wearing the clown makeup today. If you think about it, like, aren't we all kind of stupid in this? No, some people have been gunning for this fucking guy's neck. Other people have been trying to cover up, cozy up to him, working with him behind the scenes, okay? No, not everyone's wearing the fucking clown makeup.
The EFAP stream was earned, and I feel a bit bad for bad-mouthing Mahler in that context.
Yeah, I said on Twitter, I owe EFAP an apology because...
What's so funny?
Feel free to give it. Feel free to give it whenever you'd like.
These fuckers...
We're willing to hear it.
Again, yeah,
we are here.
Yet another thing of, I didn't have to do anything, and you're saying this. It's like, why are you apologizing? For what? What's happening? It's like,
a death row inmate, I could say sorry.
It's a matter of, like, they're apologizing even in fucking community for saying shit about us without knowing anything they're talking about. It's like, oh, you do that all the time. What do you mean? This is the first time you've realized. It's insane to me that they're like, oh yeah, we judged them without knowing what they were doing. It's like, you proudly announce that every time. It's a meme on this channel.
Nothing will change. Nothing will change on that front.
No.
Because the apology is designed to ensure nothing does. He's apologizing because in his narrative, he just hadn't fully appreciated what an utter piece of shit utterly Noah was, whereas we were slightly ahead of him. So he's sorry to us, yes, but principally he's sorry that he wasn't wiser and smarter and quicker off the metaphor I'm going for is. Like, he's trying to avoid the actual charge leveled against him, which is kind of just complicity in really, really shitty behavior that he knew about.
It's worse than that. It's not a lack of insight. It's like an intentional stance that he's taken completely in like absentia to the facts, right? He's like defending utterly Noah in spite of what he's done. He's not going along and like, oh, I can see some kind of charity here. I don't think that he's like ignorant as lacked insight.
In that context.
I think he's trying to portray himself as that. That's the point. Like, he's apologizing as though that is the problem. That isn't the problem. The problem is that he is actually still sort of lying about what's gone on.
Yeah, I said on Twitter, I owe EFAP an apology because that was justified.
Jay Wang makes super chat.
We're often justified, my good man. You wouldn't know. We're justified when we covered you.
That's not easy for me to say. By the way, I've not seen the EFAP stream yet, or probably ever will.
What? Like, why would you proudly announce that we were correct? You apologize, and then I'll never watch it. What's your brain doing?
That's like some moral good.
Yeah.
You're not watching it.
Like, oh, worth apologizing to us for. And even conceding that the stream got more attention to the subject, which may have made the difference in some way, but simultaneously, like, I hate them. Like, okay.
Because, you see, then it's a question of principle. Ah, well, you see, the devil might have been right in this case, but he's the devil, so I can never be on his side. If I ever go on the side of the devil, it's because I was forced to. I had to take their side because it was just so much harder. It was so difficult for me to bring myself down to their level. I could never be able to do such a thing. Oh, it was the case that the worst people you knew had something to say, but it was the case that all of these people who were associated are just the biggest fucking monsters. I would never want to be seen. I'll never give them my face. I'll never give them my like. I'll never give them my view.
talks about me. I see how it is. I'm not a jealous ex or anything like that. It's worse to be forgotten than to be cringe.
What do we think, everyone?
It is better to be forgotten than to be cringe.
I think I'm happy.
If you were asking me, yeah, I would rather be forgotten about, because at least for a while people knew about me, which is really just a microcosm of existence anyway. Instead of being like, remember that rags guy? What a cringe piece of shit! Oh, I can't believe it. What you think if Boogie had the option, and press the button that makes everybody forget about him?
Well, so definitely he would choose. If it meant he could then rebuild his reputation, he would definitely press that button. But Boogie is actually a good example of someone who would prefer to be hated than for no one to talk about him.
Yeah, if pressing the button meant that he was never able to build any sort of profile for himself again, he wouldn't press the button.
He loves the attention, but it's funny. He's a good example because we've already connected to him and Noah and Grabuglia. There is some kind of DNA here. So what I'm saying is I totally believe Anthony thinks this is true. He's fine with being cringe if it means he doesn't get forgotten. Obviously.
There's a level of this where it's a lot deeper of a criticism and an engagement factor than that. In the world of lolcowdom, it is better for the lolcows to keep doing shit that keep you talking about them. Which potentially means you watch something that's in reference to them. You watch coverage that is in reference to them. You watch world first, news first takes that are in reference about them. And you just make it a point of keeping up with the Jones. Which means they stay in the algorithm, they make money off your curiosity, they make money off your hate watching, they make money off your lolcow posting. They make money while you're covering them, making money about them. And in that way, it is better for them to be hated than for them to fade away. Because if they fade away, then nobody cares, and thus they don't make money off of it. It could be the case that they could just find a job somewhere and just go make money legitimately in some different way. But because it requires them being invested here, it is more important for them to stay in the limelight than just be forgotten. Because then at least they can make a life for themselves on lolcow Live, huh? Lolcow Queens, right? So, in the interim, for somebody like Chrissy Mayer, she has severely damaged her bridge to Friday Night Tights. So she connects herself to somebody like the Hamburglar, and before you know it, people are going to be like, Chrissy Mayer who? She used to be on what? Oh, you mean that bitch that did that dumb shit against them and backstabbed her friends? Yeah, that was crazy. And she'll just become a fucking running gag, a running meme. You don't want that. You don't want that at all.
That's my problem. Great book bottom tier, cool. I know like some guys do the Acolyte, but no. Look in your hearts, you know this is worse. At least you remember the Acolyte. Did you remember this when the show existed? I forgot.
I think Disney would prefer if everyone forgot the Acolyte.
The reason this is included is that it's so funny to watch people who don't get as obsessed with media as us dealing with like a sidebar of media shit. Because it's just like, what is this? This is normal for us. Hearing him talk about how the Acolyte isn't the worst Star Wars thing is something we would probably spend 5 minutes on normally, but it's not why we're here.
People say I'm a Disney show. I got the show.
Dude, what fucking community have I fucking attracted? my fucking chat right now. Not Acolyte? Acolyte. Acolyte is worse. Kenobi's worse too. I've not watched any of this fucking Star Wars slop. I didn't even watch.
And you don't understand the war we've been through. The
we were in the trenches, Dickens. We were in the trenches.
It's a tough life, dude. You wouldn't understand.
Rogue One when that shit came out. Welcome to media criticism, drama dickers. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot.
Thought we should have been visible before.
With this logic, he has manipulated every other scene he has discussed in his...
This is such a great little thing, right? So if you remember, we covered this. The response to... Well, so the notion that Drinker muted the clips and talked over them, thus proving he's manipulated footage to lie to people, when of course he does that in all of his videos and everything. One of the most bizarre points ever. It's like, yeah, that's... And then you realize, like, wait, that's just everyone, actually. 99% of people. We were even thinking about what the exceptions would be to someone who mutes clips and talks over them in review. It's like, oh, that's just what you do. Now, Celeste's pointing that out. Look what happens.
Review. Hell, everyone is manipulating footage with this logic. And
Yes, everyone who does a review of everything is manipulating the footage. That's the nature of editing.
Yeah, because that's what he meant by manipulating. You're manipulating. That's not really manipulative.
What a stupid fucking thing to say.
You're using the technical definition of manipulation here when it is obviously being used in a very negative context.
Well, they mean deception, obviously, is what is obviously was being made.
This context is crystal clear.
Right
it's specifically the Pillar of Garbage saying that Drinker has manipulated the footage by muting the clip and talking over it. And now Adsley's like, yes, everyone does that. It's like, no.
Yeah, if everybody does it as you would say, then why the fuck would he bring it up?
Exactly.
Why would he make a point in his video?
It's not like when you're criticizing somebody else on like a video essay they do, you immediately first you state, okay, hey, just so you know, guys, by the way, this guy was manipulating footage throughout the entire video. It's like, well, it's edited. Like, well, are we saying the moment you even make a clip of a movie, now you've manipulated footage? Like, no one speaks about manipulation in that way. We are clearly talking.
I mean, there are people who do, but they're retarded, and we don't take them seriously because we can clearly tell the modular difference between a technical function of something and a positive glazed conversation, and a negative connotation that is used to cast aspersion on somebody's relevancy, on whether or not they are a valid source of criticism and information to listen to, for the purposes of dismissing their take and saying that they are on the grift. Press 1 if you understand what I just said. Press 2 if you don't understand. Press 3 if you weren't paying attention. We all know. Everybody who has a functioning brain cell understands that. Doesn't matter if it's Minecraft. Doesn't matter if it's drama. Doesn't matter if it's recapping drama. Doesn't matter if it's academia. We all understand the difference between that. There are some people who just make a career doing it for the point of saying, oh, aren't they just untrustworthy? And they just stay there, upright in that actuated position, and they never come down from off the top of the fucking mountain.
That Drinker was attempting to mislead his audience by quote-unquote manipulation in this context. It's I saw this, I got pissed, I'm not gonna lie.
But again, it's more about presenting something to the audience or leaving information out, but that's just the nature of video essaying.
So he realized in the middle of saying the stupid response that he can't say that because he's specifically in the context of, as Callisto just said, manipulating it to lie to your audience, essentially. So he's realizing this in real time and then being like, it's more about manipulation of footage. Just watch this again.
Every other scene he has discussed in his review. Hell, everyone is manipulating footage with this logic. And
yes, everyone who does a review of everything is manipulating the footage. That's the nature of editing. But again, it's more about presenting something to the audience or leaving information out, but that's just the nature of video essaying. It's what you include, what you don't include, what you show, what you don't show.
All he had to do was say Callisto was correct.
Yeah, that, and then would have been fine, but you can't help you. So you are not smart.
Well, it's the thing of
you are a dumb man. You are a dumb.
Like Callisto is wrong, and let me give you the correct take, and then just repeat what Callisto basically said. Good stuff, man. Nice.
I don't know. When the quartering was
really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
Moving on.
Like, what is this, man? Like, you're so captured. You can't even concede the most basic of point.
What?
Worse than that. It's not that he can't concede. It's that he has to have the last word. But Carl, aren't you doing that right now? No. It is the case that he needs to be smarter than the person he's criticizing. So he can't just agree with the shit. You could probably find a variation and a caveat where you add on a little bit of tidbit for the purposes of, like, flavoring your fucking criticism and being like, you know, there's a version of this, there's a word of this, there's a case of this, there's a blah, 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 that anybody can fucking say, that I obviously have to fucking say. Since I'm not just sitting here with my hands crossed being like, I wonder what happens next. There's very much a case example of this where there's like little itty bit caveats that in certain situations you have to be able to analyze it for what it is and say, okay, is this fair? Is this foul? Is this bullshit? Is this not bullshit? Is this the reality of the situation? Is this a version of the situation that we wish to happen? Or is this just a simulacrum? For Anthony, he has given himself an image that he has to be the smartest person in the room. So he has to disagree. He has to disagree. He has to have the last word. He has to fight. He has to fight so often that he doesn't know when he is fighting and when he's not fighting. He has to cover his ass. He has to run. He has to lie. He has to cheat. He has to hide. He has to subterfuge. He can't just say yes or no. He has to gloviate. He's got to add extra shit. He is the person that will pull a Kafka trap and then falls into a Kafka trap. One that he created for his own self. Because he just can't shut his fucking mouth. I'm going to give this 10 more minutes and then I'm about to leave.
Copyright striking the Kino Casino, whatever it is. We criticized him publicly. We made fun of it. We didn't go as hard as some of his own side did. No, certainly not.
Well, isn't this a curious thing to just say? The quartering gets called out for the exact same thing, and we hit him for it. We didn't hit him as hard as his side did. However, we protected Noah. Like, so you just outed as the worst possible. You didn't do as good as your enemy. You did way worse with your friend. Like, yeah, why would you admit this? It doesn't make sense.
We did point and we said that's not the right way to do things.
We pointed and said it's not the right way to do things. Calm down there. Very aggressive.
And Noah was caught plagiarizing. We did not react as effectively as we should have.
Oh,
we did not react as effectively as we should have.
He led the charge on that.
For him.
Yeah,
that's
really influenced that behavior.
What did you say about Vosh?
I feel like I'm listening to Vosh right now explain like how they got something wrong.
Well, you mean it's like a slimy political shit where you just have to move around it forever and hope everyone fucking buys what you're saying?
Yeah.
But you never even buy it. You're just like, oh, jeez.
My God, I forgot about these insular little details about the plagiarism drama. I forgot that Noah tried to do this shit first. Yeah,
so
I did check.
For everyone who's forgotten, Possibly Noah, when this is going all the way back to the end of 2025, when Shamu was first pointing out that he's stealing shit. I'm assuming you saw my video pushing more of your information on Tectone to a bigger audience, laugh my ass off. It was very fun ripping on Tempar in the video also. I've known about this guy for a while. Like, wait, what? It's like, no, you stole it. It's like, what, are you mad that it got to a bigger audience?
Is there a possibility
And that was
the whole idea about the view counts and like why Otterly Noah was responding with view counts came from Ant? Because I feel as if I've seen that whenever there's like Ant will often bring up view counts.
He does, yeah. He defines value from that shit.
He might have got it from Ant, but not directly.
I'm not saying he necessarily.
Despite what...
Like that's something that Vermuglia has as a thing, like a validation thing. I know that it wasn't in the tweets that I put up, but there's fucking so many. But one of them was something along the lines of like, if EFAP was so successful in responding to me, then why do I have more views than them, or something?
Yeah, possibly. But the thing that I wanted to point out there, why I don't think that he's getting it, at least directly from Ant, maybe indirectly, is that Anthony Gramuglia only knew Otterly Noah for 2 months when he decided to sweep for the plagiarism stuff. It was around this time, if not slightly after, a few days later, did those guys first make contact. So we'd only known him for 2 months when he decided to sweep for the stuff.
Noah's definitely inspired by Vermuglia, though. Like
Yeah, just for clarification, I was saying like indirectly. I wasn't stating
Yeah, yeah.
he directly fit in the.
Your shit. But the reason did copy your. The reason why Noah wrote that tweet as well is because Shamu had messaged him and said, "Hey, dude, I saw your video. Took huge fucking chunks from my video. Do you want to give me like a credit or a shout out or something?" And then Noah ignored that for several weeks. And then when he messaged again, Noah like left this comment to be like, "Hey, please don't be mad, okay? I'm not gonna give you the citation. I'm gonna ignore your message, but more views on the message, yeah? More views on the information. Am I right?"
Yeah.
That's why he left this message.
Which, by the way, is all we went over this as well in the second round of Otterly Noah, which is technically now the second of 3. We got an Otterly Noah trilogy now. How about that?
Ooh, Jesus. Fucking video. So what? Mine got more views, buddy. Yeah? Aren't you just happy? Aren't you happy that the story's getting out to a larger audience?
I saw this exchange, and for whatever reason...
This is when he says I saw this exchange, talking about the fucking view count, basically just being like, I don't give a shit. So Vermuglia now has to account for this. How the hell do you read this and conclude Noah's chill? Right, you ready for this, everybody?
It entered my brain, and then it just quickly left my brain.
Many things do.
It entered my brain, and then it left my brain, and then my brain was empty. I was an amoeba, existing in the fringe, floating on the memory drift of you. Okay.
I'm sure.
Because I guess there was so much shit going on, it just exited my head. And the
What is this?
So he forgot, is what he's trying to say. Like, he saw it and then forgot it.
That's unfortunate.
Well, that's a
Because
theory.
if he remembered it, he would have to account for it, and that'd be tough.
I can think of another theory. Let's just go through that again, but think about it from an angle of you swept like hell for it, and now you have to explain that you absolutely didn't.
It left my brain.
Like,
Because I guess there was so much shit going on, it just exited my head.
Yeah.
And the way I spoke, and when I talked to Noah, he talked in a way that made me think something else was going on.
Dude, he literally is judging his own statements. Like, is that good enough?
It's
like,
not going to pass. It's not going to fly. Or
it's like,
do I
no.
need to work harder than that?
He knows as well as we do. That's
Well, yeah, I
shit.
mean, look at its nervous energy. Look at that. That's fucking feeble.
Scratch your neck there.
Yeah.
Pure idiocy on my part.
Yeah, pure
No,
idiocy.
it's. I mean, I guess idiocy would be better than the truth.
The story that he gives around the stuff as well, like, changes between how he talks about it. Like, his mindset that he's talking about at the time. Sometimes he's really mad in the moment, and then slowly that rage dissipates because he's stupid. Sometimes he gets really angry, but then he talks himself down because he's got rose tinted glasses. And then sometimes Noah manipulates him, which, I mean, we'll get to this, but you don't see that in the DMs.
I don't know what you mean. DMs. Crazy. Don't know what you mean.
With the clown makeup on, because I saw this and went, oh, that's bad. And then it just didn't influence my later actions.
Well, but that's like
Why
how
would you
humans
say
operate.
this?
Why? But that's how humans
What
should
the fuck?
be. Like, your experiences should probably impact your future actions.
I saw a thing that was bad. It did not influence my actions. Okay? So that's kind of like our position about you and why we know what you did. Do you want to account for this? It's like, yeah, I just did, man. It's all good.
See on my part. I am the one who put the clown makeup on, because I saw this and went, oh, that's bad. And then it just didn't influence my later actions. Why?
I mean, you're stupid.
Why?
You learned that it would be bad for your particular tribe against someone else's.
Yeah, we all know that's exactly what it is. By the way, that's on his mind.
It wasn't any malicious plan. There wasn't any plot to keep him safe. It's just it didn't stick in memory.
No, it's more benign, but also fucking annoying. Which is just it's inconvenient for you, so you didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, pretty much. It was inconvenient. It was something that was happening that didn't necessarily require you in the beginning. Then you became very important for it because that was your guy. And because it was your guy, you now have to do so much sweeping that if you don't sweep it all up, you're going to get dust everywhere. And then you're going to have dust mites in your skin, in your hair, on your back, on your front, in your beard. Oh, the lack of beard for you. You're going to have it all over your body and just shake the shit out and it just falls on top of it like dust mites. Ooh. It gives you chills, don't it? This gives you the chills.
It's so great that he even lists the actual reason. It wasn't to protect Nora, it was...
Safe. It's just it didn't stick in memory. And isn't that fucking pathetic?
Oh, it is, but not, like, because that's not what happened.
But not as the way that you're trying to present it.
What's so fucking epic about this to me is that he labeled that as an example protecting, sweeping for Noah, because not only is it the truth, but he knows that's what he's trying to prevent in this stream. He needs to say this shit to get as far away from people realizing that as possible. So of course it's thrown in as like, some people could foolishly assume it for any reason, like, I don't know, protecting Noah, but that's definitely not the case. What happened was it went in my brain, went out, and it didn't affect anything I did, because I'm silly.
Which is, like, you know how bad the real reason has to be when he's prepared to eat this much shit just to avoid having to acknowledge it. Because this alone should be extremely damaging. Take him at face value and then say everything he's just told you is absolutely true. He didn't do it because he's just a silly, dumb clown creature, which he is. But, like, okay, so why should any of your viewers trust your critical standards on literally anything if something so obvious has escaped your attention? That's already bad enough, but it must be better than the alternative. So the alternative must be really, 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 really shit.
A smarter alternative universe version of yourself would see this scenario as a gift of the universe to slam dunk the idea that you are willing to criticize and exercise people from your own group if they do things that are universally seen as morally reprehensible. It was easy. This was a layup that was delivered to you by fate, and you fumbled it. It was so easy. You would have looked good to everybody on every side, but you couldn't do it. You just couldn't push yourself to do it. So here we are.
Actions. Why? It wasn't any malicious plan. There wasn't any plot to keep him safe. It's just it didn't stick in memory. And isn't that fucking pathetic? That's fucking pathetic in my opinion. For me. This...
I mean, earlier we were talking about utterly Noah being influenced by Ant. Where do you think he got the "it was unintentional" excuse from? It sounded very familiar. It sounded very familiar.
Is the cheese left under the counter that I forgot about? That rotted and drew the roaches. And now this...
Now it's cheese? Huh? What?
Entire stream up until this point, we are fucking fumigating. I thought the problem was a lack of proper citation. His background is limited with academia. So I'm thinking...
Dude, just... he's really retarded. He's got to consider these things, man. I don't know.
He's really fucking stupid.
The issue citation. The issue is he doesn't know that he has to cite people's work when he draws from it. He's not educated. I can point him in the direction of some citation stuff. That's not a big deal.
When he draws from it.
You could learn so much from
draws
me.
from it is an interesting phrase, because draws from it tends to sort of you're inspired by it. That's like what that indicates. But what is inspiration? It's like, oh, there was an idea there, and then I made it my own thing. Not, oh yeah, no, I just took it. I just took it.
It's almost getting difficult to track every statement he's made about all the different phases of this, but it's only going to get more difficult.
Whatever it is, get him going, If this was the drinker in this position being grilled out by four of, Birdman, myself, and someone else, or Eric Debunks, whatever.
You can't grill him out because you can't touch him because you are retards that always lie.
You'd all be going like, yeah, no, why don't you know this? You couldn't. You're a grown-ass man. How do you not know about freaking basic citation stuff? So many people.
So so he just admitted that he has different standards for...
Yes, but you've got to keep in mind...
I thought it was about whether you've got academia, not how old you are. Not specifically whether you're, like, middle-aged or... Like, why has he changed that to the standard? I thought it was...
Because the take is grown-ass man, look at this. Grown-ass man wasting his time on the internet. Grown-ass man arguing with people. Grown-ass man, grown-ass man, grown-ass man. They talk like fucking teens. They talk like fucking K-poppers. They talk like fucking retards. That are fucking hoodweeps. That came from outside the culture. Because they did. It's not about the, it's not about age. It's about your capacity to understand. Because you've been making videos for so long. Making videos, air quote, for so long. So yeah, of course they have standards for their enemies that they don't have for their allies. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Was anybody surprised by that? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Of course. Of course.
He didn't know because he didn't have sufficient education. But then if it's like, oh, well, if it was Drinker, it's because he's old enough that he should know better.
But it's also, remember, this is all bullshit. The real reason is that he defended him for the sake of the war, but now he has to account for it in, like, this weird fucking twisted logic, and now it's, like, he's just throwing shit out all over the place. I don't think tracking this just doesn't make any sense anymore in terms of, like, can you settle on one reason and where you were at any particular time? It's like, no, I'm just going to throw out lots of excuses that I think kind of sound convincing, and then
hopefully each one will stick for, it's not that everybody needs to believe every single one of these. It's just as long as one explanation sticks for a certain group of people, another explanation sticks for another group of people, then hopefully that's everybody, covers all of it, and I'm in the clear, and I don't have to worry, and I can keep going on unencumbered and make money.
Yeah.
Stuck by Noah, myself especially included here, after this controversy. All of us were taken for a ride because we thought...
No, stop it.
Well... maybe some...
Well, yeah, maybe I can't speak for, in the case of some of these other fucking whoever.
Well, what I'll say is...
but in your case,
some of these chatters may not even have seen the examples, and that they just heard Gramuglia covering for him. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're chill, we're all good. Don't worry about it."
Well, yeah, and then when you say like it wasn't citing sources, it was like, oh, so like I don't know, he referenced like some article or something, and he didn't link it. He didn't say where he got it from. You know, thinking about it, because again, it's the reason why I don't like the language. As annoying as it is when plagiarism is just accurate for what's going on here, but it does invoke this sort of academic, like, oh, you know, yeah, he just didn't do the proper footnotes or whatever for the references he used for the video, compared to again what actually happened, which is wholesale just taking shit from people, taking their words, taking their visuals, just taking it and putting it in his video and making money.
And you know, I think at this point he's already sort of been like, have I done enough, or do I need to keep going? Have I answered? And it's a matter of like, there's certain questions he's not going to want to answer, but there are ones that if he thinks he can get an easy sort of lie answer in, it's sort of worth doing. So there's like a panicked element of.
Oh yeah, he's very strategic at the questionnaire buffet.
Yeah.
You know what? He screwed up. He was publicly humiliated, criticized. He'll learn. He can learn. I believe.
He won't.
He can learn.
And he doesn't learn unless he has an actual real punishment.
But apparently an anti-woke channel is using your art in their thumbnail in a video attacking me, specifically, but also attacking black people. Okay, that's a statement. Deuce, oh my god.
Yeah. Me, this guy is so autistic. I understand why no one came out of this guy's community now. That is a statement. That is a statement. Okay, fuck me. Let's speed this shit up.
Like, what? I think this could have just been an email, though.
Noah read the comment section multiple times throughout this whole stream
your comment.
And took the talking points I said in chat during the stream.
He's saying this as a, do you see how much of a piece of shit Noah is? Like, dude, this happened ages ago.
Your comment.
You were listening. That's how he took your points from you.
Yeah.
What are you trying to pull here?
This is all pre-sweep as well.
Exactly. The stream he's listening to is where they first find out about the plagiarism, and he's talking about how he was putting comments in there that Noah was using to defend himself, and he's now selling it as, look at this plagiarizing fuck. It's like, you helped him. Like, what are you talking about?
If it was when somebody didn't like being raked over the coals on a live stream of similar length, would he be this forgetful about all the details? I feel as if he'd be pretty locked in.
Like literally, this entire stream could have been, you know, just like an email.
Look, Gary, there I am. There I am, Gary. See? If we do the time.
Dude, he seems so fucking panicked.
He's pointing out a terrible comment that he made too. The idea that
This
all of
just
this
shows
is
how
resolved
little.
with an email is insane. There's no.
Yeah, didn't need to be a big deal. Didn't need to be something that everybody knew about. Didn't need to be.
Could have been an
something
email,
that would
dude.
Hang
Couldn't even be
over Mr. Otter. It could have just been quickly sorted and
Resolved
nobody knew,
quickly and
it was
quietly.
all fine. Yep.
Yeah.
But also, you
Like,
understand,
oh,
this
this
is one of the
person
things people have
had
hit him on like crazy, and so that's why he wants it addressed right now, and he's got a context of, I was plagiarized, I'm a victim too. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? And again, just look at the body language. He's fucking, like, panicking about making sure he nails this.
There I am, Gary.
Yup.
See?
This is what happens when you don't know how to fucking live stream. This is what happens. You get crusty, dusty niggas that do not know how to fucking work a microphone, and all of a sudden it's like, look, Gary, there I am, Gary, there I am, there I am. It's not over legitimate shit. Alas, I said 10 minutes. I've been here probably an extra 15, 20. It is 10:40. I'm leaving. I'm not like Jay. I turn in early. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. I'll see you all on Monday, as we will begin gearing up for the Paths of the Exile, and a couple of other things that I have agreed to in the interim. Between Monday and Tuesday, my mother will be back at home. I'm going to have y'all do a thing. I'm going to tell you about it. Probably Monday, if not Tuesday. There's going to be a whole thing. I'm going to post about it in the server. I'm going to give you guys an opportunity. Alright? Alright. So. I will see you all later. Shabbat Shalom. Bon nuit. Alla Bajon. I'm going to see y'all next time.